G2 also peaked it against PaperX. We all know how that ended up being. And even though it was a very close affair, there were so many moments where individuals
about that, this is exactly how their series started in Shanghai. It was Lotus and it was G2's pick, and G2 lost that 13-8.
Gen.G has not played Lotus since Pacific Grand Finals. They weren't a Teo team on that map, but I do wonder if they're thinking about switching onto the Neon here as well. They've been so committed to that agent across their map pool. I think it would be a really interesting idea, but they've also been very strong with that default Raze comp, the old Fnatic comp, just subbing in the Vise instead.
I mean, if you're in a situation here where, you know, a lot's on the line, obviously elimination is what's going to meet you on the other side of this, no matter how the chips fall, Kukuka. Do you go for the adjustment in your composition, or do you stick to the thing that you know can very well get you that win because it did it last time?
I think that for them, it might be a chance for comfort. I think that G2 wanted to go for a map that they probably have not played on stage, as Mimi was just saying, and maybe not be as warmed up as the rest of them. Because if you go for something that they've shown a lot and you think you have a read on, they probably also have put some work and some hours onto that. Changes, I would stick to what they know. Probably that is the card that G2 wanted to play. Are you expecting us to pick this Lotus?
G2 lost both pistols to PaperX. They got bonused by PaperX. So last time they played Lotus, it was still a 13-11 game. They made mistakes in that series. They're in the lower bracket for a reason, but I don't want to overreact to that map because I still think G2's macro, especially on the defensive side of this map, is world class.
Yeah, the retakes I guess you're mentioning. Again, number one thing to take account of is the map that you're seeing in the screen right now is texture. How are they going to deal with it? Is Jogimo going to be up for the task? Are the rest of the team going to be able to shut that man down?
Oh man, you can feel the energy here at the Undercare Center as everyone's getting ready to go. And once this game starts, I know people are going to be on their feet, unsure of what's to come, because both Gen.G and G2 are squads that could very well have been in the grand finals here in Toronto, but they find themselves scrapping for top 4.
I think it's extra pressure for G2 after being so close to winning in Bangkok.
Yes.
To go back to the same kind of demons that haunted them last year. They lost to Gen.G in Shanghai. They went out immediately after that, and that was Gen.G who lifted the trophy.
All right, let's see what we get for our agent select here. See what we get locked in.
There's surprises on the side of Gen.G. They have already locked up all their agents. Again, this is what they were playing at Pacific from G2.
Whoa.
Okay, that is a locked.
Locking the Teo.
Locking the Teo.
That is a lock Tejo. We have it confirmed. Did not expect that one from G2. Holy moly, Mimi.
So Teo still has some of the strong synergies with the Yoru, with the missiles. Drone it can still be a great tool on reclear on this map, but you don't have the refreshable util there, so we just got to see what Trent's up to.
Yeah, and also putting Jogimo back on that Yoru, he was not feeling it on the Neon.
All right, well, we've got 2 of the game's best ready to slug it out, so let's get ready and send it over to 2 of the best casters. Here's Brent and Sideshow.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, excited to get into this one here. Now, me and you, Josh, we're deeply intimate with these 2 teams. We've been watching G2 goes from height and strength to strength. Gen.G comes so close in the past and even lifting a trophy as well. I mean, you look different. Have you got a haircut?
No, I'm the same old Sideshow. These are 2 teams that we never would have expected to be in the lower round.
It's 2 Sideshows.
I need to have a word with security. This guy doesn't even look anything like me. He doesn't look anything like me. How has he managed to sneak in there? No. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. The world can only handle one. What an opening that we've potentially got here, though. Like you're talking about, so much history with these teams, but I wasn't expecting to see these compositions being pulled out here.
Yeah. It's an interesting one for sure. And as the desk has been already mentioning as well, this is elimination on the line. A scenario that both of these teams were probably not expecting in the slightest as well. We're talking about 2 juggernauts of prior years. If you look at them in a vacuum as well, for each of these teams, equally, they've had moments where they've been potentially the best in the team, or the best team in the world. We would say that for G2, for Gen.G, moments in this tournament where they've had those heights. So let's take a look at the pistol round. It's slow going for now. Gen.G set up, grouped up. Ready to pounce, aren't they? Primed with that paranoia, but there's no contact, no signs of life from G2.
I'm so interested to see how Trent is utilizing his utility. Now that it's all changed up, Jorg takes contact. And he's out. 2 of the 3 Gen.G players have been eliminated. 2 of the 3 Gen.G players have been eliminated. 2 of the 3 Gen.G players have been eliminated. 2 of the 3 Gen.G players have been eliminated. 2 of the 3 Gen.G players have been eliminated. 2 of the 3 Gen.G players have been eliminated. 2 of the 3 Gen.G players have been eliminated. 2 of the 3 Gen.G players have been eliminated. 2 of the 3 Gen.G players have been eliminated. 2 of the 3 Gen.G players have been eliminated. 2 of the 3 Gen.G players have been eliminated. 2 of the 3 Gen.G players have been eliminated. 2 of the 3 Gen.G players have been eliminated. 2 of the 3 Gen.G players have been eliminated. 2 of the 3 Gen.G players have been eliminated. 2 of the 3 Gen.G players have Trent still with both salvos and a stun to work with.
Trying to take these fights as well, straight up here. Flashes into your face. Jonah P is able to just at least hold that crossfire setup. No pressure coming out. Salvos lay it down onto the floor. Gen G now looking to contact their way through this scenario. And a refight called for. G2, they want to try and take the fight straight to them anyway, before they can even escape.
A beautiful pistol round there from G2. Never allowing Gen G to cut noise and force them to go for some kind of information, re-clear. They just force the fight instantly as soon as they hear that door open. I like that. Proactive, decisive.
One enemy remaining.
Last time we saw these two teams face, the only time, in fact, that we've seen these two organizations clash, it was at Masters Shanghai, a 2-0 victory for Gen G, where G2 also picked Lotus, and Gen G got out to a 7-0 lead. So immediately history not repeating itself.
This could be dangerous though for Jorgamo. He's out into the open here and he needs some help! Or does he?
Spike down A.
Target-rich environment.
One enemy
And
remaining.
he flourishes with the rest of his team by his side.
That's very clean. Gen G are a difficult team to put away even when you have that massive weaponry advantage. They've been winning a ton of those rounds on ecos after the pistol.
Yeah, one of the highest win rated teams at this event when it comes to pistol rounds. But not just that, like you mentioned, when they lose the pistol rounds, it's rare enough.
A.
They end up winning almost like 60% of them. Following up, so
And
G2...
they're not even forcing like G2
No,
are.
they
with
aren't. They're
stickers.
just taking them straight up as ecos most of the time. It's a lower sample size, of course, but it is outrageous what Gen G has been getting up to. G2 getting a win nice and early here onto Lotus. He's going to be setting them up cleanly, but okay, that's a nice little seize nade, and Jorgamo is no more obliterated.
Absolutely destroyed, and look how fast Karen is into a deep position here.
This is so pacey. Up through heaven, Leaf, just a head popping up, and they've spotted each other. Almost ships in the night, but still, it's going to be a smoke into your face now, and the A site is opened up relatively. They still need to clear some section of it. Gen G going to make a move on now, and Plan's going to be committed.
Trent used one of his salvos out towards back rubble at the very start of the round, so he still has one to play with along with the stun.
Here's the paranoia. It's going to sweep through, dividing up most of the side here. Double drop down into pit. They're going to try and combine their might and their util, looking for the kills, but the crossfires immaculate from Gen G. Coverage on every possible position.
Beautiful response from Gen G, instantly getting the most out of their composition. That sees nade. Take a look at what it looked like from Jorgamo's point of view. He never got a chance to play the round. Through a flash, he's blinded up and gets hit by the seize of the nade just perfectly onto his position. The rest of Gen G with better weaponry close things out. Ash is only 2 away from getting Nightfall online. There it is again.
Yeah. This time G2 learning their lesson. I mean, Jorgamo could take the contact if he wanted to. That is aggressive, Karen.
That's what Karen tried to do in the previous round. There was nobody in the smoke that time.
They're trying to take a very fast, immediate adjustments being made by G2.
Yeah, it's a nice adjustment. I think the Pacific teams in general tend to be the best at these rubble fights, but G2 get the better end of it this time. And a drone immediately coming out from Trent with 1:10 on the clock, just in case they've gone into a fast timing towards B. Texture being left over here towards rubble, just looking to try to take a fight. As the rest of Gen G move towards Mound, Valen defending C with a paranoia in hand.
He's alone doing so.
He can get help from Leaf, though, on the other side of this door.
Prowler not connecting onto much. Lurk timing for Texture, seeking to take it, but 3 players, watchful eyes of G2, and Valen even getting one, and the exit. That is monumental. Gen G going to be left scrambling here. Just Ash and Munchkin left alive, and risks to be taken. They want to stand the chance of winning this round. Munchkin going for a pick-off out towards spawn, but it's all watched for. Safe hands from G2, that discipline. It's always going to rear through. Flawless.
Necessary risk had to be taken there with such a player disadvantage. But by and large, these rounds, the last couple, have been decided based on the picks that were found at the very beginning at the rubble fight. I don't think Karen can go for this play again. It's a cheeky idea. You know, Bangkok, we saw Mako, I believe it was, doing some crazy
Spike
teleports
planted.
all over the map
One
here on
enemy
Lotus.
remaining.
Pacific teams are down to cook.
Yeah, they really are. And honestly, subverting my expectations for this game. When I think of these two teams, I think of methodical, disciplined, a bit slow at times, willing to work the map ever so slightly, but there is pace in this game. Gen G have been throwing themselves at this A rubble fight over and over again.
I think it's really valuable to condition your opponents. If they can kind of force G2 to not fight over rubble,
I'll find you.
then suddenly you're gaining yourself a big advantage.
It's over the top. Unbroken in time. Big reveal onto the two of them. Gives G2 a lot of information.
Foxy9's actually utilized his wall very early on to stop a potential B push. So that means it's not available for a post plan, where the Vice can be at its most deadly.
Doors opened up though. This is going to be putting Jorgamo under scrutiny. Can he deliver? Was it ever in doubt? It's 2 ripped away at a moment's notice. Sight's still going to be gained though. He's got no sound cues to work with. Still going to be TPing back and evacuating. Now with the dimensional drifting, even catching that late lurk. Foxy9, there would be no backup policy. Gen G are the ones who are left scrambling, picking up the pieces of the round and just dying
Spike down A.
straight away. It's all set up from Jorgamo, isn't it? Valen being the closer.
It looks immaculate out here for Gen G.
This is a team that is determined to get redemption.
Sorry, the G's are confusing me. Immaculate for G2. These rounds, I mean, Jorg should have been under a decent amount of pressure, but he's 7-1, and he deals with that hit, killing people who are barely looking at him. I mean, when Texture goes into the site there, he's having to split his focus so much on Blue Room as well.
Dimensional drift getting value as well. Just stands exactly where the player planting is, so Valen knows exactly where to spam.
When I've
Huge
watched
round from Jorgamo.
When I've watched Gen G play in this map previously, and this, I believe, is the first time that we've seen them here at Toronto playing it, they've gotten a huge amount of value from either rubble fighting or getting really good lurk timings into places. I think that's something that Karen's excellent at, but Munchkin in particular, with the Viper, can provide you huge value if you default the rounds towards Mount at the beginning, because then Munchkin's able to get in on A and work his magic. And he really is a superb lurk player. But Gen G haven't really been going for that. They've been trying to insert players into deep positions on A early on, and G2, they are so happy to be re-clearing, fighting, taking timings to be active. And with this double initiator, and both of them with information tools, both of the initiators, you know, you've got the Prowlers, you've got the drone, you actually have more re-clearing tools than even with the breach in the composition, you could argue.
Sure.
So these players in advanced spots are getting rooted out, and then Gen G forced into site execs where they don't look great so far.
Gen G have got to turn this around. Timeout taken, most likely for the next round. Weaker weaponry, Munchkin, he's blinded up, just looking for the haunt position.
My ult is ready. Bring them down.
Jonah P not starting from B, so
No.
wasn't the same haunt position
Well-
at all. But didn't even use it.
One of the anti-strats that people have used in the past against G2 is trying to punish Leaf. You know that he's going to be jiggle peeking or jump spotting this deep C angle. And Texture, he's got a Guardian in this round, so I think that's the kind of fight he was looking for.
This push out though, I mean, listen, Jorgamo is taking liberties. The deep drone from Trent Pryor. Here comes the hit coming through. Not shying away from investing the ult, so the knife falls in. And here it is, bodies collapsing onto the floor. Gen G, it's a bloodbath!
Last player standing. Flawless.
G2 just taking them over. And again, the weaponry wasn't ideal for Gen G. Got to keep that in mind, of course.
But if the weaponry isn't ideal and Texture's the only one with a Guardian, why is Gen G sending him into sight alone
Why are you
there
trying to force
instead
the
of
issue?
Yeah, why are we not looking for picks, seeing if we can bait out individual fights and rely on Texture's aim? It's a strange way of playing the map so far from Gen G. Feels a bit rushed, a bit forced.
And we might be seeing glimpses, I think, of what caused their downfall.
One enemy.
We haven't really mentioned it too much, but against Wolves, Gen G, they threw away 2 leads in the second half of the maps. It's what landed them here into this lower bracket.
But this is the round they took the timeout for, Brent.
And it needs to come up with the good here and now, trying to face it, doubling up as that wall drops down. And there it is, Munchkin and Caron happy to collect.
This time, establishing slightly more passive positions, baiting G2 into fighting over towards Rubble, and then ripping them away when G2 overextends slightly. A 4v2, you've got to convert on this one. Has to be a second round for Gen G. And you know that Valen and Leaf are going to be looking to try to take risks.
Yeah, business is booming. Their money almost capped out. Maybe looking for kills, a lot of noise made. Valen's already got the one. Anticipating that
Munchkin knows the flank.
About!
You have to win
He's
that.
taken out. It's a 2v2 in the blink of an eye. Thorns deaded. Anything to slow down the approach, the onslaught. The G2 are delivering. Rapid run around. G2 looking to group up. Hit the switch. Moving around. There's a smoke into your face now, and you're going to have to call this timing well. It's disjointed from G2, and Karan's got his eye on it. 1 for 1 at that. Not to be outdone. Playing further back positions here. Gen G do not want to throw this advantage whatsoever. Weaving in and out, trying to ping pong here, but the time is ticking, and now it's ran out. Valin, no more chances. You can at least bring Karan down to the grave with you.
That's actually really important too.
Yeah.
They've done insane economic damage there. Yes, it's a must-win round for Gen G, and yes, they do get it over the line, but at what cost? The economical damage has been ridiculous there, inflicted by Valin and Leaf. What was that hop-up to delete Munchkin? He's waiting for the flank, but he's just not expecting that movement. And now, Gen G is still behind by 3, and they're coming into this one with double Guardians, light armor. They're excited about it because it gets them on the board and starting to roll forwards. But it doesn't get any easier.
And the money's looking pretty damn dire.
Texture seized.
Quick takeover towards it. Might be seized. There's no follow-up though, because Jorgamo's opted into the operator. The big boomstick. Now he reveals his hand. Had to shoot the Prowler, had to evacuate and exit out.
And Jonah P happy to use a lot of utility. There's only one Prowler to try to get kind of passive information.
My ult's ready.
And they've had Jorgamo push back here too. So I think in terms of the macro game, Gen G kind of winning this round. Jorg's going to have to go for some kind of info peak. Nobody set up to punish, though.
Gen G inserting a bit of a pause, I think, expecting that G2 were going to go for some form of reclear.
But that's actually allowed Jorgamo to get back on the line. Leaf in a tucked position.
If this ends A. Wall up, wall down. There's a timing here that Gen G looking to utilize, and there's the Prowler connection. Still Leaf gets one. It's traded, showstopper not expected, but there it is. Collapses onto the floor, Jorgamo from the high ground. It's the operator looking to get value, looking to get a few more. Running it down to the side, the extremities are getting cleared up, but Jorgamo counted for, taken out. It's a 2v2. G2 versus Gen G Valin. Trying to clear, trying to be diligent. Blinding. Paranoia sweeps, no connection onto Karan. He's still going to see this one open. Sighted. Ash is seeing it, takes the connection. Knows that he's off of it for now. But the C's did not connect. Smoke's going to be blossoming, blooming, covering the intent of G2. And they cannot be denied.
They're looking incredible in these kind of scrappy moments. Gen G need a huge player advantage to be able to close rounds out, because otherwise, G2 are everywhere. Even in this spot, Leaf should never be getting one. But they find themselves in a 4v3. Even clean up Jorg. But coming back through, Trent applies so much pressure onto that defuse. And you got to give credit to Valin. He's having an incredible game. He's 12-1.
Locked in.
You don't expect him to be out here smoke diffing Karan.
G2 under that pressure to perform a perfect lower bracket run. Seems to be creating diamonds. And the money, bottom of the barrel purchases for Gen G once more. Slow as you go. Just trying to dodge and weave past these bullets. Working the map a little bit for Gen G. They're hoping for a pickoff or two, and rubber fight, hold up. Munchkin spotted out. Round to the side here, stun, maybe avoided. Jorgen was watching the one angle. Salvo onto the other. Got to deroot this guy, but Munchkin could potentially get some kills for his trouble. Spot him for the info, and everybody just calls it quits.
That's going to make Munchkin panic a little bit though, isn't it? This is one of the only rounds where we've seen Gen G put that default over towards C, let Munchkin lurk, and a slower pace round. But it is on the eco. So how much can one guy really get done? He's calling the rest of the team back over to him. Yes. Trent's fully out of utility. No opportunity for those salvos to regenerate.
35 seconds left. Slowly going for this one again. Don't really have the weapons to be taking this fight.
30 seconds
All
left.
contact plays for now, but looking to explode potentially into blue room. And there it is, it's Vysalt.
They're tucking in close with classics
Yeah,
and shorties.
here it is. It's the pistols that have to do the work here. Jorgamo, he's running hot on your heels. Shorty in hand from that kind of range. He's done the damage, but not quite the kill. Jonah P looking to redeem, and he has indeed shut down the kill. What a shot to find, leaves it down to Ash, and he's on double digits. There's no chance in hell he can make it out of that spot. 7-2 in his scoreline now for G2.
Rough moment there from Munchkin towards the end. Kind of panicked, jumped up. Maybe a bit of a mouse problem. G2 are storming away with the lead. Again, look back towards the historic matchup that these two teams have played previously. Lower bracket final, Masters Shanghai. Tournament that Gen.G ended up coming away with the victory, and
One enemy is left.
they came out to a blistering lead in that match on Lotus. Now G2 fully in control.
Where are
And Gen.G generally have been in control of their games. They normally go up early in the first half. And then it's about whether they can close out. Here they're struggling to stay even close.
Just a float. Op shot rattling past just to put a bit of fear into Gen.G. They've been conceded, rubble control. There wasn't really much of a fight put up by G2.
I do like the slower pace though from Gen.G. I think it's more likely to find success.
Footsteps already crossed past, but unanticipated that Jorgamo would be there to Nightfall now. Scatters across, sound cues are cut away. Moving forwards and back, there was that gate crash, but here we go. Roll out the red carpet, roll out the salvos. There's nowhere to stand. Very few pockets indeed for Gen.G to be safe, but with a minute on the mark, they can bide their time.
Bring them
I'll
down.
play this one together.
And a player advantage retake for G2. They still have Paranoia, a flash from
Spike.
Jorgamo, a stun from Trent. There's still plenty of utility here to make this work. And of course the player advantage.
Flash overhead. Out of Paranoia. Go button's going to be called for here by G2. They want to try and make it go of it. It's good with the positioning still. Ash is doing tremendous damage and tremendous work. Jorgamo let's try and clear up that upper area, but the site is kind of flipped over. Gen.G, holy! Jorgamo just locking on. One to start. Caron! 3 bullets left and just swarm just in time.
G2 again. Just box Gen.G into the site and hit them with so much util. The operator from Jorg is also just getting astounding value. He's, despite getting pushed off his early lines, he's always finding a pick as they enter the site. And then also still somehow being able to find value. Nice! From the up and the shorty on the retake. Gen.G at some point in this tournament, after they've beaten Fnatic, I think,
Time to
were
work.
most people's favorites to be the top team here.
There.
They need to wake up here in this game.
Looking out of it. Completely out of it with no real chance here. This is unbelievable.
Oh, Jorg is looking great with the op.
This kind of form. He's just unleashed here in the LAN environment on the big stage.
And he's dominating Texture. Texture's 2 and 10. This is one of the favorites for MVP here, if you were just looking at individual performances. I think it was Paperthin who said, there's no doubt who the best player in this tournament is. Well, he's just getting shut down, shut out.
Walking around the map here, Gen.G are looking for anything. Bit of presence by Foxy9, maybe feeling that the impetus is on him. Someone needs to step up and maybe get the ball rolling to get any sort of round they can as a timing. It's caught. Foxy9 can't get more for his troubles, but maybe one is enough. Still, Munchkin also going walkabouts. Paranoia connects. All up, it's going to be saved by him. Nightfall committed. G2 are just looking for info.
Yeah, that's just for information. Now, they've only caught 2, but the sound
30
cues,
seconds
Walking around.
a little bit
Spike
oblivious, and the
down
spike
A.
dropped in no man's land. This is all going to be on Caron.
Caron even being spotted out. Beautiful correction. Leaf was just out into the open
Player
there,
standing.
but watching onto every other avenue, G2 are not letting anything else slip.
He has the ult for the spike. It is
15 seconds
possible
left.
here.
Pick up the spike here. It's going to be a risky plan, though. They're already on
10
him.
seconds left.
Straight onto the site. Going to start to play this one all together now. Wide swing, wide face. Valo is feeling himself.
Why wouldn't he be? A team leader, the IGL for G2. He's not required usually to put up unbelievable numbers, but he's 15 and 2 right now. That's a shot and a half, though, from George. Rifles back in the hand of Gen G, though, as they try to close this one out with a 9-3. It's the best they can possibly hope for. Double operators, because the wealth is that large.
Last round of this first half, too, for Gen G to put up anything. At least they've got the rifles.
G2 are just so active. They're already putting pressure on the B-Lurk player, finding out that Munchkin is over here.
They're all over the place. Making good usage of the fade. Hello, okay. One of the first kills going away for Gen G now. Valo gone. We'll see how the rest of G2 end up playing this one. That's a tag through the wall.
That's crazy.
Jorg is not missing. He's everywhere at once. The TP took him out into the open, almost died for it. But did he anticipate Trent? He's tucked close and tight. He's a few more, bit of spam. Raw bullets coming his way. There's a lot of teams coming for him, yet still he perseveres and reigns supreme. Munchkin scrambling left and right. Dimensional drift spotted, he can see it on the HUD, and Leaf just plucks him out of the picture. It's a 10-2 half.
Absolute domination here for G2. Gen G never had a hope in this half. There were early signs that maybe they could have done something with those rubble fights, but as soon as G2 got going, they got firmly in control. It would take something miraculous for Gen G to come back in the second half.
For an elimination game between two titans right now, Gen G are not standing up to the test that G2 are putting out. This is a squad that we wanted to see a resurgence from. You can see it reflected in the numbers. The Coinbase Econ report, it's all G2. There has been so far this entire first half. For Gen G, though, Josh, listen, on the back of that Wolves game, we needed to see a resurgence. They lost that one. They crumbled under the pressure of the second half of each map. They really throw away their advantages. Here, they don't have an advantage to work with.
Absolutely. I mean, they could just be bombing out right here. This is elimination, and you can't go quietly. Texture in particular, I mean, you're seeing it here reflected somewhat, but once he gets onto the defense half, you need to be getting an operator into this guy's hands, I think. You saw what Jorg was able to do with it, and Texture's been immaculate with the operator and so good on defense. If there's any chance here for Gen G, you need this guy to activate, but you also need the economy to even put the op in his hands in the first place.
And so Gen G need to get back into the business of winning these pistol rounds. And one of our best teams at this event, over 73% win rate with pistol rounds. That's how you get the economy booming.
Yeah, and then also they're going to have to fend off a G2 force buy with stingers.
Exactly.
Even if they do win the pistol. So pistol rounds, weirdly enough, in this particular matchup, don't matter as much as they usually do because both teams are so good at winning even after they lose the pistol. Having said that, though, it's a 10-2 half. So Gen G need anything they can get. Paranoia used instantly with a haunt to fake like Gen G are fighting super hard over Rumble.
Doubled up, it's a bit whiffy, it's tenuous at best. Fight taken, bullets rattled off. Ash weakened all the way down here. Bit of a drive-by, opening up the door, applying that pressure now towards C-Mount, and the TP back. It's fakes on fakes.
And it looks like Valiant's got the read that this Rubble pressure was a fake all along. It's only Karen.
Jump spot.
He's already used the Paranoia as well. Yeah.
Smoke's barely available to him. He's just got to try and scurry towards the back, but again, Salva's at your feet. Thorns in front. Needs to step up and try and take this fight straight to them. Blind as anything, still manages to grab one, but look at G2 already just getting into all the cracks in the defense. Any sort of gap whatsoever, but listen, that's a double fight that Drogomo was taking, and he didn't have a teammate to help him.
So a chance here for Gen G. 2 players controlling spawn and 2 players on the flank. Leaf could easily get caught out.
Player advantage for Gen G. As you mentioned, Leaf could definitely get caught out, but he's positioned himself well indeed. It's the first one, still fights happening on multiple avenues, multiple fronts. G2 filling up the feed and getting the better of it for now, but it's still that 2v2 and the damage. No! There's no way! They're so damn low. There's still a chance for Texture. It's not planted for these G2 players. They're going to have to get a bit of a run on. First one's a good connection, brings it into the 1v1. Texture delivers.
He had to turn up. He had to deliver. And he needs the kills. He needs the economy to get this up online. Red Bull clutch in the end. There was barely any health on the board. It was, to some degree, ridiculous that Texture was even left in a 1v2. Munchkin, I think, should have been able to deal with it. He did hit a headshot onto Leaf, actually, but he was just a bit too focused on hunting down that kill. But nice composure from Texture in the clutch. And G2 are not going to go for a force here. So this is one of the few scenarios where G2 actually get the plant, get a lot of kills, and decide not to opt in. And I think this is actually the right idea, because if they force and lose, Gen G are starting to build up some momentum. If you ignore the force, you're doing all right.
Yeah. Trying to play the long con with the money, and okay, pistols in hand, actually still getting some value from it, even dinking Ash, bringing them straight down, Drogomo over there with a follow-up.
They haven't even forced and they're in a 3v3.
This is dire for Gen G. Scattered with the players, Leaf is just going walkabout, seeing if he can bait out a bit of this one, and he's not even just baiting them all, he's full committing.
Yeah, he's just sent that, hasn't he? Taking the risk on the eco round.
Munchkin, though, is he going to be able to hear this one? Potentially. Might just be in the Venn diagram where he can get some information and call out for his team, but the rotations are coming late now from Gen G, so I think he might have just missed it.
A plant, but not a great one. Having said that, you're not going to be playing long-range off-site post-plants anyway. Jorg takes a full flash to the face.
I think Jorg might have just missed that timing. Onto Munchkin on the flank. Munchkin's still working with the Judge, not the best weapon, but...
A terrible weapon, in fact, for this flank.
He's hoping the rest of his team, I think, can try and push him into him potentially here. Orbs are going to be propped up here, and his timing's okay. Foxy9, and a watchful eye onto that one then. Good connection with the flash, a bit of damage with the chip. Trent got to try and do it now with a classic. And the weaponry finally gets the advantage that Gen G were looking for.
And not too bad overall, actually. Munchkin and Foxy can still keep their full armor. And so, while it looked like a very dangerous situation in the 3v3, Gen G have managed to come through relatively unscathed. Now, they didn't go for anybody saving money here. They put a lot of respect on G2. They knew that the force was possible, so that means nobody's gone for a pistol round in round 14 to save up for an operator, something like that. So they're still working with mediocre weaponry coming into this bonus. But if they can convert here, maybe there's a chance to apply the pressure back to G2. And they're putting a lot of their eggs into this Rubble fight.
Yeah, bit of a preview of what's to come here. There's not much pushback, it's only Leaf. He's not going to be opted into all that. Combination of the util. It's going to set Karen up nice and pretty. He's got deep A main control now. It's going to make the guessing game off the map that much easier here for Gen G.
Worth paying attention as well while we're on this attack after how Trent's going to be using his salvos. Is he going to be looking to use them for site execs, map control, post-plan?
That's not intended. Viper Orb ended up landing on the tusk of something. Karen feeling the pressure now with that util coming forward. Snakebite and a Prowler. Sends out that Paranoia. Just a clone and Texture's watching.
You need
So
this
that
guy
gap.
to activate.
I think they may have seen a lot of players' presence, though, so now they're going to be making a move over towards C. Foxy9 gets info. Horns are going to be deaded. He's trying to slow this one down, buy some time for the rest of his team.
No wall, though.
Horns in through. Foxy9 just playing this one for the full retake.
Watch Texture's off. Watch Texture's ult here. They're going to try to push into him. A lot of pressure.
Salvos, this is actually disconnected. Ah, she still gets 2. It's wonderful. It's beautiful. He was pushing to a really difficult spot, yet still Trent is getting that value. Round towards the pillar. Texture has to be the difference maker and is. Gains some side control, leaves it into just Jonah P. And he's not much for them. G walk all over the side.
Story here, though, at the beginning of this second half is that Texture is now online.
Yes.
He's been getting multi-kills. He's been really impactful. Winning them the clutch, getting 3 in this round. Impact kills as well. He's rocketed back up towards the top of the scoreboard for his squad. G2 forced into a stinger buy. Not that they're bad with these at all, but they're starting to get ults online too.
You're feeling it now. I think a bit of confidence back for Gen G. You convert the bonus like that. Spirits are going to be high. You know at this point, it's more than winnable. You just have to drag it over the line 1 round at a time.
The ult rounds are going to be the trickiest, and it actually could be right here.
It's all in.
Nightfall gained. Jorg, if he gets a kill, has the Yoru ult.
Full util duck, Foxy9 squares up. Being challenged, that's the util. The TP forwards, the wall's going to be deaded on top of it. There's 2 players on the way in, but they're looking left, right, all over the place still. Up and over towards the wall. Leaf was able to pluck Foxy9 out. Ash is in. Trying to flood defend this one side by side with him and Texture. There's a disconnect here. G2 have called for a bit of a pause. Util's flying back and forth. Cutting them up now with the smokes, including the site. It's divided. Both teams looking for a pick.
Doesn't really look like there's a safe opportunity to plant here.
Drone out wide looking for info. G2 with their backs against the wall. Gen G have got them cornered.
Karen's actually staying all the way over towards Rubble in case G2 extract themselves, but Valo and Trent are really committed.
Hard stuck. Gen G cemented themselves, rooted. High-low setup.
How do you work a play here?
I don't even
If
know.
you're G2.
They're waiting for the smoke time is for 1. Propped up, now trying to take the fight. Ash! It's monstrous. Huge performance, timing taken, and the Prowler just misses it, but Texture on the high ground, watches for it. Gen G, this is what we were expecting from them, a bit of a bounce back.
G2, though, chose not to invest any of their ultimates. They did have a couple that they had one, the Nightfall, that they could have gone for in that round. But this is what they're saving. This is why they didn't force in round 14. This is why they haven't invested any ultimates yet. It's because when you have such a big lead, when it's a 10-2 half, you know that you should be able to close out with ult rounds. And this is one that we're about to watch here. Jorg with the Dimensional Drift. Jonah P can turn off everybody's audio, allow Jorg to make a play. How are they comboing these, if indeed they are?
I'll handle this.
Sending it now, though. Dimensional Drift forwards. Salvo's in, breaking blue room, gives him access towards it. It's going to go for the B-split. Cheeky idea, Nightfall now, cutting away the sound user. Yeah, no! Anticipation. As you mentioned, they cooked it up, they combined it up. The ults getting tremendous value.
And the Tejo getting tremendous value to knock through that door and allow a safe path for Jorg.
Very cool opening idea by G2. They need another layer to this one. Gonna watch for it. On top of the box, that's an angle that is hard to get onto. Texture is punished for it. Trying to peek past it. 2 plays up towards heaven. Gen G to make a go for it. It's a 3-2-1 in the swing, but right through the smokes. It's a hard fight to win. 11 rounds now. Finally, G2 get a round on the board on this half.
That's a tough one for Gen G to deal with. It's just straight out of the strat book. Beautiful idea from G2. Gets them 1 step closer to the finish line. As long as you can convert those kind of rounds, you're not too worried about Gen G winning the more neutral ones. It's a beautiful idea. And it also got Trent's ult online if they needed it. Didn't have to use it though, so maybe there's another idea here that Josh RT can cook up for them.
The round's already begun. Seeing emphasis placed over towards C. Now, Texture, finally.
Down, C.
Business booming operator in his hands, and now he can't really let loose.
And this is where the danger might start to mount for G2, because when Texture has an op, he can be a nightmare to deal with. if they were thinking about setting up some kind of play with the Taeho ult as well, that's no longer available. Entire game plan might have to shift here for Valent.
Creeping and crawling though up through B main.
This is a spot that Leaf himself loves to play in.
Yeah, with the wall. Munchkin get a quick punish off. They try and jump spot this one. They're going to hear it walking, and Munchkin! It's beautiful work.
Down B.
Astounding stuff from the IGL.
One enemy remaining.
And G2 are just dropping like flies.
Fantastically clean round there from Gen G. Once the economy started booming, as you said, they got the op, they got the Odin, players into standard defensive positions, and Texture and Munchkin looking lights out. G2 forced onto another eco round. And they're going to take a tactical timeout here. I think a lot of this is going to come down to, do they have another good ult round in the bank?
Yeah.
Can they try to concoct something with the Armageddon, with the Viper's Pit? And Gen G, this is another opportunity for their coaches to try to add input and preempt those kind of game plans.
Gen G
Very
good at that.
defense-sided map, though, so far.
It is. Yeah, game of two halves, really. The Gen G coaches are very good at preempting certain ideas, trying to predict, feed information. Munchkin has definitely highlighted that in press interviews, talking about how good the coaches are, I think, at actually setting him up to be a really fantastic IGL, always anticipating your enemy's moves. And they are dragging this forwards one round at a time. Dragging maybe the wrong word for it at this point, because Gen G are in full control of this half. With G2, they do only have to get 2, yes, but sometimes those last few rounds can be the hardest to get.
And you might think that G2's composition should be great in the post plant, but it's difficult to get to that spot. You know, Trent usually is not going to be able to save his salvos to just play some kind of cringe post plant setup. G2, they like to play for retake a lot, but Gen G are only playing about half the time to let their opponents plant. So most of the time they're playing up front, denying you at the choke points, and Trent's going to get his util forced out early.
Rounds up and over. Flash into his face, still pre-aims out Haunt. It's a good play by Kara. Leading out a ton of util from these G2 players. Does he have a backup policy?
I mean, he could
Has he got
escape.
exit? It's Foxy9! That's the bloody policy! Looking for even more up and over. Still it cleans up. And this, against the G2 with not too many guns, upgrades are going to be acquired off of that.
Yeah, Karen didn't want to teleport away because he would have abandoned Foxy9, and in the end they go 2 for 2. Munchkin gets in to reinforce, but he takes a fight.
He's gone.
Cover going out.
And this is the
3v2.
opening, this is the window, this is the kind of mistake you cannot make.
Dire straights here for Gen G. Pit now swarming out wide. It's a poison that's going to be spreading. Ash trying to go for a bit of random spam, see if he can collect these kills, but there we go, Seize and a nade, and Valo is no more, still the pit remains. Defensive wall is propped up here, and these G2 players are going to try and make the most of it. Ring around the rosies, operator in your hand, shot on top of it! And Ash, left reeling, left wondering, he has played it well, trying to pick up some sort of rifle. Leaf in front of him, and it's a game of those timings. Leaf dominates it!
That's incredible precision there from Leaf at the end. Needed to hit that one, because Ash had the read exactly on where he was. That is a mad the texture goes in and swaps away from the shorty to the off. I can't believe he went for that. But overall, a fumble coming out of the tack timeout that Gen G cannot afford. Gets G2 up to map point.
Shot! Let's go, Damien.
And that's it, one more round is all it takes, and this is it, the brawl called for. Sees connects Dojo, Gamo attacks side with the operator, and that is not expected. That's an ult gone now. Texture no longer to be the playmaker in this pivotal round for Gen G. Map point for G2.
The tension in the air. Foxy9 and Munchkin both holding aggressive angles, looking to maybe be the playmaker.
Trying to make something happen for the rest of the team. More for the exit, salvos towards the back. Foxy9!
Crazy.
Just trying to play and overstay.
Completely flushed out by one salvo there.
This is methodical. It's G2 dissecting the map up now. Armageddon rolls it out. TP into the back from Valo as well. Full access Munchkin. He's already rolled away forward, trying to take that timing. Trying to take it well. God damn, man. If they needed him, he showed up and put up here, and it's a pivot for B. G2 call for the pause, but 30 seconds remaining, and heads are being popped straight through the wall. Damage being done. It's G2 tepid, trying to bait his fight down. It's a triple face in the end, and one player left to do it all. Charon, TP, throwing mind games into the mix, expecting potentially the pivot over towards A. But the plan is stuck now. G2 get into this one. Jonah P and Leaf to lock up this map. And one kill is all it takes. Lotus goes G2's way.
Seemed like an inevitability after a 10-2 half. Utterly dominant at the beginning there, G2. But Gen G started waking up and getting back into things. Unfortunately, a couple of fumbles towards the end, and they couldn't quite manage it. But next up is going to be Gen G's map pick. A haven, where hopefully the team looks a little bit more in it.
Yeah, some territory where they can get their heads back into the game and potentially hold a candle against this G2 squad that are determined not to exit out of this tournament early.
Today's game, I want us to just be high energy, okay, and always optimistic and focus forward, right? And once we win today, the whole tournament is gonna look at us and say, oh shit, it's G2 now. We have to play G2. Make this a proving point for yourself and for the team and for everyone around you, okay? We're gonna change the narrative of the tournament today, all right? I want energy today, guys. If you guys wanna get hyped, if you guys wanna yell at them, whatever you want, do it. Play like underdogs. They're the ones who said we're gonna take us out easy. They said that. They said that it's gonna be like just like last time at Shanghai, 2-0, quick victory. If you guys want to shit talk them back, go ahead and do it. This is your playground today. There's no pressure on us, okay? All the pressure's on them.
Do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again.
Hey.
Let me show you how the fuck done.
Oh man, I was just getting warmed up.
Spike defused.
Red Bull gives you wings.
To the rhythm, you don't stop. It go.
are playing like they're in their golden era. I'm now joined by their coach, Josh RT. Now, against Paper Rex, you moved away from the Tejo. So what made the Tejo fade as well more viable in today's scenario?
I think mainly I was looking at informational control. I noticed that Genji has a certain style that I feel like we can read ahead and get ahead of the play. So why not just use 2 info agents in a sense? Not to mention like the util combos that we had. We can just carry that over from our previous meta. But we mainly just took this risk because we felt like we had to. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your time. That was a masterclass. Good luck on map 2.
Hey, and that is exactly what we were saying up here on the desk as well. They needed to throw something at the wall, and well, they ended up throwing the thing that they've always thrown at the wall throughout the course of stage 1, which was Tejo, and that, as well as the sum of all of its parts, worked together to get G2 that victory. Let's take a look at our Verizon high-speed moment of the match, and you know you got to give it to the dog. It's Jogamo, who's got just all the plays, Kakuka. This guy was on fire with the op.
And speaking of the changes, of course, the initiators are important, but it also lays down on the comfort that Jogamo was finding back in the Euro. I think that for him, he feels more comfortable with this. He feels like he has the freedom. He reads better and fits better within all of the plans. And I think that just like Josh RT was saying, they knew what they were trying to achieve with this composition. That is why this round's 10-2 on the first half on the defense worked so well, because they had a response to everything that Genji was putting on the table, and it was actually very similar in most of the rounds. And this is the comparison on the first time that he played that Neon, and then today with the Euro. Maybe the numbers are not that crazy out, but I think you can tell from round to round, especially on that defense,
and the results.
How well, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
How well Jogamo was feeling in that first half.
The biggest thing for the strength of their defense that I think makes the Euro pick so good is those fast rotates with the TP, and once Jog gets the op in his head. Because if he's starting over towards C, has an A fight going on, he's instantly TPing. He's really aggressive at reposting on those lines. I think it makes their macro on defense way better when he does play on that Euro. But I wanted to talk a little bit about that macro overall, because I think that G2 had a great read on how to play around a lobby. Genji is a team that loves sending the fights there round after round. And G2, they conditioned those early fights. Obviously, they have a Teo, double initiator comp. It's going to be good for that. But later in these rounds, they showed a lot of different, more passive looks where they're playing deeper on site. They're refighting it. Look at the pistol rounds here where they go for this active re-clear play. Later on in the half, it's the operator going for those reposts in the mid round. And it was a really nice read into how Genji plays that.
Yeah, you really did get the idea that whenever those plays were starting to manifest themselves, Genji were kind of like lost and not sure how to react in those moments because G2 were hitting them fast.
They kind of decided this, right? Like G2 were very, very heavy on A. They were fighting for that rubble control. They could have at some point been like, okay, listen, we're gonna lose it for the first half of the round, and then we're going to really re-clear it. But I feel like Genji thought that they could be like one step ahead, and they simply weren't.
Yeah, they were not indeed. G2 as well. It's funny, watching this game, if you took away all of the name tags, told me that the defenders were G2, I would think this was the XLG game again. Like, I don't think G2 was phased at all that the opponent was Genji. The same fast reaction,
yes.
The same confidence from all of these players, the being on the perfectly same page in all those ways. It's the exact same stuff that won them the XLG game, and that's so good to see against an opponent that on paper should be way stronger, should be way scarier than XLG was in Toronto.
Yeah, no, that's a very good note there. But now we're left wondering, what does Genji do to bounce back into it? Thankfully, we have just a person to get on the case. It's Yinsu standing by with the coach of Genji.
I'm now joined by Coach Solo from Genji and Jen to do some translations ahead of map 2. Now, Haven is going to be very important for you, especially having a nice start. So what is the most important thing on that attack side?
감독님, 아무래도 헤이븐 시작부터 좋은 흐름을 만들어가는 게 중요할 것 같은데 공격 때 어떤 점이 가장 중요할까요?
일단 G2 선수들이 팀워크 부분이 뭐 전략 부분이 이런 거에 좋다 보니까 그 부분을 이길 수 있도록 공격적으로 저희가 맞받아치겠습니다.
I think we have to bring a lot of aggression into our first half since G2, they have great teamwork and great strats.
Thank you very much, Jen, and thank you, Coach Solo. Good luck.
All right, well, they're going to need to be coming out with a lot of aggression here. Haven is going to be the battleground for map 2 in Kukuka.
Yep.
We've seen both teams have success on this map, have some struggles on this map. What are you looking for here?
I'm looking for that Vice that we saw from that I think changes a little bit of the shape of the map this time coming around for the side of G2. Gen.G, even though this has been a good map for them in the past, they were able to beat Fnatic, also changing a little bit of the composition here and there. I think that they have to be very ready and sure that they can read onto all the layers that G2 are having on this Haven.
Texture had a really rough first half, as did the entire team on map 1, but he bounced back, had some big moments to win that bonus, make the map look at least a little bit more competitive. And you must look to him going into Haven. They've beaten MIBR and Fnatic on this map at this tournament already, and in both those games, Texture's Neon was one of the biggest reasons. I would argue that this might be his best map with that Neon on the attack side. His dives on point. On defense, when he has the AWP, it helps them out in the way they call so much. He's a beast here.
How do you stop him then if he's going to run roughshod all over you with that Neon?
I honestly think G2, again, just on their attack side, slow things down a little bit. This is a map where they have a lot of good initiator utility to play into those reclears with that Fade and with that Yoru to work in conjunction. You just cannot... You cannot go in too quickly to anywhere he might be because he's so willing to disrespect you and walk down on the extremities.
I think that a good job that G2 have been making and measuring the distances that they're given and how much they're investing, not only in utility-wise, but also the bodies that they're putting onto side. We saw it yesterday. I think it works very, very well. And again, to me, is the layers that are going to be stopping Texture on the other side. That Vice, Leaf, playing there with the performance that he had yesterday, he's going to have an easy time, at least in my opinion, replicating that.
Here we go. What's up?
Hoping to see more from the rookies here for Gen.G.
Yeah.
Obviously,
without a doubt.
Texture started on a rough map, but both Ash and Foxy9, not really a rookie in his book, but still, I think has to prove himself globally. Those two guys were paramount in Gen.G, making it this far already. They need to be themselves on this map.
Yeah, nothing out of the ordinary here for either team. You see those double smokes coming in for G2 Esports, so they're going to probably lock in that Omen, but you know Valon's barking at the troops, letting them know what's really good before they start this matchup here. But yeah, I mean, my eyes immediately Kukuka get drawn to Texture and that Neon. And also, I'm curious to see, as we had mentioned previously, how those rookies are going to set up, because this is it. You lose this, your tournament is done, you're out of here.
Yeah, exactly. So in this case, I would be more looking at Munchkin and Valin. We heard a very good speech coming in from Valin. The pressure is on Gen.G. There's the ones that have been performing, and everything could be done in a matter of 2 days for them. Right now, with all the momentum that G2 had over that Lotus, where, let's be honest, they dominated Gen.G, they have all the ingredients to put this in 2-0 fashion. And also looking at them, again, starting from the defense, I expect to see more of the same that we saw in the first map. Jogamo, if they start snowballing, just getting in that operator early and having a lot of impact on the team.
Well, Gen.G is in a spot that we did not think possible. They're facing elimination. They have to force a map 3 Toronto. Let's get some energy as we send it over to your casters, Brent and Sideshow.
Exactly right, it's all on the line. Gen.G, they have the home territory of Haven, their own map pick, but are up against a G2 squad that are raring to go. Valin in rare form himself as well, getting morale up for the troops. They want to take this one, they want to take this one cleanly.
I love the fact that Valin said we want to change the narrative here today, because I do think the narrative has shifted massively. Coming into this tournament, G2 were the de facto #1 seed. If you asked anybody who the most sensible pick to win the tournament would be, it'd be G2. And yet, some of that confidence seems to have dissipated. Gen.G going for a fast play, paranoia onto Valin, taking a bit of damage there.
Yeah, just near-sighted for a little bit, stepping back into the Nano Swarm here. Front A control. A short, a long, Gen.G have it. Waiting for their time to strike.
Munchkin walking up, clearing Trent's position.
Oh my goodness!
Going for the right click.
Yeah.
That's devious.
And heads up as well, just to really be diligent clearing that angle.
That looks like anti to me, because Trent was holding that position a ton.
A lot.
Now, Jorg is containing them in spawn. So G2 can still keep 3 players on A and be very confident about this.
We'll see if it's Gen.G to get put into the blender through the smoke. In through short, double up with a crossfire. There's a lot that needs to be dealt with. Util flying forwards, and so are the bullets. Gen.G are not going to be denied this chance. Grabbing access to the A site, grabbing a plan indeed, and Jorgamo, despite the incredible form he's been in, this would have to be an absolute world-class miracle. He's brought it into 1v3, but they know his location. And Texture is even wrapping behind. Ashton Caron looking to double up here. A lot to clear if your Jorg flash overhead. It's going to signal that things are to come, and Jorgamo is going to be dropped. Pistol round win for Gen.G is a fantastic beginning. They needed this.
Yeah, I think it's a particularly good beginning because it showcases an awareness of how G2 have been playing this map, despite the fact that we've barely seen G2 play with this composition. This is a brand new comp that they've only brought out here for Toronto, and yet Gen.G already is super aware that they want to be fighting tight crossfires. They're not putting a lot of focus on kind of backside behind default positions. They knew that Trent was going to tuck up close, and then I think it was Jonah P did exactly the same, and both times Gen.G were aware. Already anticipating an eco round play, where G2 might be facing that mid window. Slide across.
Yeah, triple face it early with Guardians and a rifle.
Yeah, and Gen.G actually doing a bit of disrespect here too. Munchkin and Foxy9 only bringing pistols into this round, which against a team that can force quite a lot.
I was about to mention it, that deep A lobby control. G2 are walking all the way up, but it was watched for.
Yeah, I mean, Munchkin's just spamming into the smoke, isn't he?
Yeah. Jonah P handed the perfect line, but a double face in the end. There's too much to overcome, so Gen.G now turn up the pace a little bit. Starting to get a bit of a move on. Leaf looking for a timing of his own. Rooted into the back of the site, trying to take a timing pass as Util. He's just spotted the bodies out. Foxy9 will be the savior. And this should just be closed shut case for Gen.G.
See who wants to build up their ultimate. I mean, prioritizing Foxy9 potentially here would be a good idea. He's already got the pistol in hand as well, so he could go and chase this, see if he can grab another one. Gen.G with a very clean start to this map, and that's exactly what they needed. They just went down so early, almost without a fight at the start of Lotus. But we saw them start to get back into the game, and they do feel like they are at least shooting back, sharp.
Shadows traveling.
Not willing to go out of the tournament in easy fashion. Nobody chasing as well, looking for this kill onto Valen. So an ult orb denied. But Gen.G, they keep the 3 rifles that they bought into this round, and they're going to be able to buy up 2 more, so, or at least 1 more. So this is going to be pretty dangerous bonus round here that you've got to imagine the Gen.G coaches have got a specific game plan for.
Hefty purchase for them.
Gen.G love doing kind of fake pressure. Take Garage early on and allow Munchkin to be the playmaker. His lurks through A are diabolically good.
Going to be another face in mid. Jorgamo is going to be at least meeting them, 2 of them facing, and are they going to be expecting this? I didn't see it in the last round. Here it is, glide to the side, taking that fight out. Why? Jorgamo, only the 1.
He does well to get 1.
Which is crazy enough when you're facing that many players.
And here's that A lurk.
Munchkin disrespecting, taking liberties. It's a core part of the way that Gen.G play, is making sure that Munchkin can get those lurks off.
He's found this timing, hasn't he? Trent is jiggle peeking the angle, thinking that he's got information. If anybody was to cross short, he doesn't realize that Munchkin's already here.
Yeah, now the IGL calling for the team to get into position. The Prowler's good. Connection there. Trent with the jump spot gets the info he was looking for. Now there's 3 players of G2 here. They could put up a stand, but instead grouping up for the re-clearance.
G2 with a nice read. Recognizing the Munchkin's over here, and it's been quiet on the rest of the map, but they're playing B and C for full retake.
Paladin connect. Leaf has been inserted, though. Deeper position indeed. That's a critical one. You've cleared up A short now. A lot of the bite out of this A hit is going to be removed, and Snakebite just forcing the issue. Texture could have gone backwards, but instead chose to take the fight.
Just felt forced. His hand there. Gen.G got to be starting to realize that G2 have been stacking A really heavily and very quickly in these rounds.
30 seconds left.
Despite the fact that Gen.G came away with the win on the pistol, everybody from G2 was there.
28 seconds, roughly. It's ticking down now at this point, 20 to work with.
Revealing area.
He's the side that they're going to be looking towards. Still, it's a 2v4. That means risky business here for Gen.G. They're going to have to But the guns and bodies on the line, I think, to try and stand a chance for this one. The horns barely broken. Ash is going to be connected, rooted down into the spot, but no one's watching! Oh my! 2 dropped in the blink of an eye, but still all managed in the end by G2.
Got dangerous there for a moment, though, didn't it? An opportunity for Gen G to win. G2 maintaining composure and dealing with that final player. Only 2 rifles survived that, though. It's a cool idea that we're seeing. But I do think Munchkin's a smart enough player to realize that G2 are putting massive focus on this A stack and A defense.
Yeah.
They're not playing A for retake in any of these rounds.
And a heavy premium on re-clearing A short.
Yeah, so I would imagine you do a little bit of A pressure, and Munchkin's going to be smart enough to realize that's opening up B and C massively. This time, though, looking like they want to pressure Garage early on.
A new beginning. Viper Wall is just one more element to really try and get past here. Deep Haunt alongside the Flash.
We've seen G2 go for this play before. Put up the Viper Wall, Flash Haunt through it. See if you can catch people as they're about to enter Garage. But Gen G had a passive start to this round.
Yeah, patient.
Very cautious.
Perhaps anticipating it, actually. If they've done their research and their homework.
Yeah, super possible. And Ash still has this drone, which is a great tool for setting up texture for this opening kill.
Valen. They'll look to try and put a stop to this one. A lot of pressure into Garage. Wall still up and Jorgamo walkabouts once more. So many players waiting on the other side. And the timing just not, Core Force opposed, just not ready for it. Jonapi was in control of the wall in that spot, and that means the go button called for. Gen G are forwards. Trent not accounted for. Still, onto the high ground. Caron sets himself up and sets his team up nicely, but the snake bite is going to be putting a pause to the plans. Gen G have got to get a few more bodies in here because G2 have them surrounded. Still at high ground angle. Caron getting amazing value, but here's G2. From all sides of things, they come out swinging. Foxy 9 in a 1v2. Damage done to Jonah P. A bullet to the chest will do him in. The spike is retrievable, but only 14 seconds to work with the time pressure. He's going to have to commit to the B plant. Jonah P isolated, but the timing gets the worst of it. Jonah P gives him a bullet to the temple.
I really like the way that G2 have changed around their compositions. We didn't talk about it too much, but on Lotus, it was a massive change of comp that I think led to that dominant first half. And here, though it's not specifically against Gen G that they've altered this composition, it has changed the way they've played a lot. I mean, they're no longer playing, they're playing a flood, just a ton more. The snakebite there to put pressure onto the plant, and then they're through, they're in, trading out. Valen swings, Jonah P comes back in behind him, grabs 2. G2 are applying a lot of pressure onto Gen G as they're trying to get the spike down.
Spam offered up on either way. Trent gets the better of it. Gen G going to be grouping up now. This is the weaker buy for them.
And after a pretty good start to this map, this is where perhaps mental fragility is going to be a talking point. G2 trying to defend Garage control. They do have Thorns, they have Flash, they have tons of different tools here for Leaf to stay in control of Garage, or at least re-clear if they lose it.
And now just the Flash. Popped off, doesn't get the acknowledgement that there's players in there. Gen G take that timing. Slipping in, Leaf has to be cautious if he wants to try and take this fight here and now. In that deep C position, Jorgamo cemented. That's going to be pivotal when this hit starts to come through. Leaf is just raring to go, man. He's just spamming through the smoke, trying to take that timing past him. And he's still not to be dissuaded. Sticks around and plays his life. Jorgamo now going to be taking a peek at his own. Fights to be taken on every single angle. Crunching Gen G in their space.
Gen G are getting dismantled here. The light weaponry isn't even the problem necessarily in this round. But Gen G just got funneled into Garage. Leaf was happy to give it up. Trent actually, after getting this kill, he re-cleared A long with a horn, got full info down there, and Jorgmo's got full info down C long. So they know that all 5 players are coming through Garage. I mean, maybe there could be like one B lurk, but apart from that, they know 100% where everyone is. The macro game is getting dominated right now by G2.
It's how you have to play against a team like Gen G. when they do play so lurk heavy with the Viper comp as well, Munchkin loves to take those timings. So you're seeing the game plan. G2, all the emphasis being placed on re-clearing, information gathering, deep positions that they can place players into to make the calling that much easier. Looking towards Garage. Shock dart, there were no thorns there to receive this.
If you've done your homework and you know that Leaf has this flash here, I mean, they've literally heard it. So you know that there's a period of time now where they're not going to be able to flash to re-clear information in Garage. So if you can go and take it, G2 have got to be worried about it. So now the smoke comes up. Now G2 have got to be a little bit concerned. And this really is where Munchkin could try to activate on his A-lurk. He's just dodged a Prowler.
There's pressure on his shoulders. 3-2. It's a narrow margin in terms of the way that G2 are winning, but they're up a map. Haunt breaks it. It's going to reveal it. Inserted himself there into A-long, and Munchkin's gone. Jorgamo.
They've got such great game plans for dealing with this. They know exactly how Gen.G are playing.
And they're just drawing the blood out of these Gen.G bodies. One step at a time. No fancy re-clearing protocols, just really just offering themselves up to try and take it. And now Gen.G, less than 30 seconds left.
And they look a little lost.
Yeah.
I mean, what is the game plan here? It's just probably going to end up being a save. They don't even look like they want to go for it. They are losing massively in terms of the macro game here.
10 seconds left.
They've put so much emphasis for months now, actually, with different variations of these compositions, on Munchkin being able to crack open A on his own.
God.
And G2 are hyper aware of it. They know that Munchkin has to take timings based on Trent's utility. He can't walk into a Prowler or a Haunt, so he has to be trying to take the timings between those pieces of util. And then they're so ready for it. Yeah. Jorgamo pushing up short, catching him on the backstab as he has to retreat after the Haunt is thrown. And really, Gen.G's game plan there was to go and try to put pressure Garage and force G2 to re-clear it. And then, all right, you know that there's 2-3 people from G2 re-clearing Garage. They didn't even bother. No. They were just happy to give it up because they knew exactly what was happening. They knew it was fake. Brutal how much currently Valen is inside Munchkin's head. And the Gen.G coach is forced to take this tactical timeout to redress the massive gap at the moment that's burgeoning.
It's a 2-round lead for now, but you've got to get that fire back, that passion in your bellies to know that you're capable of going a distance and going far. Even against a team like G2, you need game plans to do it for now. Getting outplayed, as we've already mentioned.
And you might think, all right, well, what about if you just do something fast? What about a fast C pop or a B pop? The problem is you might run into the Vice Wall. Yeah. You don't know where it is. There's 3 good spots for the Vice Wall. If it's going to be either at C main, it's going to be in the middle of Garage, or it's going to be at the front of B. And you can't afford to run into it. Because if you do, that's probably a fast round just getting melted. And then if you try to go quick over towards A, well, that's where G2 are playing usually 3 bodies. And you're running into kind of potentially a snake bite or a seize or, you know, something that's going to lock you in the choke. So it's really tough to increase the tempo.
It's going to get even harder. Jonah P. That's a pit earned up, lays this one down over towards C.
And you can see in this round that that Vice Wall is in Garage. So a flash, trying to keep Gen.G honest.
Deeper position.
They are going to walk up, though, and at least be able to bait the wall out this time.
Drone is here. They finally spot it. The wall's just trying to get baited out. A bit of jump spotting for it. Thorns are deaded.
So now you could back up and go into a B exec because you know the Vice Wall isn't there. There is a little bit of freedom now for Gen.G, but C is tough with Jonah P's ult.
Still, Jonah P's now worried about his back because they've put that pressure into Garage and removed the util, and Gen.G looking in a different direction.
Recon back in 2.
Yep, grouping up now for the pop. We're going to see it happen. Texture is going to be the tip of the spear. No players anchoring on site for G2. All up and over. Stun through main.
Last time G2 flooded. They didn't play a set retake. They were ready to fight. This time, though, they don't really have players in position.
Breaking a bit of the util. There's ults to be used for G2 if they want to try and play this one. The retake, and here's the first one, Dimensional Drift. Jorgamo is going to be getting information. Spots it out into the smoke, trying to body block Texture. It's going to be collided there, at least with the Nightfall. It's going to be scattering forwards. Caron What the hell has he got there? Texture eliminating, trying to eviscerate a bit more, yet he's put down entirely.
Sova ult.
Leaf sticking, Sova only to get value is half onto the defuse already, and Trent is taken out. Munchkin delivering a death blow. 2 for it. Leaf has earned himself win cons potentially, but time is ticking in a 1v3. Good luck to you.
This is
off onto the edge. Doesn't stick it. He's looking for the fight, and Munchkin will give him it.
A good round there coming out of the tactical timeout for Gen G. They were forced to call an audible after they ran into the Vice wall in Garage. I don't think that would have been the initial game plan that the coaches called, but a nice adaptation from Munchkin. And Karen here, I think he was just ulting to try to escape away from that dimensional drift. It was a Yoru ult paranoia play that G2 were trying to cook up on the retake, and he ends up kind of evacuating and catching somebody. That's a big one, an important one for Gen G. But now Jorgamo with an operator, and he was doing nasty, nasty stuff on Lotus.
Yeah, phenomenal work. Has to take the timing a bit more passive though, because Texture lays down it, but it's just a half clearance. In for a short, deals with him. Shorty in the back pocket.
And then set up by Fade Utility to re-clear and get onto an angle.
Posted back up, trying to take that swing. That's Valo going down though. This should be the C side cracked open.
Enormous impact kill from Foxy9 on the entry. And they have Munchkin's ult to be able to work with.
Viper's Pit even being committed. Thorns to tangle them up. Leaf wants to try and take this fight forwards! When it just reduced down to the side arms. Even expecting where Karen could be, Leaf is just absolutely monstrous. Munchkin still alive. Pit will remain, but for how much longer? Not at all.
You thought that Foxy9 had created the opening for Gen G. He gets in, barrels over Valin, a pit down on the side. And yet Leaf, constant thorn in the side, rips away all of the weaponry and charges through like a bull in a china shop. They are trying to rewrite the narrative today and get back to when people were putting not just respect but fear on the G2 name.
Yeah, a team that you do not want to run into at any stage of the tournament.
Karen's come into this round with just a ghost. They're half buying even though 4 of them have weapons. That's weird.
It is weird. They have money still. It's an odd situation to be in. Could buy for the next round, potentially. But they're just struggling to deal with the setup defensively. Munchkin, though, that's a critical kill.
What a shot.
The drone even spotting it off into the corner. Leaf will have to get the hell out of there. Munchkin walking around. Even Trent himself just... No, Util used to clear that one. This is a game of timings that Munchkin has one out, finally.
The spike drop, though. The spike dropped in window.
What is occurring there?
Ash in a really exposed position, and that's going to slow everything down, but I don't think G2 are going to have the timing to be able to get back into A before the plant comes down. No. Problem is, Leaf's just really far back.
4v3. They're just walking straight into it. That operator has exchanged hands, and this time, G2 feeling the ire of it. Texture, it's no slouch.
He almost missed the timing, but hits the quick scope.
He's in though. Past this one. A lot of angles to account for though. He needs some backup from Leaf, and they call for the 3-2-1 swing. Good movement from Karen. Almost went wrong for them. But he offset the aim of Jonah P. Leaf's just going to tuck himself in. We've seen him win a clutch from this spot before, but it very much different circumstances against Gen G situation with the spike ticking in the way that it is. Yeah, he has to give this one up finally. Gen G going to be happy with this one, and finally the IGL of Munchkin getting value on his lurks.
Yeah, mostly just set up because he hit a blinder of a shot onto Jorgamo. And to be fair, Jorg does miss, even though that's the exact fight that Jorg was looking for. So, you know, crosshair placement's not perfect. He's on a bit of an open spot here. But he misses one operator shot, and that's the only opening that Munchkin needs. Trent hoping that Munchkin wasn't taking the fastest timing in the world. And Josh RT, by the look of it, expects perfection, because despite the fact that Gen G still look like they're struggling to get into this game, G2 have taken attack time out here.
Yeah.
Already looking to make changes and mix things up with 3 rounds left to play in this half.
You can feel how important those last remaining rounds really are. Gen G just trailing ever so slightly. But respect on their name. They can catch up. They can put up the numbers and they can put you all the way down to that third map. That's what they're hoping for here, and that's why, as you said, Josh RT calling that timeout, hitting the button.
And I think one of the things he might be mentioning here is that Munchkin is conditioned to play quite slowly on the lurk. Now, I did just say that he took a fast timing, but that was after he'd already killed Jorg.
Yeah.
Right? At the beginning of the rounds, he's going to be playing fairly passively in A lobby because he's respecting the fact that Jorg could be there with a shorty, Trent could be throwing prowlers and stuff like that. So G2 might not have to worry so much about A at the very beginning of the rounds, and they're actually swapping Leaf over to defend that. So it will be a more passive setup on the A side. Josh calling a pretty big pivot. And there is potential for that same Flash Haunt kind of set play. Because Gen G taking a bit of garage control early.
Yeah, just trying to force out where the util was. And we know that Leaf has set up shop in a different place.
Already, though, that Prowler is going to tell them that something's different.
Yeah.
If Trent is over on garage, where is the Vice? And also, who's defending A? These are the kind of questions that Munchkin's going to be thinking.
Karen's position holding anti-flash just in case G2 go for that fast play. The Haunt and the flash, of course, the Haunt used prior. Sees as the drone is going to be clearing most of the way. That's a tag through the smoke. Got to respect that. Trent's got to back away. Could get wallbanged.
Yeah, that's pretty big. I'm wondering if they're going to lead with Foxy9's ultimate, but it doesn't look like it. It looks like they're going to pop.
If they're going to be, they're going to be troubled. I think Jorgamo is tucked close to the corner. Nice and tight. Great trade by Ash.
They still have
the opening in the entry.
They still have Foxy9's ult.
You should run.
Here it is. Lockdown going to be used. After the fact here, G2. Do you take this one fast or do you wait this one out?
You got to wait it out. You got to respect it.
On the clock. Leaf's taking pot shots, hoping that he can potentially get a kill or two.
Oh, Valen using his ult to dodge it. Is he going to cancel that one? Oh, he got detained.
Detained. Maybe
that's
missed the timing on it.
Yeah, he missed the timing on that one quite badly.
And through the back though, they knew that position was accounted for, so Karon's going to be taken out. Still a 3v3 G2. Making a move on now. Time's ticking. So is the Spike TP up towards our top, trying to offset this one. Great movement. Foxy9 still alive, playing his life. Dart towards the side. Ash tries to avoid capture. It's a gun that needs to be picked up, but he realizes it now. Trent. Not enough time to work with it. Gen G, they bring it level.
Great recovery in this half from Gen G. Looked like they were down and out at one point after they got a good start on the pistol. But a couple of these rounds, the set plays, garage control into the B exit has been working. That's been the thing that's been getting them the most of these rounds. And it allows them to play these offsite post plants that are pretty drilled. Munchkin sat all the way back. Player in Cubby. Ash deserves credit in that round as well for hitting some really important shots, including the trade onto Jorg. And G2, their economy is finally shot.
Gen G roaring in those replays. You can see how much this meant for them. Jorgamo. Walkabouts through mid. Llama going to be broken. It's going to be signaling that there is that deep push going. And what's the reaction from Gen G? They want to go fast. They're going to be contending with all that Vice util. Well, not anymore. Leaf's gone. All going to be quite useless onto the side here. Another timing to be taken by Jorgamo. He's inside the smoke, and he might be inside their heads. Going for it, trying to reset that one. It's a flood attempt, G2. Already in through the back and clearing out the site.
Spike down A.
They're just ridiculous on these eco rounds. Jorg pulled all of the pressure towards him, and Foxy9's got it all to do.
That rifle still snaps towards it, has the angles, finds the kills. Into the 1v1, Jonah P doesn't know where he is. Tap, trying to bring him out into the open. But the timing miss once more.
So snappy from Foxy9, he almost managed it. But G2 close things out in their 3v1 and win the MasterCard Thrifty. They're just... The play from Jorg is absolutely perfect, just to pull eyes. Look at that, that's a free kill for Valen as he runs back in onto Munchkin, who's spamming back into the smoke. The flood is perfectly timed off that anchor pressure from Jorg. And he's got his head in his hands. He knows he should have been able to win that one. Could have been Gen G taking the lead back.
A lot of spam, a lot of pressure. Gen G trying to clear. Bit of garage control. The setup has adjusted once more for G2, but it's the final round, this first half.
And broadly speaking, I mean, Gen.G have been getting their success from garage pressure into B-pops. So I'm wondering whether G2 are actually ready for that. I mean, the Vice wall has changed. We now have a Vice wall over towards the front of B. And Gen.G haven't really been threatening front B and trying to bait that out. It's a tough one, because you need to be smoking both sides before you bait it.
Down to the minute mark. Drone re-clearance. If they're tracking the money, they're going to know that Jorgamo has that operator available if he chooses to invest into it, which he has. He's got control of C long. Trent gets acknowledgement from the Prowler.
10 seconds until a Haunt as well.
Pressure in through Garage. That's a kill onto Leaf, and that might just change the game plan entirely. They were looking to go in a different direction. Jorgamo
what a shot.
Gives them second thoughts.
30 seconds left.
Pins Munchkin to the wall with that one. They still want to go forwards, and now moving into B. There's 25 seconds left into this round.
But no Vice wall.
Moving forwards now. To stun onto the left side. Holding your ground down, Jonah P! Wrangles controlling the rifle. And the dreams and hopes of Gen.G are scattered to the wind here.
10 seconds left.
Playing with them.
Jorg finishes it off, and a beautiful opener, but the 3 kills in the middle from the hometown hero, who's at the top of the scoreboard for G2. And Valin has inspired this team to feel like they are accessing that underdog mentality again. It's a slim lead at the half for G2, but the game plans have all been working well.
One enemy. 10 seconds left.
I don't really like committing to things. I'm scared. But when Verizon announced that I could lock in a low price for 3 years, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Can you hear me now?
Old school.
Here we are, Gen.G, the ones staring down the barrel of defeat. And all the pressure on the shoulders of Munchkin as an IGL to try and come up with the goods, a pistol round idea, a strategy to make it potentially even, to just hold on, I think, to their hopes of making a difference. The Coinbase Econ report, you can see the numbers relatively even as things go, but this is a game that is tenuous here. G2 are in the driving seat. Gen.G, the ones that need to put up or shut up and go home.
They were the team that said they would win 2-0 today. I mean, some of that's bluff and bluster, obviously. I mean, they're down to talk some smack, but also that was what happened the last time these two teams faced. Despite the fact that G2, maybe you could have argued, were favored at Shanghai. Here, I think a pretty even game. And yet it's Gen.G potentially on the chopping block. And the fashion in which they lost in the upper bracket, legendary. Yeah. Up 9-3 on the first map, up 8-4 at the half on the second map. And I wonder if that's done something to rattle them a little bit. Because we haven't seen the same passion, maybe a bit of whimsy from Gen.G.
No.
It's looked tense, it's looked difficult for them.
Yeah, not the same smiles.
And they've never really gotten into a flow. Every half, even this one, that was fairly competitive, was stop and start.
Well, it needs to be a better beginning, Gen.G. They've been almost a statistical anomaly with the amount of pistol rounds they've been winning overall. They'd love to keep that one going here.
They got the first on Haven, and they're walking down mid now.
They're going to meet it. It's a clash of the players, and the bloodbath is called for here with a paranoid sweeping forwards. Trent snaps forwards and Munchkin The bullets the entire clip emptied out and damage done. Finally a kill claimed. It's 3 for him.
But look at Jonah P. Again, he's managed to work his way through.
There's
no way he's expected.
Back, and the damage done. His players are weakened. Caron snaps 180. Keeps the hopes up and keeps the dream alive of a pistol round win. The timing. Trent out of the smoke, and it's a guessing game for where this last player could be here. Looking for it, and he's just missed it. Ash and Caron combine their might towards the end here. A pistol round win. Another one added into the tally, and they want to keep this momentum forward now. They want to keep it going.
Massively important pistol here for Gen G. And the question is, do G2 force? They didn't get a spike plant. They got quite a lot of kills. These are the kind of spots where normally we aren't seeing G2 start to force here at Masters Toronto. That 3K from Munchkin is everything. Just when we were talking about how he needs to be playing an immaculate game. Now, you guys didn't see it at home, but G2 were thinking about forcing. Some of them bought Stingers, then sold them again. And the end result is it's only Jorg with one in his hand.
A mistake or not too sure.
I don't think it is either. I think he did it very late. I think that was part of the game plan.
Wall in your face makes this a difficult angle, yet okay. You can take the pot shots. Shooting fish in a barrel. There's only a few angles they can be playing from. Caron is rewarded. The drone's going to be spotting a lot of bodies there. Moving forwards, taking that A space.
G2 themselves are going to be trying to make great use out of the Viper wall, applying pressure to the A defense. Gen G are super happy to be playing these Viper v Viper situations, so I think when Gen G are on the defense side.
Util overhead. You're going to hear this one with the TP forwards, and they're taking a peek. It's a fake and a bait, yet still Texture has that composure. Shuts down 2 of the players. Waiting for it. Leaf is answered. Drop dead in his sights. Caron has got a full lockdown onto the side, and Ash gets the follow-up here. Flawless for them. Everybody surviving. The roar from the Gen G players. You can hear it from here.
Yeah, massive amounts of weaponry saved. Even, I think, 3 people not even having to rebuy the armor. So, an exceptionally clean round. G2, remember that one of the players, Jorgamo, did actually force into this. So they're going to be coming into the next round, an anti-bonus with 2 Stingers and 3 rifles.
It's a weird one.
It's a very strange one for G2.
Gen G starting to smile a little bit more, getting the whimsy back. Handshake with the util.
And once more, as soon as Texture's able to get an op online, the things he's been doing with Neon op is unbelievable.
It's disgusting.
His movement's spectacular.
One of the most active players we've got.
So G2 need to be putting up these rounds early before Texture gets that weapon.
I'm just getting a lot of trust in his aim here. He's crouched out into the open. He could be overwhelmed at a moment's notice. He's got no backup. There's the smoke zone. He gives him the timing, layers down that snake bite. Use pound for pound, slightest of angles, and he will need to respect that now. Bullets flying forwards, breaking a portion of it. High ground, Caron.
Good awareness from Leaf.
And he's knocked. Forwards though, Horn needs to be broken. Kills. Potential for it with the Bulldog though, it's not the weapon of choice. The still a blood attempt is called for. Gen G trying to get themselves in there with bodies. And more Ash! Second guesses it, finally catches onto it.
Trent.
Spike planted.
Flash into the corner, what a shot down from Ash! He's brought them a win con, he's brought them a chance here. And it brought them into the 2v2, the drone just spotting it. Tight to the corner, Leaf will have to reposition. Close together now, Texture, Ash move together as a unit, as one. Ash cannot do it all.
Leaf collects and G2 go up, but it cost them a lot. That's a pretty successful bonus round from Gen G. Think about the fact that they brought only 2 Stingers into that round, G2. I mean, 2 Stingers and 3 rifles, of course. They're going to have a pretty similar buy again. Some wonky moments in this round. Great shock dart, though, onto Trent, who was extremely weak.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
This is the round where if Gen G can win it, they might be able to think about getting the operator back up. And of course, G2's economy would be shot.
Yeah, the money's still not corrected properly here for G2.
And this is all before you even get the ults online.
dart's going to be avoided. Texture is still deep tucked onto A long.
And they're not really worried about short because Foxy9's popped his alarm bot down there.
Prowler missed. G2 are grouping up though. Texture. This is time in the sun there, but shut down.
There.
Jogamo removes him. Alarm bot broken, and now with the util sailing up and overhead, it's all going to be on Foxy9. Feels like a hit. And it will be a hit. Foxy9, how the hell do you overcome all of this one here? Still TP forwards, no trade there eventually. Going to be, it's labored in the process, but a horns on the beak is picture perfect from Trent.
That's an amazing play from Trent on his own. G2 have managed to get themselves in onto the site. I don't see a way back in for Gen G.
2v4 Ash, he's alone doing this. Munchkin, other end of the map, just going to make a go. Anticipating.
What a freebie.
In the trade, yeah, it is a free kill. There was no trade or swing from G2. Ash was almost ready for it, but this is just going to be...
I mean, Munchkin has no interest in even
no,
taking part in this.
He wasn't playing it at all.
No, he's just playing for the economy here. This was a really pivotal round. If Gen G had been able to win it, you're expecting that they start to get the economy really snowballing. And Texture could have got that up. Now, though, with G2 coming away with a victory, they stabilize the attacking economy. No more stingers for them. And Gen G, it's the Korean team that's going to be going towards the bargain buy.
Here.
Very back and forth.
Don't miss.
2-round lead. Steady for G2. The emphasis still placed on Gen G, I think, to come up with a response to stay alive in this tournament. It's elimination. And a loss here means a 5th, 6th exit out of the tournament. Not what they were hoping for. Not what they were wishing when everybody was singing their praises earlier on in the tournament.
I mean, they looked utterly dominant early on. And part of the reason was Texture. He's only got a Sheriff now, looking to try to defend C.
Bit of posturing from G2. They don't see too many signs of life, but walking up here. God, and that's just a Sheriff diff.
God, what a shot. No, they both had rifles there.
Yeah.
That was a
rifle.
A 140
with a Phantom.
With aim punch, and Jorgamo somehow managed to land the headshot still. On a crazy off angle too. I mean,
ridiculous adjustment.
Munchkin is really favored there. It's a weird angle.
Cover going out.
Rifle reclaimed at least.
Could be a blessing in disguise as well, yeah, because Texture actually gets the rifle on into his hands, and if anybody's going to carry them through this defense half, it's Texture who's been one of the front runners at this tournament for MVP. But crashing out in 5th or 6th didn't look like it was on the cards for Gen G. They're only 4 rounds away from that being a reality, though. Texture has got to rewrite history.
And all the pressure falling onto his shoulders here. Dodging the flash Nightfall, though. He's going to have everything cut away. Got to rely on the raw aim. Got to rely on the mechanics. It's just the one. Foxy9 inserted, sees them, but just misses it with a crosshair placement. G2 are overwhelming. It's an onslaught that they deliver onto the site. With the money in the state that it is, Ash can't even attempt it.
Texture getting one. I think Foxy9 should be doing slightly better from that position, but he really did only have the Sheriff. G2 going up to a comfortable lead here. And it's Gen G's economy that, again, is going to be on the rocks.
सब्सक्राइब कर दो भाई चैनल को जो जो देख रहे हो.
Yeah. Jorgamo, he can play for an ult orb in the next round, and then you've got one of the best attacking ults to try to take space, take information, increase tempo. Gen G are going to find it hard-pressed to deal with that, especially if it's used over towards C, like through Garage, for example. Scout out what the Garage defense looks like, find out where the C player is, hit them with a paranoia. These kind of combos are just so powerful.
It's heartbreaking right now for Gen G. These rounds are just, it feels like they're just bleeding out slowly over time. Plays like this, kills like this. I mean, it's an insane adjustment by Jorgamo.
It's a special shot, and the crouch is excellent too.
30 seconds left.
Texture is going to get his op online here, Brent.
Yeah, certainly is.
And he's going to look for a peek in this next round down towards short. That's exactly where all 5 players of G2 are.
Time to get active. You're losing the map and you're losing the series and you're losing your lifeline in this tournament. Gen G. Got to put up a response here and now. G2 not shy, making all the noise in the world over towards A.
How is Texture actually getting an opportunity here? He got blocked off by the Thorns from the Vice.
Knocked off. He's hard committed now onto the one angle. Doggmo cleared out. Thrown there. We'll respect it.
So this might allow Texture, if he's bold, to get back up onto the A-long angle. You don't know that it's clear, so he's tentative here. But once he gets posted, it's good information for Gen G.
He's easing up. We'll have to worry about the Viper wall if it gets pushed up into his face. G2, we're going exploring now elsewhere. Through mid. Thorns into garage. Feels like many things here, but the pressure's now on Munchkin once more. Smoke, it's a weird one.
I mean, it's to smoke off the alarm bot and threaten a B-lurk, but Munchkin looks at it and he's like, well, that's a fake, 100% of the time.
And back into Texture.
Here.
He's been in the MVP running and he's got to show it here. And now the shot just misses. Glides straight past. Valen's very lucky.
30 seconds left.
Result of it.
They're leaving, they're going back towards garage.
Straight into it. Foxy9 now. His turn to be the playmaker, but he's going to be hearing potentially some signs of life. Calling for a TP all the way through. Valen's clearing close. Foxy9, he's missed the timing. He's trying to get close up forwards into them. He's catched it. Tries down by the ankle. Traces it out anyway to flood in. Gen G trying to get a move on. Being shut down entirely. Door slapped in their face, but there's no time left. And they're going to collect these kills. Is there time to plant? Not quite. Gen G got it.
That's absurd. Ashy wins the round, and Jonah even committed the ult.
Oh my goodness.
That's mad. I mean, we've got to see a replay of that, but I think that was literally milliseconds. I had no idea whether or not they were getting that plant down in time.
Holding my breath on that one. What was the timing on it? And like you said as well, Jonah P committing the pit.
They thought they had it. A Red Bull clutch, technically. Yeah, I mean,
yes,
a sliver.
Barely missed. Big loss here for G2, but a massive win for Gen G. Only trailing by 2. Dimensional Drift committed, along with the TP. Spotting out Munchkin here. Ping's happening. Trying to follow up forwards here. This is Foxy9 playing once more inside that smoke, but he's vulnerable. Nana Swarm, there's a judge in his hands, and he still gets the better of it. Picks up the gun, and evacuation called for G2.
The whole game plan there was just to try to spam off Jorgamo's information. Munchkin, he took a ton of damage, but now they're going back into Charon.
Charon hard committed. Repositions Paranoia with a jump spot. Not to be outdone.
Feels rushed at this point from G2, doesn't it?
Yeah.
A little bit tilted, perhaps.
Gen G making him work for every inch of space. Charon! He's monstrous right now. Doesn't want to be removed. He's a line of defense for this team, and as much as you want to bait those shots out, you're not getting squat.
The tiniest of margins, milliseconds on the clock in that prior round. Feels like it could have changed the game here. G2 went for something a little quick, didn't get the value out of Jorgamo's ultimate, and then a scrambling. And it does look a little bit sloppy. Like I said, maybe a little bit tilted. Josh RT's going to take a tactical timeout here. Gen G looking like they believe again.
There's that passion. And G2 forced to take a timeout on the other side of it. As we've been mentioning,
the economy's
round
not
18,
good.
just the state of how that round ended, expending an ult. It's a tilter. You got to get your head back into the game. Now, these are tenured players at this point for G2. We're used to thinking of them as like this Ascension team, quite young up there, but they have been around the block at this point. They've been to many a global show, many global events. They have the experience to be able to weather any kind of storm, especially situations like this, but you could say the same for Gen G.
Yeah, the mental fortitude, I think, really comes through for Gen G. Josh scanning the notes. There's ult plays that they could potentially be looking towards, but it's only the Vice ult that they have. The others are a long way away from coming online. So for quite a while now, it's going to be Gen G who have the economy advantage, both in terms of weaponry and ults. It's going to require something special for G2. But Gen G do love a scrap. And if you end up getting caught by these stingers, G2 can be a very tough team. If they spot a weakness, they will swarm. And right now, eyes look set on either Garage or B. It's a bait and switch defense in Garage.
Texture lying in wait.
And Foxy9 there to bail him out.
Double scoped up. Could get overwhelmed. Swarmed. Prowler to connect. Has to really get the hell out of there. The corner was cleared here. Seeing the rotation immediately there from G2. They want to try and make moves. Munchkin is immediately there with a snake bite. That's a smoke TP play. Valen, he's in. Straight into the fray, but he's alone at the case, and he's got to use a second TP just to get the hell out.
Yeah, they didn't like the look of that one. Didn't even break the alarm bot, actually, either. And now looking to try to go back into Garage. Foxy9 is very isolated here on C.
Want to clear forwards.
He's super confident here, Foxy. He's got the turret and himself playing contact.
It's easy to get overwhelmed, especially against those stingers. A bit of spam. G2 playing it patiently. They're waiting. 37 seconds, though. It leaves you with limited options, and already the rotations are abound. Gen G reinforcing up the C site.
But no pressure over towards A at all.
Exploring for Foxy9. Will he catch the kill? Yes, he will. Almost done. Finished off here. G2 going to try and get a move on now. Bodies potentially falling. It's running and gunning from Valo. He's just trying to claim any sort of space. Munchkin dominating. Reign Supreme onto the site. You're getting a mad dash and a scurry, but Ash is going to be waiting for you. The time's not even barely there. It's knives out for Jonah. And no chance now for G2. 10-10 for Gen G here. They are pulling this back.
Even score line with everything on the line for Gen G. But I think there's a silver lining here for G2, and it's that Soveralt and Killjoy ult were both used in this round to stop an eco. You see here the ult being fired out from Ash. Foxy9 also got rid of his, and so that ult economy advantage now negated.
New beginning here for round 21. Ash is too diligent there with breaking some of the util.
Tech's just getting a free walk down C because G2 are never breaking this Killjoy turret. And it sees down C long and into the Garage.
Taking full advantage of it. Just a wall to hold him back here. Drone timing. Saw it, I believe. Yeah, the corner towards bricks. Jonah P was spotted out there. Gen G, I'm going to be budging. Pressure towards Garage, though. G2 looking for something here, and it's a spike into the hands of these players. A lot of damage. Spam through the wall.
They still haven't broken the turret. They're still convinced that Foxy9's going to be fighting them aggressively somewhere, so they don't want to show. They used a huge amount of util just to get in.
Jonah P's aware of it. Look at him trying to jump spot, but it's an off angle by Texture.
It feels like Texture's the playmaker here.
Yeah. He's trying to play ahead of all of this one here, and he needs to get this kill onto Jonah P. Surely hearing the util now sailing up and overhead. Jonah P, he's finished. And here it is. Stun ricocheting back and forth. Reinforcements here. They've arrived in time. But does Texture even need it? Charon delivering death blow after death blow. G2, 20 seconds to work with here. They call for the pause and the hesitation here. This discipline at work, G2. They spot it. The last remaining player, Ash, is left reeling, backing away. 15 seconds, and it's time enough to get the plant.
10 seconds left.
Deep position, and forward is Leaf. There was a chance there for Ash, but now down to just Texture. Spotting out the one. Was he expected? Damage done. Trent was low enough, and it's not planted.
It's a horrible plant.
Not planted for Leaf whatsoever.
Patience.
Patience. Leaf is not budging. He calls the bluff entirely. Another tap. Texture! With the movement, he still can't claim the kill. One more for good luck, but he needs to hunt down Leaf, and Leaf sees that it's not being stuck. He finds the timing again. Texture is being toyed with. Leaf has had it for breakfast.
What an unbelievably good clutch from Leaf. All with the brain. No need for the aim. Leaf knew that Texture was hunting those kills. There are certain players who are always going to be trying to fake and force a fight. And I think Leaf there just has an immaculate read. The fact he never even went for the first one. He just tucked towards B Cubby.
It's unreal game sense.
Completely confident. He looks so stupid if he's wrong as well. And yet, at 10-10, he is willing to take that risk. G2, though, despite winning the round, are actually going to be taking an eco here to make sure that they have the economy to close this map out.
G2
that's mad.
With Stingers, it is a crazy prospect. They're looking to move over towards A. Again, Snakebite, Thorns up and over. Just to deny the chance of any sort of reinforcements. Texture's there with a stun though, layers it all down. Looking to slow them down. Neutral is used. Munchkin even with a pit here. Texture, he's got the operator to work with here. G2 flooding in! Fast and loose! It's risky business. Risky business sometimes pays off, but Gen G finally getting bodies into the site. The defense intact. Jumping, peeking, trying to bait for one another. One left to stand, but Trent is toppled. 11-11, Gen G. They're not done yet.
Huge rounds flying back and forth between these two titans. But G2 deliberately managed their economy in that previous round in order to invest in this one. Was it the right play? I think, listen, that's a tough one. That's a difficult argument. But the fact of the matter is that G2 went for a soft buy, allowing Gen G, in all likelihood, to tie the game again so that they could win here. What is the game plan that Valen cooks up?
Texture. Flashing your face in a peek, that is disgusting work!
He's so fast.
It's rapid.
Trent as well, down to 30 health. Did he get legged in the middle of that too? Or
yeah, he was on top of the box. He did.
That's mad.
Damage through. G2 going to be limping through the rest of this round here, but Gen G got to be smiles from how this has started. There's an explosion out now, out towards this B site. G2 want control of this one, but a Snakebite at the feet makes it pretty hot and heavy to try and handle. Precarious at that, still sticking the plant down and now playing off site. Dangerous prospect. Munchkin is still alive and he has that wall to deny them info. The G2 are still sticking 2 players onto the side. It's up to Valen, Jorgamo. Can they deliver any sort of kills inside the wall? It's a timing with the dart. It's a great tag. Jorgamo is gone to the dust and to the mud with him. Valen has to be that next player in, but perfectly baited once more. And there's that wall, smoked up, facing it up. Every single player from Gen G putting up the challenge. They found that 12th round.
Map point here for Gen G. Winning 5 out of the last 6. Forcing G2's economy down, getting huge value out of the operator.
There it is.
And skewering those G2 players at the start. That is such impact from Texture early. 22 kills, by the way. I feel like he had a bit of a slow beginning as well, even on this map. As soon as you get him on the defense side, though, especially with an op in his hands, he's a monster, he's a nightmare.
And one more is all it takes for Gen G to extend this play and stand a chance of staying here in Toronto.
Their economy's just been so much better this entire half. G2 constantly messing around with Stingers, Guardians, Bulldogs, not a single player with a proper rifle. And Gen G have got the right read, 3 players defending A.
So much trust in aim for Foxy9. 80 gets stopped. He's out in the open there, but G2 moving over towards A. It's a Nightfall to set them up. Snakebite's going to be used reactively. Prowler's going to be broken, and Ash is trying to play tight, tuck to the corner. A bit of spam just catching Jorgamo into the leg. He's able to get himself out of there. The weaponry, just a touch on even that. G2 are working with scraps here to try and bring this to OT. Gen G more than in the driving seat. Taking a fight forwards, and there's that Stinger. Can't hold a candle, not against the rifle in the hands of Kieron.
And this looks scrambled from G2. They can't exactly figure out where they want to go. They're threatening like it could be a C split and looking for the B pop. All on Munchkin, no Snakebite.
All in your face inside the smoke. He wants to dominate this angle nice and early. It's going to be dropping down, faced with multitude. It's evened out and traded out, but still that player advantage is there.
He legged
Texture, legged it. Damage done, but he's out to the side and he's looking all over the bloody place. He needs help and he needs a bailout. Foxy9 just can't wrangle it. Leaves it to Leaf though in a 1v2 and Gen G. This is it, the impetus, the moment, the turning point. It's theirs, and well bloody earned.
The mental fortitude, the tenacity and grit from Gen G to be able to still believe and keep their hopes alive here in Toronto. That's an incredible map. Back and forth and ground out a 13-11 victory to force us into map 3.
but it's always a surprise. Well, it's always a surprise.
And you already know we had to come out here with the people because, folks, we're going to map 3! Holy moly, what a game we just witnessed. 13-11 scoreline. Gen.G picks up the dub. G2 scrambling to figure out what they're going to do as we get ready for map 3. Here, of course, Golden Boy alongside Kukuka and Mimi. We want to break it down for y'all with the people because we love you all so much. Thank you, Toronto, for your energy. Let's talk about this game here, guys.
Yep.
What did my eyes just witness? Because my heart can't take it.
Yeah, definitely. Gen.G bringing it back. We saw a G2 with very clear ideas on how to play this map, but the Viper versus Viper sometimes ends up in this spot where timings are extremely crucial, extremely important, and there were so many things working sometimes in favor of Gen.G. We had the pistol rounds, that crazy diffuse.
And I want to talk about the first half, because G2 came in with a really good read. The casters are talking about it. Munchkin's whole idea on this map is solo lurking A off of this Viper wall. You see here, he's walked all the way up long, but G2 are going to send in a re-clear play and be able to punish him there with Jojimo going through short. Gen.G, though, after losing him there a couple times, make an adaptation and instead start showing this look where they're defaulting into garage basically every round. Well, G2 is still putting most of their forces into heavy fighting for A. With that, they managed to get themselves into B post plants 2 rounds in a row, and that's what turned this game back into their control. They won a couple more rounds on attack and then had an incredible second half to win this out.
And we had very numerous rounds, very in the G2 style of one leaf clutching rounds. Gen.G with a texture that is extremely scary and needs to be avoided wherever he is in the map. Many things, again, keeping these match up close. When we look at the number, yes, texture was up there. But as Mimi, as you were saying, in the first half, Jogimo was that man for G2.
Yeah, Jaw was so good. Again, going back onto the Yoru here, but second half was a bit of a different story there. He was dying first on a lot of these entries. Gen.G had great ideas on how to punish it. And again, Bea, it's one of these maps where they're showing this Viper comp and how strong it is, especially on these flood retakes with that wall up.
Yeah, and we're speaking about things that are keeping this close. Gen.G, we know that throughout the tournament, they've been very good at pistols. Getting 2 in this map was crucial because the rifle rounds for G2 were looking pretty good right from the get-go. But Gen.G, with this stress that they have for every single one of the matches, they come prepared with new ideas, but still the same kind of effectiveness.
Yeah, it was just incredible to see how Gen.G were adapting on the fly, but also, I mean, this really was a heavyweight slugfest here, right? We were seeing guys take left hooks, right hooks, uppercuts all over the place.
Look at Munchkin here.
I mean, this is exactly what you want to see, and this is exactly how much it means to these two teams to be able to fight and get to that top 4, because that's what they're fighting for, Mimi. They're fighting for top 4. Not even at the grand finals, and this is a final caliber matchup.
Absolutely. The last time we had this matchup, it was for the upper finals, and in games this good, it comes down to inches, and there was one round that exemplified that. That plant not getting off for G2. Very well.
That would have been the overtime.
Yes, that would have been them going to OT, maybe winning this map. Maybe this is a 2-0, and Gen.G's on a plane to Korea.
Yeah, you really, you just hate to see it. I mean, honestly, there's no other way to shake it. I mean, everything that you could possibly
want to
want
see it, but apparently you're going to see it again, Alex.
Well, yeah, it's true. We got to relive it one more time here. And just as you think they have the time, you can see Lee's face. He's wondering if he's got it.
And the heartbreak of this round is Jonah ults. He thinks they get the plant down in time. They don't have that ult for the next round as well. Then they have the Yoru ult. They think they can do another C-pop. Jaw dies out of the ult after nearly spamming Munchkin down to 0. And this game slips out of G2's grasp. I mean, what tenacity for Gen.G, winning such close rounds, showing such big clutch moments. This is why it's a trophy-winning team that has done it before back in Masters Shanghai.
Yeah, and well, guys, I mean, there's a big problem here as well for G2.
Which one?
Well, here's the issue. There's only one Canadian left in this competition.
I see a lot of Canadians
Well,
here.
in the competition, we got a lot of great Canadians in the house today, but we got one Canadian left in this one. This is Jonah P. Can he hold it down? Can he hold the fort for the North? Mimi, it's a tall task for this G2 team after Gen G comes back the way they did.
It absolutely is. Jonah's been having a great series, and Toronto, I know you want to see this guy continuing on the competition. They're walking back on the stage. If you want him to survive, make some noise.
That's right.
But the Gen G fans are here too, GB.
Oh yeah, the Gen G fans are here in full effect. If you guys want Gen G to be able to take this one, what do you think about that? Oh boy, all right.
It's pretty evened out, even though
Folks,
you know we're in America.
we're getting down to the wire. I know, right? Down the line. Let's take a look at the last map and where we're going to be taking a trip to next, because we're going to be going to Icebox here. And we've seen some adjustments. We've seen our players take to some new challenges on this map here. Kukuka, what should we be expecting?
Obviously, maybe G2 swapping again the compositions like they did in the first map? I don't think so. I think that the Sage looked very, very well, extremely strong on their retakes. And for the side of Gen G, yes, they got a victory, and it's a very plain going back to a few years ago kind of compositions that we're going to be seeing, or at least expecting to see.
For sure. I was very impressed with G2's pivot into the Sage composition. It does so much to actually get that spike down easily on the attacking side. Their retakes looked on point too. And on top of that, Jaws still has a shocking amount of agency on Sage. He's still making those plays, but by all means, this is a great map for both of these teams. It should be an incredibly close way to close this one out.
You see the players loading in, getting ready to go. And this is exactly the moment that these two teams were constructed for here, to be able to push through some of the toughest competition available here on the global stage. You got Gen G on one side looking to see if they could very well move forward in this competition, hold the fort for Pacific. Meanwhile, for G2 Esports, still looking for a trophy. And let's see what we got from the Agent Select here, Mimi.
I'm again looking at these rookie players from Gen G. Ash coming in just this season. Karon and Foxy, they've been at Globals before, but Foxy's still trying to prove himself, trying to win a trophy himself. This is going to be a really high-pressure moment for them all, but for G2 as well.
Yeah, double controller versus double controller. I'm looking at Karon. He's had very, very good individual moments, but of course, the most important part, Valin and Munchkin. We've heard the words from Valin, making sure that they knew the pressure was on Gen G. Well, they're about to come back from a very, very good map and a very good start of the series for G2.
All right, Toronto, we're going to a map 3. Let me hear you! Come on, let's send it over to your casters. Make some noise as we get ready for map 3.
The energy is sky high right now here. It's map 3, this decider. G2 versus Gen G, elimination of course on the line. I'm telling you that story all day long. What we haven't been telling you though is G2 and their dreams being dashed away. Potentially here to look towards Icebox. Team that's been hunting for redemption, to be honest. Trying to battle back, I think. They've got their top dog spot regionally. Everybody knows this. But the one thing they haven't got is that trophy on the biggest stages of the game.
In Bangkok, denied by T1. Potential here to be denied again by another Pacific team. G2 have been in control of this match from the beginning, but now they're up against the ropes as well on Icebox. It's anybody's game.
Pressure just flips that easily. It's all it takes, and Gen G have been putting up the work and the mechanics.
You're expecting G2 to be playing a retake style here on Icebox on the pistol round because Jorgamo's wall is so powerful. Gen G, they're gonna know that.
Full committal. Ash going for this one, the shock darts. Not doing much.
So it's about escorting Jorgamo in. He's the VIP. Get the wall down and apply pressure with the defuse.
Seen it. Paranoia is going to sweep forwards here, but a high ground angle is unaccounted for. And Texture trying to lock down and hold down that sightline angle as a dart the back and inside the smoke. Obfuscated enough to pick that player out of the picture. Karon is no more, but Texture next to step up. Holding his ground down. Here's the jump down. There's G2 just trying to play these players in. Heavy-handed swings, Textures making the most of it. Jorgamo with the wall. There needs to be that follow-up up and over towards the top. No accounting for it. No half-earned time ticking away. Leaf is going to get a move on. And it's all Gen G. Another pistol round. Add it to the tally, add it to the spreadsheet, call it whatever you want, but that is once more carrying forward that energy from that prior map.
And there were so many small things that had to work for Gen G to be able to win on Haven. And I think the pistol rounds are absolutely an enormous part of that, winning both pistols. And like you've been talking about the whole day, Brent, the fact that they've been doing it consistently all tournament long. Like 75% win rate on their pistols or something at this point. It's crazy, and we haven't really been seeing G2 force against it. They've been opting to play it pretty conservative today. And the most we saw was like Jorgmo picking up one stinger.
Yeah.
Here, pretty much full classics for G2.
Right here.
Allowing Gen G to build up the ult cycle.
Just so pivotal on a map like Icebox. Paranoia, hold on, that's missed a slight gap in the window. Dashing back though to safety.
Pretty nice movement from Texture.
Definitely his team having his back. He gets out of dodge.
That's going to start Foxy9 and Munchkin moving forwards over towards A. You know that G2, roughly speaking, are going to be fighting over one area of the map, playing a retake on the other. This time though on the eco, they're trying to get into flood defend before Gen G are here.
Just popping out. Shoulder sticking out of the smoke. Shock dart. Hello, Foxy9. Down and out here. Ash going to go for an attempt to stick this. Reclaiming the gun too. Texture's going to be picking that one up. Well, he's swapping it around. We see it now, Dart lay it down, but players are starting to get themselves in. Classics in hand, and that's just it to work with, but G2 done more with less somehow. We see them now just trying to get a move on, fighting into this one, but entrenched positions into the 1v2 for Trent, and he's just left guessing where this player could be. Hold on, it's a 1v1, him versus Ash! Can't connect, can't lock onto it.
And Ash, the rookie, the newbie, coming up massive for Gen G here on Icebox. These first 2 rounds delivering the critical kills. He's 1 away from getting a Hunter's Fury as well, which could be a decisive factor in a bonus round like this. G2, they made that one expensive. So Gen G are going to be coming in with mostly stingers. But if they can get Ash's ult online, there could be a chance here.
Looking towards Leaf. He always invests into the Outlaw when he's tracking their money. He's the one with the Outlaw, no sight lines, no easy kills, instead just a battle for the extremities.
You see there, Gen G's game plan of taking some A control behind that Viper wall. And G2 were spamming it, seeing if they could land some early damage. Foxy ducks, manages to make it through. That's the orb, that's the ult. So Ash, 5-0, has a very, very early Hunter's Fury to play around with. And if they are, G2, playing retake on A, that could potentially allow for a very effective post-plant setup.
Slow going for now, but you are right. There's that danger lurking right now for G2.
Double nano swarms, double shock darts, Sova ultimate.
Trying to play retake into this would be
tough.
Pretty tough.
Not impossible, but difficult.
There's a Paranoia. Different sections going to be dividing up towards the site. And the Hunter's Fury is going to be used just to get them in. It's 2 misses. Clearance into the corner on top of it. G just choosing to expend it. Plant down just yet, and watching for the peak up top. Munchkin's head rolls off the shoulders there.
Leaf fast on the flank. It would be only Texture capable of taking a shot.
The Stingers, Gen G, are forced to opt into the site. They have to hold this one. Close quarters is the combat. That's what's going to be suited towards them. Lidding up these players, though. Texture can't stand up against that much. Still the pressure's there with the Outlaw in hand. He's got it straight into the back of Ash. Charon, not long for the world, is he?
So very clean, and not really finding the value that they were looking for from that Hunter's Fury. I think Gen G got a bit scared there. They weren't really willing to take the risk on whether or not G2 were playing retake. And G2 threw out a little bit of utility early, some shock darts, a slow orb that made it feel like they might have been playing on site in anchoring positions. Munchkin, though, the deeper this goes through the attack half, will be one of those IGLs that's willing to call the contact plays if he figures out that Valen's playing really soft on one side of the site.
Alarm bot out. Toxins going up.
2 Guardians, 3 Guardians actually, again for Gen G. So, bit of a wonky buy.
Slow up towards the top, breaking the drone. There's a wonky buy, isn't it?
The fact, though, that Munchkin broke the drone there, kind of scared off this push from G2. If it was only Foxy9 on his own, I think they might have tried to force the fight there, looking to just try to catch that solo player from Gen G, but he had backup. Gen G playing a spread default at the moment, but the spike in a somewhat committed position on B.
Very slow game, contact, swing. Potentially if there was a player holding close. Texture is just crossing out into the open. There's a re-swing from Keron, an attempt to punish as that spam was coming through from Jonah P.
He believed in the Viper wall.
Got to wait for the next timing on it. Got to wait for the fuel to get back up. Keron's going to be jumping the gun a little bit here.
Trent
has him through the back, Paranoia.
Trent's got his ult to try to deny plant.
Jonah P is going to be giving them that space. Gen G absorbing most of it. Hunter's Fury to try and deny, but Texture is up towards the top there, in through the rafters, and a kill found and claimed. Foxy9 takes care of his adversary. Leaf is gone. You get into that post plant successfully. Texture a little bit worse for the wear.
Foxy9, he was on the lurk. Valen's got to be worried about that, but he's now, Foxy9, connecting with the rest of his team to play these double nanoswarms onto the plant. And G2, I don't think they have a chance of being able to get back in on this. They're not even going for it.
Backing away.
They just want to keep their economy good. And I mean, to be honest, it's only Valen who wouldn't be able to buy if they went for this. I think the damage to Gen G's economy is more important.
Well.
But G2 choosing the conservative approach. And one could argue that that was the reason that they couldn't close out Haven. They were taking eco rounds after winning in one fateful example at the end there towards Haven. Another spot where I think I would argue G2 should be fighting it. Gen G get an opportunity to upgrade. They were bringing, what did I say, 3 Guardians into that round? And now they've managed to get up to 4 rifles.
A 3-1 lead.
It's a great start. And it's one of the only times where it feels like Gen G have got out to a good start. They won the pistol on Haven, but they couldn't manage much more in that first quarter.
Bit of spam with the stray bullets, not collecting a kill, but Texture's going to be battered because of it. Leaf trying to keep an eye on all the positions here. Again, you're going to see this game of timings occurring. Texture lying in wait, hoping that someone's going to go for the reclear.
And they are, but with the drone. So this drone can go down mid and then tuck back up under tube. Good break there from Munchkin. Keeps Texture, or at least the threat of Texture.
They played him in well. Getting the info though. Texture. Got anything to get the hell out of here? There's a lot of damage. There's those shockies.
Oh, that is so nice.
Putting in the work.
And now Gen G probably have to accelerate on A.
Contact for now though. Slow going.
Like I talked about, Munchkin is super happy calling for his team to contact in if he thinks he's got the read that the defenders are playing retake.
G2 just hovering nearby, lying in wait here. The plant's going to be going off. Munchkin gets this one down, so into the post plant we go. There's Gen G still with that player disadvantage. They're the ones who have to make the play. Valen, Paranoia, sweeps forwards, Nano Swarms, delaying the push from coming through from G2, but did they expect this one? Valen's already in, and he might have just spotted it. I think Ping's yet. Spam up towards the top of it, in through 410, and Foxy9 is gone. Straight back to the dust here, Gengino! Answering back with a few of their own. Keron finally taken out, but backing away. Leaf earns up towards the ult, but he's got 2 players to deal with, and you do not want to expend it in this situation. He's got to try and lurk and find the positions, running side to side. He doesn't know where the last is. There's a wall. Isolates the fight, but is there time?
Not a chance. Really nicely played there from Gen G towards the end. Munchkin with a wide swing from 410. Forces Leaf to take the fight. Wastes a couple of bullets. But I think it's Karen who really deserves most of the credit for the victory here. It's a beautiful reclear of Texture. And they're winning this 4v5. But Karen with 2 kills from that top 410 position. Spots Valen, recon dart, lights up Jorgamo, and they're coming away with the victory. Gen G look completely in control here. You know, Lotus, G2 were easily the better team. On Haven, very even, incredibly even. G2 had their chances to win 2-0. It would be gutting for G2 to be the better team out of the first two maps and then throw it all away towards the end. They wanted to come in here today, and you heard it from Valen's mouth himself, they wanted to change the narrative. They wanted to put on a performance that would make the other teams scared to face them. And now, a little bit of doubt might start creeping in at the edges.
That's what a timeout is for here, to call Josh RT, give them a bit of a boost, maybe morale, maybe an idea, something to get some rounds in order, because Gen G, for now, only leading by 3, 4-1 being that total scoreline, but it can easily slip away from you. Easily. They know it. Gen G know it.
Both teams, both rosters have been in big game scenarios, at least the cores of these rosters.
And honestly, Josh, as well, what a difference exiting out here will make. When we talk about these big events, the international ones, we talk about teams, did they make top 4? Did they make it to the finals? You're not really thinking about 5 to 6.
No, not so much. Not so much. Especially teams that have G2's level of expectation.
Yeah.
Placing swarm grenade.
There'll be a blight on the record for G2 if they go out here. They've got to turn it around. The money's not good for now. Allows you to play a bit riskier. Taking liberties, potentially getting a kill or two. Gen G are hyper-disciplined, though.
Pulled a little bit of Foxy9's attention towards mid, and I wondered whether Leaf was going to go for the peak, but it's just a shocking fight to take with a stinger from this range.
Truly.
And a lot of the impetus here might be on Jonah P, actually. He's the lone defender over on B.
Starburst in his face, and he's going to be stepping up to the challenge. Not postured away. Maintains his ground here. Gen G going to have something to clear this one. Might just be waiting for the dart timing to come back up.
Toxins going up.
Wall to feign like they could be going over towards A, and there's that exploration, but Ash one step ahead. Smoke just barely blooming out towards the back there, claiming these kills, racking them up. The beat that is filled up with red.
Spike planted.
Gen G determined to put their stamp on this final map. It's a map that they've been excellent at historically. We've seen great moments from them. And right now they are dealing with this style from G2. Munchkin's finding the right reads at the right time to be able to get in. And also, Texture is online right from the beginning.
Yeah.
And that just hasn't really been the case in the previous two maps, especially on Lotus, where he was 2-10 or something to begin. Haven, it took him till the second half where he really accelerated and took off like a rocket. But here, he's 6-4 to begin, and he looks good, comfortable on the entries, taking these fights, stepping up aggressively to danger. G2's retake style is going to be helped by the fact that Leaf has earned the lockdown. He's had it in the last couple of rounds, but not found an opportunity to use it. This is a must-win for G2 here. They want to right the ship.
This was the one that the timeout was about, and you're right. Course correction needed. Beautiful beginning for Valin.
Well, that's a read.
Just a bit of spam, a few bullets, and suddenly Gen G are the ones on the back foot.
And now I think you can just stack A. There is no chance that Gen G are going to be ending B without the Viper Wall.
Trent, high and mighty, but he's going to be watched for that beautiful instant res online. Jorgamo brings Trent back into the fray. Paranoid over the good connection. That drone is going to be clearing quite a bit. Even a tag. Jonah P not allowed to play inside that smoke. Drone for a drone. Getting the tags up. Spotting it into Nest. Trying to get the ping down and trying to get the spam down. G2 looking for a chance to try and flood in here, but it's a forward play by Gen G. They've got another plan of action. Lockdown's going to be dropped down. Hunter's Fury going to be used to try and take this one out. The forward position's trying to be played once more. Texture and Kieran. Texture dealt with Kieran over the top. Dealt with easily enough. Jorgamo now. Put this wall up, sticking this defuse. He's got it to half, and he's brought his team that win con once more. Going for the face, going for the peak, and going for the jugular.
Gen G are hyper aware of the way that G2 want to play this one. Ash came in, got the plant, so he had the Hunter's Fury online. That neutralized Leaf's ultimate. And yet, at the end of the day, bodies ended up making the difference. A 5v4, and Jorg's 3K. shutting down Karen in his top position. Karen has been the danger in these A post plants. He's playing either on top 410 or top A nest, and he's getting up and over that Sage wall. That's what G2 have to be worried about, but they managed to execute and get past him that time. Texture with knives. He's the threat here.
Pit and B main. It's a tricky one to bypass if you are Gen G. They get sight of it. They want nothing to do with it. Lombard on the other side, so Jonah P has a lot of peace of mind. No attempt to break it. Gen G aiming to take fights towards mid though.
In this match, every time G2 win rounds, their economy is never flourishing.
No.
Gen G always keep it close. And so again, they're coming in with double Guardian and a Bulldog. Valen's trying to take an aggressive fight on A, but with a pretty bad weapon.
Yep. Trent was with him. He's hopped off of it now, potentially missed the timing onto this one. Reaching that minute mark, he's seen a drone for a drone. Just to clear out a bit through mid.
They've given Foxy9 enough space here to use lockdown. He can pop this down on pipes. Really no answer to this.
There it is. G2 forced to clear this one out. They can overstay for a tad. Jorgamo is even squaring up. It's a bit of a challenge, but you've got to respect it.
He looked like he was going to stay there.
Slow wall might be critical in that spot. Just out of dodge there from the vicinity, and here comes the flood attempt. G2 going for it. Straight in, the pit's going to be dropped down. Reactionary from Gen G, looking to try and survive him. With it all.
It's before the plant. They're running away to B.
They're running away, and Jonah B, he's pushed out. The initiative has been taken from himself, and the knives almost gone entirely. He's another kill there. Refreshal for 12 seconds. They handed the spike over, and Karen with a TP. The ult has saved them. At least the plant down for now.
Cover going out.
The Omen finding enormous value, but it's still player disadvantage for Gen G. G2 don't exactly know where everybody is, but Trent's in a really pushed up position. This smoke, it's dangerous.
It does. Dangerous situation. A bit of spam from either side to heal. In the back pocket, G2 starting to get a run on, starting to get a move on. Peering forwards now, knives out, Texture, they're all gonna miss, but the rifle still has his back up. But the movement can't save him. G2! It's clinical.
What a scramble of a round, what a pivot having to be called there towards the end from Munchkin.
Unweave our world.
A miracle, really, that they got the plant down thanks to Karen's ultimate. But G2 changing things up in terms of how they were defending. Thanks to that Viper's Pit over towards B, they were able to actually kind of flood defend on A. And honestly, as soon as Munchkin used his pit before the plant had gone down, that A push was chalked.
Yeah.
And they were left without too many options. G2 with 2 in a row, both retakes.
Nice, Alex.
Starting to get back into this game. The lead cut down to 2.
Looking for a few more. Bit of spam from Trent, reveals his hand with that one, but this is a heavy emphasis. Look at this, G2 placed up, and that's an off angle out into the open. Any trade inside to Paranoia, swinging, but Cloudburst at the feet, that's going to be some safety. Slow orb. Locking them all down. But critically, no trade from G2.
Jorgamo is 1 away from being able to get a res. But I don't think he's going to be able to get, you know, a kill and somehow recover Jonah P's body. It's really out there in no man's land. The Viper wall, by the way, committed super early on A, despite the fact that Gen G were defaulting heavier towards B. But they are regrouping to try to play off that wall. They don't want to just rely on Omen smokes on B.
It's tiny, tiny margins. Barely spotting it out, but sees the rotation now, and Leaf is hard committed. Hard committed indeed, needs some value, needs some kills! Just the grills, getting in the way there, the bars and the jail. Trent is next, on the chopping block, Texture. Taking control and taking over, Karen by his side. Make no mistake.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
G might have lost the past few rounds. Jorgamo, though, still trying to get active, but Ash is instantaneous.
Individual moments there, losing the grip for G2, sorry. I think Leaf tucked up at jail. Should have at least been able to get one. Kind of beefed that position slightly. It's an unusual spot for him not to get value. Normally Leaf's good for those. Jorgamo, he's going to go for a glass cannon op buy. Looking to throw caution to the wind. It is a weird one again for G2's economy.
Drone not broken. JNP was hoping to at least feign the intent that it could be holding close. Trent's going to be using one of his own just to clear this one all the way through. That's a heavy push-up. 2 plays through main. The operator in Jorgamo's hand to just watch belt, but all eyes over towards B. That's where the players are, and that's where Gen G looking to lay claim. So it's on smokes, but no committal.
Pressure here onto Foxy9.
Foxy9 is going to be caught. Squeezed, in fact. Too much to watch for, and yet still manages it. Gets the one.
Really solid awareness.
Even expecting the re-peek as well. He's holding his crosshair, not running away. He's waiting for the next. He knows that there was a deeper drone, and he knows that Trent was lurking. Jorgamo, JNP and Leaf gonna have to put this one together themselves. Just the 3 of them versus 5. And with the operator,
I think this is where you have to save.
It might be a save.
They're looking like they want to go for it.
Yeah, there's a wall up in front of their faces. Textures already just absolutely decimating them, destroying them. His team by his side. Relentless. There's no mercy at all. Gen G slowly accruing another one.
I mean, this is looking like a dominant half right now for Gen G, especially considering the G2's eco once more is cracked. They've got nothing to be able to work with, and it's Foxy9 who delivers them this one.
Yeah.
He's in quite an exposed position. He's trying to play it safe and cautious, using that cover, but his awareness ends up being his strongest tool there because he turns around just to catch the timing onto Valo. Gen G could establish a very dominant first half here, and that's not something they've been able to manage on Lotus or Haven.
There's wind in their sails right now. 4-round lead. This could easily be a one-sided affair for the first half of Icebox. And our last map here in this elimination game.
Here.
Last chances for both of these teams.
It's got to be hard for G2 to put out of their heads the way in which they lost on Haven. So many small moments that added together when they could have potentially been able to convert that 2-0. Is it lingering in the back of the mind?
They might have been dreaming of redemption, but the win here gets you further and farther away. Still a while to go to get to the finals. They want a shot at the trophy for G2. Not even going to be thinking about that, most likely just focusing on this round, one step at a time. Snake bite, round towards the bite. This is backup for Valin, trying to allow him to try and make a play. Dash over, Stinger in hand, but this is it. All collected with the kills over the shoulder. As soon as Texture goes down, you don't match for the rest of the weaponry.
And Ash has been such a pillar for Gen G. He's been delivering them incredibly important kills, and once more is that rock that Gen G can rely on. 12 and 5, deals with the eco threat, gets the plant down.
One down.
And though Karen is dropped, it's still a massively uphill battle for G2 if they want to try to win a Thrifty.
It's Nano Swarms, they need kills, they need more than that. They need time. It's running out for them. Munchkin, a jar with the movement, snappy with the aim. They know exactly where Trent is now. Look at it, layers of util added on top. Gen G are getting a vice grip on this series.
You can feel that belief emanating from the side of the stage that they're on. I mean, that is so nice there from Ash. That spray control. But everything is working. Tex just picked up the op to use it on the attack side. G2 style, they just can't find their moments. They would need this final round.
Get out of my way.
And especially with how good Gen G have been on the pistol, this game is gonna be tough.
It's the last round.
You're expecting a slower one as well here, Brent. And Tex just taking his op for a walk, looking to see if he can find an opening pick. And it's Valen with a peek. Like a rocket ship comes around the corner and deletes Texture.
It's a massive one.
That is a shot.
Even spotting the cross. He's getting acknowledgement. Drone spots too. G2 have a very good idea of what's going on this round.
Yeah, player advantage. You've taken down the tip of the spear. I mean, Trent with an ultimate that can deny the plant as well. Things are looking all right for an 8-4 half, but that would still be Gen G massively in the lead.
Gen G not even done yet in this round. Not by a long shot. Hunter's Fury committed. That's meant to be a bit of a pun as they hit that drone coming through, and Trent Yeah, he's got that value. Here in a rumble, though, potentially there. Valen might have just seen, and yes, finally gets that acknowledgement. Foxy9 was lurking his way through onto the A site. 3v5 spot.
30 seconds
Gen.G are in. Tight corner. G2 can make no mistake here. Footsteps rumbling, and noise bait by Leaf. He's trying to bait Munchkin out of hiding, but second guesses it. Back towards him. Munchkin, he's perfect with it. Jonah B's been gone, done. Taken out. Dart's going to be broken out. G2 trying to make this one move and flood straight into the back. They've dealt with most of the side players, and it does now finally leave it all down to Munchkin. Even that snake bite, no chance in hell. Rebounding of all sorts of geometry. That's a full stick. And so G2, a 4-round safety net.
Switching sides.
It's not a bad attempt from G2 towards the end to make this one possible, but so much hinges on them being able to pick up a pistol. Gen.G have been winning them all. They've just been incredible in those spots.
They've been a statistical anomaly. It's looking like Gen.G are just playing lights out. They've got that passion, they've got that fire. They believe that they can go even further, knocking out one of the tournament's favorites.
All right, Toronto, you know what time it is. It's time to get hyped up for your favorite teams. This is an elimination game, so both of the teams need your energy. So if you want G2 to win, let me hear you. Okay. And if you want G2, who's currently playing on America's soil, let me hear you. One more time, though. It doesn't seem like it's loud enough. If you want Gen.G to win, make some noise! And the G2 fans in the house, let me hear you! The house is packed and the fans are split. It's time to conclude the finale of the series.
And all the pressure lies on the other side of the stage here. Valen, as an IGL, has got to carry the burden of bringing up the spirits, helping his team, and just believe that they can do this.
And G2, they are probably the best team that we've had overall in 2025, but they haven't won anything globally. They've been in a grand finals at Bangkok, denied by a Pacific team, T1, who ended up coming away with the trophy. Now, T1 nowhere to be seen here at Toronto. Instead, the Pacific region sending Gen.G, sending Texture as their representative, and you can see in the Coinbase Econ report, Texture's having a great time of it right now. He came online very early and now gets to play the defense. But this could be an opportunity for Gen.G to deny G2 and shift the narrative, or perhaps even keep the narrative, as Gen.G being one of the scariest teams at this tournament. They had a wobbler against Wolves. It was a legendary match and a weird way for them to get knocked down to the lowers. A game to be remembered. But this one could be a game that G2 would love to forget. They came in with so much fire, and it feels missing here on Icebox. They are going to need a pistol to get back into this, and Gen.G have been essentially immaculate in that department.
Think of the pressure that is laying down on the G2. How much is round 13 is going to mean? You mentioned it, Josh. Gen.G have been near immaculate with winning pistol round wins. It's going to be an uphill battle here for G2. They need a good idea, and already Gen.G, you can see them cooking up something. Triple face, wide swing. In case there was a player there, they would have been deleted, but the turret will do for now. And now, quick run, wrap around all the way to A.
It's so predictable, though. Gen.G are already ahead of it. They know exactly what Valen's going to call in this spot.
Everybody's in. The wall not going to be broken for now. Trent trying to go for that plan. Rebound. It's going to be catching onto Dice. No Dice for the damage, but it does enough to delay and potentially buying some time here. Trent, full sticks now with a plan. Gen.G armed and ready. Primed to pounce. Already making their way in through, but again, this wall is tricky business. Paranoia, as soon as they hear the knives out, they know that they gained access towards it, but there's nothing else. Yeah,
that is early.
Indeed, and Gen.G, one of their own. Paranoia sweeping forwards, Dart lining them all up. Ash is finding so much value, Gen.G! God damn, man, they can't be stopped. They've lit them all up. They've lit them all up indeed, and Trent is no match.
Foxy9 with a pop-off towards the end. The confidence flourishing now, and Gen G, they get another. Every pistol round, it feels, just going in their direction all tournament long. They've got a specialty, and it's one of the best things that you could be specialists in. Because most of the time, that's going to give you a free 2 wins to start a half. And G2, they have not been going for their classic Stinger Force buy very often in this match. I think there have been 2, maybe even 3 occurrences where we thought we would see it and we didn't. Now though, look at what's happening. G2 are finally going to go for it, but only with 3 Stingers.
Yeah, we've seen this before. Jogamo puts his body on the line just in case there's that outward purchase. Gen G, again, similar game plan. Bit of exploration potentially towards mid, a smoke off onto the turret. Makes it feel like there could be lurks, but as players, bottom tube, Ash is going to be exploring, clearing up the question marks.
It's quite a nice timing though, because Gen G, 3 defensive players are having to get pushed towards mid.
Drone.
And that creates a bit of an opening where only Munchkin is defending B.
Alone for now, but reinforcements have arrived. Gen G.
The read is just so good on the defense. I think Munchkin's calling a great game here.
Stacking with the bodies.
And Valin backs off. Calls for his team to regroup with Leaf on the other side. And still allows himself to be seen. So there's still that threat that G2 could be re-hitting B.
Breaks the drone too. Like you said, there's that threat. Lying in wait, there's bullets raining down, crossing up through mid. For G2, this is everything. For Gen G, could be the killing blow. And now making signs of life and noise out towards it. Alarm bot's going to be triggered down in through the back.
Did Valin hear these rotates? Because he's making the perfect call.
He is.
He's telling G2 to come back over towards B.
25 seconds. Wall's going to go back up, and now it's a mad dash. Flurry of activity. Gen G getting bodies back over towards B, but they're a little bit late to the party. Trent entrenched here, trying to avoid most of the fire, but Jogamo cannot. Straight through the smoke, that's Ash, and Leaf caught out wide. 3 to do it all from G2. Gen G, a methodical, dissecting this map, dissecting the site.
Do they clear Trent? He's about the only hope for G2.
Got to be the problem player in a spot like this, and yes they do. The awareness is all there right now for Gen G, and where is the first push? Munchkin is just sticking this, drops down half, and everybody dies from G2. Gen G keep the ball rolling. They keep going.
And that is a fantastic beginning to the half. All of the threat taken out of it. A 6-round lead, plus G2 knocked down onto an eco. Every player in every little tucked spot, every threat, every danger dealt with. Gen G utterly in control. As dominant in the opposite direction as Lotus was for G2.
Yeah.
It opened in favor of Americas, and it looks like it's closing in favor of Pacific.
We've seen comebacks before on Icebox, but they're rare. They're not often, and it takes truly exceptional stuff. Valin's gone. Was a TP forwards trying to go for some cheeky play. Split into B, potentially to take that timing. Full group of G2. All into B main. Clearance now through yellow, but they're going to be stunted out here. Munchkin's Viper all propped up in their face. A smoke to replace it from Caron. They are choking G2 out here. Gen G just sucking the air out of the room.
And the play, it's pretty immaculate. They've just always got the right read on where G2 are going. Can G2 do anything to catch them off guard?
Deep fight, a snake bite already. It was primed, it was ready. Foxy9's gone, but up and over towards the top. Trent!
Down, B.
It would have to be a masterclass, but he's only got a sheriff and 3 bullets to do it. Does not know where the remaining players could be. Texture is lurking though, lying in wait! And perfect with the shot. 11 rounds for Gen G, 2 more needed.
A game between 2 titanic teams. Gen G, probably the best team in 2024, and G2 looked like they were aiming for the same accolade in 2025. But this This is an earlier exit than I think anybody would have predicted for the Americas squad. Josh RT taking a desperate tactical timeout to try to right the ship. But this game is slipping way out of their grasp. They'd have to make up 7 rounds here before Gen G even win another 2.
It's already slipped.
Yeah, I mean, after losing the pistol in the follow-up, that's devastating.
The chances are just minute.
And Gen G, man, what an incredible demonstration of grit that they've shown today.
Yeah.
Because their start was so slow. They looked like they were out of it, maybe weren't fully mentally in the game, had put a bit too much expectation on their own shoulders, perhaps even.
We were thinking, have Wolves boomed them?
Yeah.
Have they taken them out of this fight already?
And
Set
yet,
down
by the time it got to the second half at Haven, a 7-5 half that didn't go their direction, and then they win the pistol and get back into things, grind it out. And they've been electric on map 3.
There's grit here with this Gen G squad. Grit, determination. They want to go deeper.
Here. Here.
They want a chance at earning another trophy for their cabinet. Start layered back, slow up on top of it. Gen G forced to respect it. All that just to insert Leaf into a 4 position.
And a big gamble coming out of the tactical timeout too. Gen G are super happy to go for those. Munchkin just with an outlaw, defending B essentially on his own. Reckons that he can get out of danger if he misses the shots.
Drone's going to be clearing it though. He takes care of it.
Oh, he's so confident.
Yeah, very confident. It's full armor and a multitude of players from G2, and they're going to be facing with the first one, but Valin was not so lucky!
That's amazing!
Munchkin! Trying to slam the nails into the coffin nice and early. It is answered back with Jorgamo. A tap.
Oh, and they're so tepid here,
Yeah.
G2. They think there's more players from Gen G ready to deny. Okay, going backwards, picking up the ult orb. If they can now get a plant for free, suddenly there's a res online. And Leaf, he might have an opportunity to backstab. But Foxy9's awareness has been unbelievable so far on this map.
Watching for it. Res is available. Bring one of your players back into the fray. Pick and choose. You choose Trent. He's been monstrous in the clutch. They need it now more than ever. Gen G are slowly getting a grip onto the site. Leaf is that backup policy, but this is explosive. Dash across and forwards as an operator in his bloody hands. Matters not. The weaponry. Give Texture a spoon. He's going to make you mince meat. Going to be denying this one, though. G2 getting onto the plant, wrapping around. And the situation is pressing right now for Kairon. Nana Swarm forced out into the open. Isolates the first kill. Shot down, slay it down, and Trent saves the day.
Brought back from Death's Cold Embrace, and he's able to deliver the round for G2. What a lurk from Leaf as well. Somehow managed to evade all of the rest of the players, and they've recovered a 5v3 round. Yes, they got a res out in the middle of that, so it ended up being mostly a 4v5, but still, I mean, danger lurked around every corner, and G2 navigated it. And they are going to have to do that so many more times in a row, though. There's no real avenue for mistakes. It's got to be basically perfection from here if G2 want a run at this.
Has to be the first of many. Gen G, multiple chances for them.
And they're so good on eco rounds as well, Gen G. You know, put a sheriff in some of these guys' hands.
Texture with the knives just earned up. Munchkin, though, decapitated. Texture trying to get active, trying to get into the fight and the fray. Kairon by his side. Deep dart overhead.
And so, actually, quite a lot of threats already dealt with there. Texture run out of knives, Munchkin dealt with, and a pretty open A site. So, this round navigated pretty well for G2. But at some point, we've got to bring the discussion back to what we were talking about on Lotus. It's the ults for the team that's up massively in this spot. Think about the next time the rifles are going to be online.
Yeah.
You know, Foxy9's going to have a lockdown to be able to work with. A Viper's Pit, this defense is going to be reinforced by massive ultimates in round 18. And that's if G2 can navigate danger here, because there's still a bit of spice in the round.
Not out of it. Not just yet, doubled up towards the back of the site. There's a fight to be occurring here, and that's it. Shots fired on either side. Texture is hard committed onto it. They're trying to drop and jump all the way straight up, trying to take this fight. It's a weird and wacky one indeed. Double face, double call. Trent delivers again. His team needed it most here, but that's time earned off, and there's no hope in hell for Texture. Maybe a gun reclaimed.
Damage to the economy, though, would still be really useful, right? I mean, I don't think he's really going to get an opportunity. He's on the exact opposite side of the map. But you think about one of the big talking points we've had throughout Haven and Icebox. It's that even when G2 win, they're winning by close margins that don't allow their economy to boom. This time, though, 4 players surviving, 3 rifles kept. And the economy should be in an all right state. It's the ults instead that I'm looking at. Because Munchkin with a Phantom and a Viper's Pit. And on the other side, Foxy9's Lockdown. And no Sova ult from Trent. Not even close.
How do you break it?
So, you know, this one is going to be really tough. It should be Gen G, if they execute it well, getting up to match point.
Through mid though, that's Texture with an off. He's going to be taking an early peek, smoked off into his face. Ash burns up his own. Hunter's Fury.
Faking the double teleport play there, Valen. He teleports up and back, but he's making it feel like they've gone towards orange. Trying to pull eyes, trying to pull attention, hoping that he's freed up a little bit of B main.
Here.
The weight of the world is probably what's feeling like right now on G2. Just keep it together one round at a time, but the ults are such a problem.
I mean, having said that though, Brent, Munchkin has not decided to use the Viper ult in this round. He's not even in a position, only just now, where he could use it off info, off noise on B.
The later you leave it, the more this lockdown's going to be a problem.
And the Sova ultimate.
Smokes up. Texture. Gives it up, but he hears it now. There's going to be util coming out. Drone. Paranoia. Lying in wait. Towards Belch for a couple of jiggles, and they finally see it. They receive it. Hearing that operator, that's the acknowledgement they were looking for. Kara on TP. Gets the hell out of there. There's 35 seconds left. Where are you going, G2?
Ash, he rips the ultimate early. That could have been a death blow if he'd just been able to hold on to that and realize they were going B.
It does indeed, but Munchkin now could just be lying in wait. Back towards it. Dart not going to be dealt with. He's trying to find that timing. He does press himself forwards into a pit. At least, but he's gone. Down and out Texture. Trying to get instinctual as a dart. Okay, wall in his face and a dash backwards. Jonah P at least finds Foxy9. The spike is planted. Mad dash.
So far, this has been the biggest fumble with the ultimates that you could possibly ask for G2. It's actually allowed them an opportunity to right the ship and avoid the snowball.
Texture creeping. Leaf has his teammates back. He'll step no further. Gen.G still trying to make a go of things. But time has bled away from them here at G2. In the midst of all of that chaos, somehow persevere.
That is a miracle round for G2. Very little time on the clock. Still with a Sova ult and a Viper's Pit to navigate around, and a lockdown as well. Somehow, Gen.G kind of whip on the execution of everything. Ash thinks they're committing to A and rips the Sova ult early, instead of saving it for a spike tap. Munchkin is under enormous amounts of pressure and decides to go for a risky Viper's Pit, and he gets caught.
And I think the pressure, you're starting to see signs of it crumbling, perhaps. Gen.G immediately call a timeout. It's a panic button being hit. They have that ability. It's only the first time they've actually used because they have been in control, but that's signs that things are getting away from them.
Yeah, I think you can tell that just from the outside, even without listening to the comms, that things got rattled there for Gen.G. They lost in spectacular fashion against Wolves, up at the half, in complete control of the game. Somehow, Wolves made outrageous comebacks against them on map 1 and map 2 to knock Gen.G down to the lower bracket. Gen.G are in control here. It should be G2 going home. It's only a short trip for some of the guys, especially for Jonah P. But if they lose control of this map, it would be devastating for the Korean squad.
Pretty dire.
And now, you know, the ult snowball kind of flips the other way. Leaf one away, Trent starting to get up to it. Another res online for Jorgamo.
Here.
It feels possible now in a way that it shouldn't have been.
It's a balancing act between these two teams, and as you said, it feels possible. those ults expended. G2 deep slow. Attempt to punish the peak. Munchkin wanted to go for it. Leaf might be getting pressed upon here. Tested. Asked to deliver. And he finds himself ahead. Kairon. Pop like a balloon. Drone clearing a lot of the way. Spam into the corner. Munchkin still slips his way through, but look at that util. Just paramount to try and push him out and away with a paranoia. Foxy9 is available as a bit of backup, and he's out into the open. What a monstrous shot! With the jump peak to set them up, but still G2 have the weaponry, they have the guns. Rifles in hand. And it is cheeky plays on order. Leaf will take that timing happily. You can hear it. Scuffling of footsteps. And he knows exactly where he is.
That's really nice. Even maximizing the ultimates there. Throwing the spike over to Trent in the 4v1, realizing that they've comfortably got the round and they can get closer to a Hunter's Fury. No disrespect to the Gen G players though, they can hit shots. That jumping shot onto Jonah P was nice.
Disgusting.
But they haven't been able to put it together all at the same time in an eco round. 4 in a row for G2, and they've cut the advantage down to just 3. Weapons back though, including this operator. But G2 are not heading towards it.
Gen G still have all the tools. Nanoswarm dealt with. Important one to break. Allows Karen to stay put.
I mean, it looks to me like Karen wants to try to deny Leaf's ultimate. He's got this smoke here so that he can punish Leaf as he gets close.
Did he hear it? Not sure if it was a silent jump up or not, but a drone clearing forwards. Kairon, another one, and he's missed the timing onto that one. Just trying to back out, evacuate, exit. He's got coverage and he's got backup. A lockdown for a lockdown.
Can Valen throw a smoke to allow Jonah P to lurk up past this turret? He doesn't have one online just yet. But I could imagine that Jonah would be calling for it right now.
Sneaking and crawling. Gen G trying to fill up that space towards A once more.
Oh, they're smoking off the alarm bot instead, making it feel like a threat underneath Tube, hoping that Jonah P can squeeze onto somebody.
Pressure onto the B players now. It's flipped. Munchkin and Texture.
But nobody B main for G2.
They've got to do it. Valen off from the side there.
Down B.
Kills exchange is traded out. Foxy9 in through mid, and again, this game of timings, it could happen to any possible player. Leaf wins his, Ash wins out. Jonah P is spotted though, out towards it, top towards Kitchen, and Ash is in a precarious spot. Where do you run? The entirety of site is gained by G2. B main control is still theirs. Peeking out wide though, Texture's not scoped up for it. Is slipping away from Gen G. They've got to try and answer back here. Trent is lucky. Doesn't go down to that one, and Gen G are the ones falling, crumbling. Ash in a 1v2. The time ticking. Entrenched positions here from the G2 players. Snake bite Ash, sticking. Half earns himself a possibility, but against 2 players it would have to be ridiculous. Tough, not being forced out. G2 far too collected.
What a round, what composure there from G2. Original game plan of going over towards A with the lockdown stifled, but Jonah P's lurk position up Tube allowed them that mid-round possibility. Gave an option for Valen to move the chess pieces around and checkmate Gen G's defensive setup. Karen and Texture were in a tricky position down there towards yellow, but they couldn't make anything happen. Trent's kill on Texture was massive. And despite having 21 kills right now across 20 rounds, Texture has slowed down a bit with the impact. He hasn't quite been able to find those opportunities with his operator. And G2, 5 in a row. Something at this tournament is causing Gen G to not be able to close out maps cleanly. And it could kill him.
Second timeout for Gen G, the last one left here. They might be ahead for now, but they have been losing grip of the series. G2 is not a team you want to allow in. They will take a mile. G2 are hunting for their own chance of redemption. A chance to continue their story in this tournament. A chance to even make it to the finals, to right the wrongs of Bangkok. And they're hungry for it. You can tell. The energy has flipped.
Gen G had all the belief. 11-4 up. They felt like they were immortal. It was their destiny. And now I think you're absolutely correct, Brandon. The hope is starting to kindle in the hearts of G2. In fact, it's already there. I mean, you can see how they're playing.
Yeah, very good game.
And Gen.G forced down onto another eco. One of the first times, actually, that we're seeing G2's economy properly starting to get out of control.
Jonah's got a lot to watch here.
Yeah, there's a big pinch.
Play forward, he just hears the jump, and that was left him correcting for the wrong angle. Keron puts him down, puts him to bed. Jonah P, no longer that threat onto the lurks. Deep push out through mid. He's holding the line for now. There's a plan down with nothing to push this back. Jorgamo getting a wall involved. Double face, double swing. Leaf still wants to square up, potentially to deal with these players because it is a heavy investment. Bodies arriving.
He's got Trent as well for support.
The best here. Texture might just get chopped down into the knees. And meanwhile, this fight taking place. Yes, chopped down indeed. Cut down before he can make a stand and an attempt of this one. Ash. He's forward now, rifle in hand. G2 make the call. No hesitation, trying to flip this one around. Paranoia still catches. They're trying to take out Foxy9 before he can get going. Trading up towards the top. Valin! Lights out with the calling, with the plays. G2 are up to 10.
Some mightily impressive mid-round calling there from G2. After losing Jonah P early, you've always got the opportunity to go back and try to clear that flank, and instead calling for the fast pivot in, realizing that Gen.G were playing retake on A. They've got a free plan and flip the map, force the fight into Foxy9. Look at the ult situation. And this is why that round, I think it was 18, was so important, because Gen.G had their chance to go up to 12 and they squandered it. Now G2, with all of the advantages, looking to equalize.
And moving forward, it's a slow, relentless march over towards the A side, and a kill. Collected for Valo once more. Added up.
I have G2 को confidence बहुत
Total it
high चला गया
overall.
है.
It's full side control now for G2. Slight gap, potentially over. But a pick now is going to be removing all of those sight lines. How do Gen.G play into this? They're backing away.
No way.
They're backing away. They're saving.
Giving up already?
They're giving up the round.
That's unbelievable.
G2.
A freebie.
It's a freebie, and on the precipice.
तो पता है उनका
Barely an ult committed to bring them level.
मरते ही उठा देगा.
It feels similar in a mirrored way to what we saw at the end of Haven. I think the score even there was like 10-10, 11-11, something like that, where Leaf, he won a 1v1, and then G2 decided to eco.
Gen.G need these guns. You're so right. If there's any chance for Gen.G though, listen. Right towards the side. Stray shots, peeking out. Leaf, he's found it.
Denied a weapon, and Foxy9, he only had 50 credits to his name. That's a timid call from Gen.G, but who knows, with the benefit of hindsight at the end of this map, at the end of this match, maybe it's the right one. 7 rounds in a row.
7.
After an 11-4 lead to tie the game back up.
Blessed with an absolute banger of a map and a series overall. G2 are ready to run away with it. It's up to Gen.G to stop them now.
Looking for a tag early so that Trent can lead with a Hunter's Fury here. Try to find a pick. Not given anything though for Gen.G.
Texture was tucked tight to Gen. Repositions, moves around. Shocks forward here, the drone needs to be taken care of.
And Texture hasn't had a big round in a while.
Crouched up, off angle. Hoping to take out a belt player. Wherever else he may be aiming. This is 5 players of G2 grouped up.
The thing is though, if Tex just swings and takes a risk here and goes 1-for-1, Jorg's just going to get the res. So you kind of disincentivized to play aggressively here as the Jet on defense.
Placing swarm grenade.
And that swarm was intended for a turret. That's in a different spot entirely.
And it really makes it feel like G2 are making a call to go back in towards B. This is going to keep 3 players solidified, cemented on B, leaving Texture alone.
Texture is alone. One of our players in the MVP running, he's lit up like a bloody Christmas tree, and he has to try and back the hell out. Counter spam, trying to follow the tracers, but he's forced to give this one up. Down on the other side of things, not dealt with in time. Jorgamo forced to just back away. There's 27 seconds left. Gen.G, they got players in. Trying to play this one a
Finger
bit fast and
important
loose. The wall up through onto one of the angles. Ass has dropped down. Will there be kills to be collected? Will there be kills to be claimed? Valo with the movement and the Hunter's Fury. Push them back to the brink. Gen.G are desperate now. They group up. It's a last hurrah to try and get themselves to 12 to prevent G2 from getting to 12, but they give it up.
It's a save again. They're accepting the fact, and G2 immediately on the hunt. No remorse. Looking to try to deny the guns, deny the weaponry. Leaf, knife out, running them down. The hunt is on.
And they can feel it. Throw caution to the wind, claim the kills, claim their lives. You will take nothing further into the next. Munchkin trying to stay alive, but to no avail. G2 are up to series point.
We were talking all throughout Haven and Icebox of grit and tenacity from Gen.G to get back into this game, to get up to the lead. They should have been able to close this out. It was 11-4, and it's writ all over Texture's face. He wears his heart on his sleeve, and he can't find his footing in this game anymore.
Round 24, potentially the most important round in these players' careers for this year, for this match, for this event.
A bit more aggression here from Gen.G at the start of the round. They're not afraid, at least, to put their bodies on the line and go down, break that turret. But it is Munchkin alone, still defending B as other players rotate away from him. Entirely the wrong read.
Munchkin, he's alone doing this. He hears the U-turn and paranoia. It's a good connection inside the smoke, though, dominating the angle. Shots are fired, wrapping around him, though. He's caught that timing, and there's a bullet to the back of the dome. Leaf, instant correction, traded out, and the wall is still up for the safe plant. Ults are online. Gen.G, they're playing for overtime. G2 playing to close this out. Locked down. To Hunter's Fury committed. An ult for an ult. Waiting patiently. Util to come back online. Smokes are blooming, blossoming. Fuel is up. Players are set in their position. A dash forwards, but Texture's gone. G2, ever the hero, ever the miracle team. They're looking to put the fear of God into everyone else's defense.
That is a miracle comeback. History, legendary match there from G2. Gen.G should have had it wrapped up. A 7-round lead, 11-4 the score, and G2 win every single round from there.
That is unbelievable.
The way in which Gen.G have collapsed from this tournament is remarkable. Up in all of the important moments against Wolves and against G2, but G2 would not give up, would not give in. And I think Valen's right. I think they have changed the narrative at this tournament today.
Heartbreak on the face of these Gen.G players. I said it earlier, but listen, when you think of these events, no one's thinking about 5th and 6th. It's an earlier exit than they wanted, but for now we are celebrating G2. They've earned the right to continue on one hell of a run through the lower bracket.
I can't even imagine what's going through their heads, and I feel for the Gen.G guys as well. But that kind of comeback does not happen often. And my God, the grit it takes.
We're going to send it down to the floor now. Sue, take it away for the Verizon post-match interview.
There is a reason why you should never doubt G2. They proved it again. But the question on my mind is, how do they do it? I'm going to come over here and join the fans with Jogamo right now and find out. Jaw, how on earth did you make that comeback on Icebox?
I don't even know how we made that comeback. It is what it is. But we know we're the most disciplined team, so we're going to keep doing our thing, you know what I'm saying?
It required a lot of individual brilliance from every single one of you. What was the motivating factor for you to be so locked in?
We ain't going back home. That's it. Simple as that. We gonna be here for the whole thing.
Oh, well, the fans want that. Now, you've already completed a lower bracket run back in Americas. How does this compare to that experience?
I mean, it's the international now, so we're on the big stage, but if we complete this, our storyline's gonna be insane.
Oh, it is that comfort zone. Follow me, follow me. Valen was going crazy on the stage. I need to get some energy from this man, my captain, my IGL. Tell me what is going through your mind right now. You got your revenge.
I didn't even hear the question, but I heard revenge, and yes, we did. Oh my God, bro, I'm shaking right now. But
भाई कितना nervousness होता होगा ना?
I really didn't want to leave today because this crowd has been phenomenal. And let me tell you what, we're gonna win this shit for NA. Let's go!
Oh yes, you will now. Valen, you know, look, you were the favorites coming into this tournament after losing in the upper bracket. As you know, people always like to doubt you. They pray for your downfall. So tell the crowd, tell the fans why you are the favorites, why they should be with you all the way.
Because we have the best resilience out of any team. This brotherhood, the way we hype each other up, I was like, guys, should I peek pipes again? They're like, yeah, Jay, go, peek them. And man, the trust, the brotherhood, the resilience in this team is why we're going to win this tournament.
I fully believe in you. Toronto, let them hear why you still believe in G2.
तीन चार बजेगा तो सोते सोते
Match found.
Go, let's go. Gotta go. Gotta go.
Fight.
Reloading.
Kill set.
Reloading. Reloading.
I'm out of here.
Brainers.
मारने देगा कैसे मैं अभी मजाक में ऐसे खेल रहा हूँ जरा टिकट दे 3 बार ही मारा हूँ ज़्यादा नहीं
Go, go, go! Blocking sight.
Reloading.
Reloading. Ooh, go, go!
दे मैं दिखाता हूँ
Reloading.
New stage in 10.
I'm out of here.
Stage 2.
यार मुझे लगा मैं ऑफ कर
Stealing sight.
Smart move.
Decoy.
Double's dead.
That's 3. Go, go, go! I'm out of here.
For dead.
That's one rampaging phase.
Blocking sight.
भाई आप उतरने तो दो
Reload.
अबे मुझे लगा मर गया
10 seconds until stage change.
Gotta go. Here we go.
Reloading.
Your fault. I'm out of here.
Decoy.
I'm out of here.
भाई कुछ बोलना मत ठीक खेल रहा हूँ
Three souls. Yikes.
Reload.
My ult's ready. Blocking sight. Shock it. Coming through.
10 seconds until stage change.
Satchel up. Satchel up. 3. Be faster.
योरू सो है
Go get him. Enemy kill.
Reload.
Beat. One down.
हाथ गरम हो रखा है ऐसा मारूंगा ये देखो मेरा हाथ गरम होने वाला है
This way. Go, go.
अरे लोडिंग पूरे
Get out of my way.
Charge your ults.
Stealing sight.
Back off. My ult's ready. My ult's ready. Here we go. Dead.
15 kills remaining.
कल मेरा हाथ गरम होता है
The hunt begins.
Gotta go. Blocking sight. Reloading.
Who's next?
चारों को निपटा स्टार्ट हो गया
I'm now joined by Crashies from Fnatic. Now, Crashies, you've been such a mainstay of America's Valorant, and now you're in the EMEA region. But today you have a chance to kind of complete a little bit of that redemption, eliminate an America's team that you used to be a rival against. So how much does that motivate you, and do you think you've learned enough from EMEA to be able to take them down?
Definitely motivates me. I mean, obviously, like you said, I'm used to playing Sentinels. I played them a lot in my career. I kind of know how they play, and now I kind of have like the EMEA play style as well. So I feel like I have a little
भाई मेरे जैसा खेलोगे जब मैं डायमंड खेला ना डायमंड 1 से डायमंड असेंडेंट सिर्फ एक गेम हारा मैं सिर्फ एक गेम पूरी डायमंड लॉबी में मैं सिर्फ एक बार हारा हूँ उसके बाद लगातार जीता हूँ जब तक मैं असेंडेंट नहीं पहुँचा उसके बाद तो अप डाउन चल रहा है तो मैं रेगुलर भी नहीं हो पा रहा हूँ बेकार ही चल रहा हूँ डी रैंक भी हो लगेगा 10 मिनट और लगेगा शायद मैच स्टार्ट होने में नया
Match found.
Go, let's go.
And putting all that pressure in the map is if Alpha is having that kind of day, you better pray it doesn't happen until map 3.
Yesterday for Fnatic, when they played, that was for me showing that the veterans can step up to the guys who have been around for a while. Alpha, Chronicle, they both had really good matches. And it was for the most part, you know, looking towards guys like Kayak, that rookie player in the early stages for Fnatic. Now everyone coming online in this lower bracket.
And then of course on the other side though, you have Sentinels who, look, they had some great games here in Toronto, but that PaperX game, man, that split 13-3 Kukuka, an absolute thrashing. And even though Sunset went down to the wire, it was still PaperX's game. They walk away with that 2-0. And you know, Sentinels Sentinels had to be mad about that.
Absolutely, especially the way that this sunset ended with, was it John QT not being able to get that final kill? That literally in his face, well, across the smoke. But yeah, we go on.
Sorry, I just saw that Jin kill again, and I could not stop myself from
reacting,
bursting out because it was Paper X was doing this map.
Yes, buddy. भाई इतना बुरी तरह क्यों हारता है? अबे मैं
भाई क्या मालूम भाई, देख पता है मेरा रिपोर्ट देखेगा ना, इतनी बढ़िया टीम आई है, क्या ही बताऊं।
क्या सामने है तेरे?
अरे मेरी टीम भाई, मेरी पर्सनल।
Reloading.
अच्छी टीम थी।
लौड़ा मेरी अच्छी टीम थी।
Reload.
तू ही कह रहा थी बढ़िया टीम आई है।
हाँ देखना मैं
Party's
top
over.
सबसे ऊपर।
3. 4. Satchel out.
लो आया था थोड़ा सा यार। क्या? अबे मैं तो मैच देख रहा यार। सही चल रहा है। अबे अभी उसका फैनेटिक और उसका है ना सेंटिनल का, उसी का ही मैच देख रहा, लाइव भी कर रहा था।
चल रहा है क्या?
हाँ अभी स्टार्ट होएगा, अभी तो खत्म हुआ है।
भाई कसम से प्लेयर आ गया ना।
क्या?
मैं एक मैच एमवीपी, फिर 5 बंदे सामने वाली टीम के, फिर मेरे 4।
तो मेरा माउस पैड ही खत्म हो गया।
चल तू खेल, मैं कल ही
नहीं खेल रहा?
अभी खेल रहा है।
अच्छा ठीक है, कल रात को ही आऊँगा मैं अभी तो ओके ब्रो।
Bomb buddy out. Blocking sight. 3. 4.
3 kills. New stage is no one walks away. Kill the queen. Stage 3.
तेरा है लो है नहीं। माउस खराब हो रहा है।
Opponent's killed.
Final stage.
Cutting their vision. Satchel out.
ಒಂದು ಹಾರ್ಡ್ ಗರಂ ಒಂದು
Right there. Reloading. Fire in the hole! There. Reloading. Hi! I'm
Who's next?
कौन पिट रहा है? रेज ही पिट रहा है. ये मेरा स्प्रे पता नहीं बहुत टट्टी हो सकता है.
Reloading. Blocking sight. Get out of my way.
10 kills to go.
Reloading.
5 kills left.
बिल लेके बैठा हूँ. नवा टीम है.
Their work cut out for them. Let's also dial the time back to champs, because let's not forget, Sunset was the battleground where these guys first played when they faced off against each other, Mimi, at Champions. It was a 13-11 scoreline in favor of the Sentinels, but that just goes to show you that this one really can fall either way.
It certainly can, and for the Sentinels here, I mean, they've always had a bit of a home ground on Sunset. Fnatic still trying to prove that map, show us what they have ready to go. If they can beat Sen there, then go into an Ascent, that is such a strong showing for them going into a lower round 3 against G2 after the break.
Yeah, definitely. The map that Sentinels have prepared the most, and probably why we see all of those pictures down there and all of those reads, is because Sentinels has chosen this Sunset every single time that they have the opportunity to do so.
Yep.
We've spoken about Second, how he's set up, how he runs across the map, and the man on your screen right now, Kayak, well, not Hoster, is going to face up one of the biggest challenges of his careers today.
Oh man, you can feel the energy in the air as well, Mimi. The fans are on their feet. Everyone's ready for this one because they know the stakes. Both of these teams thought that they would be contesting for a trophy right now when they faced off against each other. But here they are fighting, scrapping for a top 4 placement. And the pressure is on in a way that I don't think I've felt before at a VCT global event for some reason. You feel it. It just, like the people, the anticipation's through the roof here.
It's there, but these are also two teams that feed off that energy. You've seen Zelsis, you've seen Boaster, probably this tournament's 2 best emotional leaders playing to this crowd here in Toronto, standing up, feeling that energy and channeling it to win, to make it to this point.
Round after round, we've been seeing, or sorry, fan after fan I spoke to, actually, it's split down the middle. You ask them, what do you want? Fnatic, you want Sentinels. It's wild, Kukuka.
It's very difficult to choose.
How can you?
If you're a Valorant fan, you want both of the teams to make it through, but of course that cannot happen. There can only be one survivor today. Can Sentinels bounce back from that loss yesterday, or is going to be just like Gen.G and they're going to be defeated? I think that especially this first map, this Sunset, is going to have a lot of tells in the first 6 rounds. I think that the team who deals better with the nerves of the situation that they're in will succeed.
All right, well, agent select now. See what we get. Zekin, of course, is going to be rocking that neon there, and see what we end up getting for both teams as they look to lock this one in, Mimi.
Fnatic really does not play Sunset. Since that game we talked about, where they lost to Sentinels back in Champions Seoul, the only time they played it was their loss to Gen.G. This is very much uncomfortable territory for them, but with the map changes, being a team that permabans Pearl, they're going to have a good Sunset.
Yeah, coming into the tournament, having a permaban, being a team like Fnatic, but still having that downside of there's a place that we do not want to go in this Sunset that they've never liked. Now they're both combined together, right? You cannot ban both of them, and they had to be ready to face off Sunset. again, the loss against Gen G, there were many painful things happening. First of all, they won both pistols, and they were unable to convert any of the other anti-ecos afterwards. So that allowed their opponent to get in their hairs, to get the confidence, and get snowballing way before them.
This is it, folks. Last match before we lock in our top 4. The pressure couldn't be higher. The audience, everyone in here is losing their minds as they get ready for this game. You see everything all locked in and ready to go. And you gotta wonder, who wants it more? Toronto, who do you think wants it more? Do you think Sentinels want it more? Do you think Fnatic want it more? Oh boy, the crowd is ready for this one, folks. Let's do this. It's EMEA's last stand, so it's only fitting that we send it over to Pansy and Hypoc on the mic.
And look, I'm not above sending them home with a smile on my face. Mike, this is a tale of 2 Titans in Toronto. A matter of survival now. We start on Sunset. Where's your mind going?
Yeah, I don't want to say it's a little bit of a surprise. Obviously, I think Sentinels, no shocker there to lean into.
Yes, absolutely.
To see that this is really going to set the tone for this series. Again, everything on the line here. Elimination basically looming for both of these teams, and some concerning losses previously, the more so being that Gen G loss for Fnatic.
Oh, it is heavy weighted, right? There's a lot to be looked at here between the two. Anything about the composition standing out to you? Is it literally going to come down to who wants it more? I mean, GB was saying it, and I agree. This is one of those grudge matches where you've got to turn up on the day.
Any given Sunday, it's the form that's going to decide this one. No surprise. Maybe some tweaks along the way, but we should have an absolute banger to open the series. Two things for Fnatic set up outside A right now, and actually a heavier stack for Sentinels. Narrate actually caught sights of. Fnatic will proceed forwards.
Yep, and already Celsius with an opportunity. Doesn't get too much pressure, and avoiding that paranoia allows him a little bit more breathing room. Kayak would love to squeeze that away from him. Good trade from Bang though. And again, that spike, hesitant so far, but has actually skipped a little further ahead. So they're trying to carve a path forward, Fnatic, looking for some more options, and Second's not allowing that already. Denial in front of them, obvious and broad as daylight. Sentinels off to the start they wanted.
Fnatic almost playing into that pinch there, a little desperate to try and recover. Just too much damage done on the way in. Seemingly find the opener they needed, but it's Bang to really turn this back. Chronicle falling as well.
One enemy remaining.
We were just talking about this is probably the biggest challenge so far. In terms of the head-to-head today, Zekken, one of the best. You cannot doubt that. Certainly all eyes towards him.
Yeah, and Zekken's proven it time and time again, right? Tournament after tournament, he's always been exceptional. For Kayak, it's a impressive run. Speak of the man, and he'll show you why. Quick 2, Kayak and Boast are gonna feel that. And Zen don't want to allow Fnatic to get off even the starting blocks.
Slow down round 2 off the rip here. It's Alpha with a Sheriff though. He's the one that's probably going to look for a pick. Right, almost entertaining the idea. Actually the trade-off, Alpha down to 20 already. So going to keep that Sheriff in check for the time being.
Right here.
Yeah, taking.
Goes, yeah, little off angle from Bang.
Down mid.
I've got to say for me as well, Bang is such an unsung hero of the Sentinels team. I mean, there's a lot of highlight players, right? There's a lot of personality to that Sentinels side, but Bang is always such a safe pair of hands, such a solid player. And Alpha, it's a nice shot. Gonna need a whole lot more of those though. And it looks like Narrate would like to close his count down, and he does. Safety found for Sentinels in the first 2, rather unfazed thus far.
It's pretty comfortable as well, carrying across 4 of the weapons here, recovery. Well, that's going to deter Fnatic initially. Slow things down for their buy round. Certainly a challenge with the upper hand for sure.
I have the spike. Last player stand.
With Boaster looking like actually might settle for just a Guardian here. Don't expect him to be at the forefront of this buy round, but Certainly get an indicator here for pace, a widespread default from Fnatic.
I like this.
Just putting out the feelers. Yeah, Zekken on a deep angle here.
Yeah, it's a question mark of how long he holds it. Deciding against staying out for too long, but an initial show of force. You can see a little bit of a deeper exploration over towards that A side as well, putting up that one-way smoke, controlling this space. Zekken still with this line. No light shields on the other side, so it won't have that same validity, but it can certainly do some good chip. Kayak going to be feeling the brunt of that down to 10, and that's an early big bit of damage.
Now Fnatic looking to put things in motion. The other extremity here, Bang will be called upon. Well, actually just shouldering the ankle there, knife out. Lucky to get away with no damage, actually. But already bodies in the right place for Sentinels, and 45 seconds left on the clock. I think now Fnatic going to try and put something in motion towards B to once again pull that rotation.
But you've got to look towards the main map. Look how deep they're sitting on this. A couple of players maybe just keeping an eye on if you kind of want to put Bang into the equation. But for Sentinels, they're not giving Fnatic opening chances. They're not allowing them these picks. Even Zekken, who did have that deeper line initially towards B, slipped back towards Pillar. Again, playing these deeper angles, and Kayak. Oh, banging shot though, barely alive, and he lands it. It's that second removed. Zelsis then going to try and find some timing. 14 seconds of Fnatic looking for the plant. Alpha gets it done. Zelsis maintaining the space, but the rotations are coming in.
Be careful here. Actually, could get overwhelmed towards CT, but actually the stun comes through. Kayak, he's going to find another one.
That's 10 HP. He's found two. Finally caught in the heels by Bang. But you're looking for Boaster now to pick up the slack. Already slipped ahead is Bang. Again, step after step. 2 kills for him. 3v3 in the post plant.
Now looking for Fnatic to try and find some sort of answer. Can't get locked out of sight here. Zelsis actually doubles down.
An Alpha, an unknown position, but now given away. But Zelsis! It's a 3K and it's dreamy from him. You know he's standing up. You know he's reminding them of who they are on this server. That retake, really special stuff here. Kayak though, heroics with 10 HP, but instantly Sentinels fighting it back in off the back of Bang.
Enemy remaining.
Noticing as well, the HP just makes Fnatic a little cautious to continue pressuring towards CT.
Ooh, frustration on Boaster.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a fumble here on the bonus, but all credit due to Sentinels to convert.
I'm out of here.
Minimal investment here, a Guardian, a couple of Sheriffs, some Stingers. It's only the Neural Theft available for Fnatic. It's not much to pull into round 4 here.
No, and this feels rather similar, doesn't it, to almost that second round. Second over towards...
Very tempered early rounds here from Fnatic. We want to get a feel for some of the setups here, but not necessarily any variations so far from Sentinels, so...
Okay, small... Oh!
So
God
snappy.
Damn, that was quick. And Zelsis not feeling particularly pressured. He can just cycle those one-ways still. He knows that market pressure is now a little bit less deadly, but okay, these shots they're hitting are wild. Boaster, almost didn't finish his dinner. But second, quick as lightning, dives in, removes. It's easy for Sentinels. Not a sentence I expected to be saying yet, but they don't look phased at all.
Coasting through these early rounds, Lauren. Fnatic probably need to get a grip on things pretty early on.
Timeout,
I was going to say, wouldn't be surprised to see an early timeout here. And haven't really forced these sort of adjustments. Sentinels just yet. Zekken happy to stand his ground.
Let's go.
Yeah, we'll see a timeout here. Early pump of the brakes from Fnatic.
They look cold, Mike. It feels like they're, you know, not getting much say in the way these rounds go. We've seen how deep Sentinels are sitting, making them really play to try and get into these sites, trying to take that market control. It's not working. I mean, Zekken's been controlling that like a champion, right? Every time, hard to clear. Then you can throw in Zelsis to the mix, whoever you want, bang, playing it back in from kind of top middle. He's been excellent, 7-1 already. Yeah, Kayak's had a couple moments, but none of it's felt like it's a threat to the round yet.
No, like I said, until they can force an adjustment, put basic Sentinels in a position to employ Zekken elsewhere, then maybe it's a positive for Fnatic to try and exploit such a thing, but towards the minimap here, it's pretty much carbon copy once more for Sentinels. See if Fnatic lean towards a set piece early on here. Said early slow default. Not really achieving much. Like I said, these are the fact finders. If you lose them, you come away with something to work upon, but walked into the similar setups on repeat so far.
Yeah, need to find a solution quick. If we want a bit of a game here, really. Yeah, a couple ults nearby. Kayak's not too far off. Neither is Crashies. So Kayak off to a quick beginning, but the stall instantly comes out. Prowler to follow, so they know that they've still got that nice line over from elbow. Kayak has done well on his entries, but it's a tough endeavor, and Bang's been so cold with holding this as well, just shouldering it before in those earlier rounds.
Might even be a re-clearance here. See the Prowler layered with the flash from John. Bang just taking a peek with the TP.
And the one thing I love about how Sentinels approach playing Fnatic, there's no fear about it. They play like they're the favorites, which you could argue they are in this scenario. There isn't that hesitation or worry. They are as calibered, as prolific as each other in that regard. And already a good read here. Look at the rotation coming in. You're going to start seeing John QT head over to the right side, catching towards top middle, joined by Narrate. They've got a good beat on what Fnatic want to do, but this slow, steady pace isn't catching anyone off guard yet.
Well, yeah, I mean, almost tailor-made to force second a little deeper here with that paranoia.
Still have to give away the game if they want to close down towards him, though.
Yeah.
And there it is. Oh, that's good
Big
from Kayak.
Big win.
Yeah, and that was basically all building towards it. Now at 25 seconds, overwhelmed. Zelsis goes down. They fought for that top middle control, and they've won it out. That was a very procedural round almost from Fnatic. These final three players, it's tough to come back into this.
Especially with such deep control from Alpha.
Important round.
So obviously boasted to complement that as well. Still a way back in here if they can win a couple of these gunfights, but the spike cam will reveal Sentinels in mid. So got to pick up the pace now if they still want to make a go of this. They're probably just going to look for exits on the other side. Doesn't feel good to walk into market there.
No, we could obviously see how many were waiting if they did decide to go for it, but
Yeah,
for once it does feel like that kind of isolation of Zekken worked out, right, Mike? He had to sit deep CT, and then you had pressure top middle.
But it still doesn't feel great that Zekken can then sit on a deeper angle on that, but I said that's why it's such a big win from Kayak. A window of opportunity after the paranoia is posted, unless you can scale up effectively and lock something like Zekken out of the site. Certainly doesn't feel like it's a guarantee. Fnatic on the board regardless, though. So the neural theft really seals the deal on this round.
So cute,
nice, boys. Really good round.
Yeah, I mean, even now, that doesn't look overly happily about it.
No, I mean, we saw frustration early, and that's not something you're used to seeing with Boaster.
No.
He's very, very calm normally, if not always leaning towards a positive, but let's see how this looks. A little bit of an answer back for Sen's 4 rounds now. Kayak with ult, Crashies with it online too. Contact off the Prowler, and Bang getting curious. Flash in, swing! It's stunning from Bang. Answer found by Kron, though, takes away Narrate, who's meant to be that support system. But John QT caught on the back away from that. He leant forward, it looked like to try and support what Bang was doing, but as it stands, they've given over the man advantage now.
No commitment just yet as well. Boaster trying to pick up maybe somebody in rotation. Only really Zelsis on the chopping block for that. See, Alpha still has a cam here, but he's not spotted. Zelsis has got ahead of it.
Oh my god,
timing ho raha bhai.
Welcome to live events. See if you can figure it out. Around we go, completely unawares. And Zelsis is going to clear this. Zekken, he's got the operator. He's been quick so far, but he's got a lot of pressure now coming his way. Decides against it. Holds that deeper line again. Good choice. And a great shot! Crashes goes down. Spike now spotted. Holding his space towards CT. Support's coming in, and Zelsis on the flank. Yeah, they got sight, but this post plant won't be comfortable for Fnatic. So do they fight forward?
Still a trip, actually, which will reveal Zelsis' position. Zek gonna swap over to the rifle.
This is pressure now on two sides, Mike. That trip being broken, they now
Bang's
know.
found one.
What? How did Bang get that? Maybe above the smoke? I don't know. But Alpha with an oh! You get away with robbery, apparently. Chronicle makes it up to going to Fnatic's way, but bloody hell, that felt close.
I mean, the shift walk out as well into Zekken's sideline. Still some question marks on this side of the map, for sure, but
and this
luckily,
is classic Tron, right?
Yeah, oh yeah. Happy to stand his ground here.
Yeah,
As over the top of the smoke. It looked like it might have just come straight through.
Yeah.
Chronicle delivering here. Maybe a swing round for Fnatic. Through retrieval of the operators, well, Alpha
Poster
actually gonna
dance nahi kar
pick it
raha
up himself. With how slow these early rounds have been, actually, potential for maybe in a mid-round to pick up a Zellsis creeping elsewhere and find a pick off the back of it.
And again, for someone like Chronicle, those 4 were his first 4. But you need that, right? You need your backbone, that spine to the roster.
Much deeper ahead of this poison orb now.
I love this diligence
Yeah,
from
yes.
Fnatic. They're feeling that there's variety to this and there would be adaptation.
Sentinels have shown that they want to re-clear this and fight for this space actively, so no surprises to see Fnatic sitting back.
Look at these positions from Sen, though. Are they going to go for a re-clear in middle or a challenge on this? Look how actively they're playing. Oh, this is super deadly. And that's 2 players spotted. Stun going to come in. Crashies might be screwed here. Forced out of the corner. He's still fine. He plays his life. This is so tense.
Even the aftershock just doesn't force onto a deep enough line, even with Zekken peeling away from that. Again, 40 seconds on the clock. We'll walk into potentially a site. Just 2 members of Sentinels, but John QT, not sure the cooldown there on the fault line will be able to apply some pressure here.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, we've got Narrate, Bang. You've still got a lot of util on Narrate. Same with Bang as well with Paranoia. Now the pressure. Narrate can't stand it. Too much util. Just the dart to turn his eyes. Bang now leans in. It's good for one, but not good enough for the follow. John QT on rotate through CT. Does it for now. Plant needed. No! No, that's a spike gun! Oh, it's an absolute fumble! And a half!
अबे इसका अपना ही अंट से मरा है वो
down to just 10 HP. You see he's desperate to get out of the way of it.
Oh, you can see us gutting for him too.
कह रहा भाई मेरे ऊपर क्यों अल्ट मारा भाई
Absolute heartbreak because it's not recoverable at that point.
No, that's spike gone. That was it. Oh, God. And if you're Sen, you're grinning, right? You're like, oh, nice one. Appreciate that. No plan to worry about. Perfect, but God, for Fnatic, that is going to be devastating.
Certainly a tilter. 5-2 now the scoreline. Operator back in hand for Zekken as well.
I like this though, he's gone deeper towards
So aggro, yeah. I mean, they've been given a little bit of freedom on the side of Sentinels towards this side of the map. Zels is walking mid previously, getting ahead of that camera.
That's enough for him.
Definitely, yeah.
Don't think that jump spot saw it either. Careful now, that's a tag. Didn't get the kill, but now Zellsis readies himself. He knows that pressure could be going through market, but top middle is the place to be worried about. Kron slips the net, but only for so long. Second, quick with it, Narrate in support. It's stunning. But still, look at the HP. Kayak down on 20. Boaster, 30. They are low in this.
Walking wounded. 50 HP between them. Bang, nearly caught the backside of them.
This replay is so well timed, and the old mic.
Might be able to get a partner away, but certainly not going to be comfortable regardless where Fnatic, but Zekken can close the gap so damn quickly.
And again, you've still got that Paranoia primed with Bang. There it goes, and that's going to catch! Just a shot through the smoke, and Zellsis going to catch Boaster. Now Kayak has to do... Oh, Christ! I was going to say miracles, and he almost did it.
Good for the first, but Sentinels standing tall here. Nearly fell off my chair.
Look, if he'd hit another, I think I'd have done the same. But as it stands, I'm going to be honest, by all accounts, this has been not looking too uncomfortable. It feels like they've got a good concept and a good read on what Fnatic are trying to achieve. They're handling the mid-pressure well. It feels like there's not enough lanes to read. Second has been finding the space to great to be able to fall back. Sitting towards CT, that market presence, okay. Zellsis learning on the fly, slipping a little deeper, giving up. I haven't felt like Fnatic looked that deadly yet.
No, there's been a lack of pressure, really, on the side of Fnatic. Like I said, seemingly a lot of freedom for Sentinels on the B side of the map, and towards mid as well. First real switch up here is Zellsis over towards A.
This worries me. Just thought he was hands off keyboard for a second in the camera, so I was like, oh god, it's all good.
Do not speak it into existence. So a lesser purchase here. 2 rifles on the side of Fnatic.
Trips on the side though, they don't know about this Zellsis. Again, maybe a good counter to Kayak's ult, maybe just be aware of what they'd want to be doing, but Bang needs to live. He's about to be overrun, he can't handle that. There's just too much going straight up towards that top mid side. Now a chance for Zellsis. Gets a spam, can't get the connect he didn't want, and has to back away.
Oh, so lucky to get out of that. Able to break the sight lines here, even though it's tagged by the drone. Plant comes through. Probably the most comfortable post-plant we've seen here from Fnatic.
Does Narrate go for the ult? Ooh,
certainly
deep.
now with the pit.
Yeah, really deep hit from Kron as well. That's just gonna, I mean, that really cuts off CT. You
Right,
can't
blue
even
it,
considering
right.
it at that point. But then it funnels you forward. Already look at the two players, Boaster and Kayak on site.
I mean, no
Eyes on that. That's
no,
wraps.
No shock to see
Save
Sentinels
कर रहे हैं?
giving this one up. Do not fancy their chances. Obviously holding to the operator. And Fun's really looking pretty comfortable regardless at a 6-2 scoreline. I mean, ultimates to bring into the next, only really the TP for Boaster. Not much else to work around here. He's actually
Decided on one kill.
almost having both initiator ultimates on the side of Sentinels.
Here it is, the one kill that pretty much secured the entire round. Like doing that, and then you throw in the pit on top from Kron. That's pretty much checkmate. He's already going back into it. Yes, I guess you could argue they did have Narrate's ult if they fancied it, but still, it was
a roll of the
too
dice,
easy.
really, yeah.
It just felt like too much of a risk to go for it. So for Fnatic, a bit of stability found, but this slow and steady pace, certainly not setting my world on fire, but it has got them 3. Now, to continue forward, would be fantastic. What's the adjustment here? What's the way they want to keep playing this? Because eventually Sen will figure out the tempo. And that was off the back of that ult from Kayak.
So previously, only 4 rounds found by Fnatic versus Gen G.
ये बहुत डिले कर रहा है यहाँ पे काफी देर तक होल्ड करके रख रहा है यहाँ
Try and draw some of these rounds out. Yeah, I mean, it's
look at this.
Certainly not what you want to rely on. This doesn't really scream confidence to you.
No, it doesn't.
Like I said, this sunset really sets the tone.
Standing ahead.
And Bang has been on the money. He's the only one dedicated towards site. Narrates actually managed to make it back over somewhat in time. Still behind the smoke, but another one placed down from Bang. Consideration to play it forward. Great connection on the ult as well. And Bang's position does get considered, but you still can't kill him. Takes away Alpha and no trade there for Kron. Blinded and hungry, Bang goes in. Takes down Kron, and it is just methodical. Narrates, Bang, perfect ult.
The concern being this is the first time Fnatic have stacked up and looked for a set piece towards either side, to be honest with you. And it gets absolutely dismantled by Sentinels. Bang again, just always good for 2, it seems, in situations like this.
Again, Bang probably won't ever be in your highlight reels, right? 2 safe kills there, but the value he is bringing is second to none. He's top of the board currently, but as said, safety kills. Even the coaching staff looking a little frustrated at the tempo. Kaplan there just, hey, it's all going well. They're 7-3. Nothing's really phased them yet. It hasn't pushed them out of their comfort zone. And it feels rinse and repeat now.
Scrambled purchase once more from Fnatic. It's going to make round 12 pretty awkward for them.
Oh, three players dedicated towards B this time. I don't know if it's a read into this. Cool, that is good info on that.
And another adjustment here on Zellsis' utility at least. And actually,
Big catch.
finally, isolating Bang. It's been a problem.
But I like that Narrate's noted the players coming through top middle. He's pretty much going to be gift the try and do what you can. We can't help you yet. They've sliced right up the guts here, Fnatic. Almost doing a little bit of a fake out Alpha.
On the fadeaway.
Okay, fair enough. Zekken, you got a 1v5. No, you don't! Alpha, you absolute nutcase. Catching him easy.
And just like that, a flawless response from Fnatic. Able to find success towards top mid. And the spike and them, almost a great read from Sentinels. To try and, I guess, mitigate the risk on the back of this wall. This time around, the isolation of Bang is perfect. It looked even more ridiculous the second time after that kill from Alpha.
And you're going to need to see that, Alpha. If Ascent's in the map pool, you're going to need to see him firing, right? But 7-4, okay. It's not a complete shutout here. Fnatic have found enough rounds to build forward. Now, again, similar scenes to that last round here.
Well, Fnatic feel as if they have found something to work upon.
I mean, they're drawing the rotation towards top middle, right? You can't leave it open. Narrate has to react. John QT has to be present. This time, Narrate very present. Down to 20, but he's done his job in this. They want to try and get some pressure through Market, and Alpha disrespecting the util felt like a desperation play almost.
Sure. Now
And then look how deep they are, Mike.
I was going to say, Boaster tasked now with making something of nothing, to be honest with you. Just as
not like that.
Zelsis, he would find the wallbang. Now down to Chronicle and Crashies. A 2v5 to try and convert here into a 7-5 half. A tall order.
It certainly is, and I have to credit the discipline from Sentinels, because the tempo and pacing from Fnatic, which has been discussed, is very slow. It is very cautious, but Kron
30
got
seconds
them
left.
4 before. Need more this time around. Does have Crashies there. One
C
shot
wants
dart.
to make something happen here.
You got to get at least a kill, right? That's the long and short of it. You have to at least get a kill to make this possible, and ideally be able to back away. They may not expect him so close by, but the Horn will do the job. Nice work on one for the trade. Instantaneous. Sentinels playing the numbers game very well. Crashies can't do enough. Sentinels looking very in control, Mike. This has not been a problem.
No, I think Fnatic adopt a game plan here to try and slow things down and make Sentinels sweat a little bit. But like I said, coasting through a lot of these rounds.
Yeah, gonna need to see a little bit more fire under Fnatic for my flavor in this. I don't love this tempo from them. I want to see them come out swinging. Because Sen look all too comfortable.
I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets. Cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here and stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Bottles knocking models, bottles knocking models. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. Bottles knocking models, bottles knocking models, bottles knocking models. I wanna bump a beat that goes hard. Cup it. Cup it. Cup it.
Well, the pacing certainly a little bit of a different tempo from that G2 Gen G game just
sure,
now.
yeah.
But 4 rounds is manageable with a pistol. But Mike, how do we see this one going down so far? Because I don't know how I feel about this yet.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just not sold on Fnatic's approach once again here. We saw versus Gen G, I think, what, 4, maybe 5 rounds in that first half, decided by the clock or looking towards saving rifles, and it's just not convincing enough for me. Heartbreaking to see the first time they stack up and go for a pacey set piece. It's, like I said, Sentinels barely broke a sweat.
Now you can see the Coinbase Econ report there on the screens. It's really a bit of a one-sided affair, but the vast majority of Sen on the money. I mean, John QT able to get there in time, everyone else doing their job. I just need to see more here. Now, Sentinels 8-4 is a respectable scoreline. I think they'll be happy enough with that, right? Like, you walk away with that. You've done the job that was required. Now, their attacking side left me wanting a little bit as well, but I don't think I'm going to have the same quandary as I do with Fnatic's attack.
No, I mean, because that second half versus Gen G was kind of blink and you miss it.
Yep.
It was over very quickly, which is, again, you always aim towards a 6-6 for sure, but just, I mean, it didn't even really feel like an 8-4 half, to be honest with you. Fnatic to come away with as many as they did. Can they build upon that now?
And yeah, instantly different pace here coming out. Second fast towards elbow, clearing on through. Paranoia late, actually. So you can already see that Kayak's had a look, but he sees nothing. Very late presence coming out from back to Zekken. Straight on the side, Boaster. Good denial, takes a, whoa! Takes a second! Get out of there! How's he found two? Kayak comes back around, but we're in a 3v2 now. The pressure mounting, you can see it. Just getting into the scrap from Narrate. Sends us packing in the pistol.
Another situation where you think Fnatic have got
खासा
the
round
only
throw
win
कर दिया है.
to get around under their belt. The Sentinels just strip it away. Boaster, two fantastic kills that stun on the first, actually, to find Zekken with a right click, but then doubling down under so much pressure. But Narrate really stretching his legs.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, that was gorgeous. That was gorgeous from Narrate. Yeah, I'm with you on that one.
बहुत
That
उछलता है भाई ये.
something quite special there. And a mid-walk from Fnatic wanting to take the fight to Sentinels. You're on the defending side now, guys. You could have chilled out. But Narrate going to pick up where he left off. Carrying on this sort of fatality, lethality, but Boaster on a classic. I'm sorry, maybe just a what? Gron? You just, what is going on, Mike? Are we in deathmatch?
Fnatic seemingly now looking to play a little more aggressively, taking the fight to Sentinels as you would have wished in the first half. Boaster put a classic in his hands and he's shining right now.
Right? You're not going to do...
Besting Zekken twice now.
That's ridiculous. Hello. Hello, speed up. Delsis clears him. No more naughtiness for that. To Crashies, who's lingering around middle, maybe able to see if he can get maybe something
I was
to
going to say,
fight
yeah,
in
can
with.
he recover anything?
They've still got the main weaponry. You're looking at it, right? The two Bulldogs are still there. It's one Stinger that's gone down. And Delsis, yeah, right place, right time, and Crashies knife out. Ain't gonna do it. 10 discovered for Sen. And I like Fnatic trying something here. You might as well in a round like
Absolutely,
this.
yeah. So it really comes down to this buy round now. Gotta see them get on the board here.
Yeah.
Too late. Be 11 and a broken purchase once more.
Okay. Nice, boys. Come on, let's go.
Stripping away any comfort that Fnatic have even attempted to find. I haven't found it, to be honest with you.
Yeah. I've got to say as well, the part being in my mind, this hasn't just been the Zekken show, right? It's everyone else stepping up here. Your Narrate having a great show, Bang being on the money, Zelsis as well, everyone else doing their jobs. They haven't really needed Zekken to be the all singing, all dancing. But now on the attack, obviously with the Neon, this is where we could see him kick it up a gear.
And on the attack, to have a round 3 initiator ultimate is huge for Sentinels.
How do they fancy popping that? Got time. All the pressure on Fnatic in this regard, right? They have to stay on their toes here. Can't afford to drop the ball. That pistol round would have been everything. If they've been able to drop Narrate there, that could have changed the outcome potentially, but he's still slipping through middle.
It's a very, very secure setup here for Fnatic, though.
Yeah, all that info off of
Alpha's got to be careful.
Yeah, great paranoia, but still alive is Sen. Narrate going to take down Alpha, and they have to back away. There goes that ult we were talking about. Value, yes, and Sen looking for the site, but bang! Back to back! Boaster and Kron, devastated.
Crashes down to 11 HP. Fnatic have to give this up now.
There's no way back in. The flank irrelevant.
Planted.
This is unreal. Sen looks so comfortable here.
Fnatic look a little lost, to be honest with you.
They do. And have we seen timeouts yet?
Very stunned.
I've seen just the one from Fnatic very early on.
Love to see another.
But they set up here, it was both Chronicle and Alpha, but Alpha's posted up close and personal with his utility. Again, maybe a lack of information, but Crashes has already kind of figured out they're drifted back into mid because that, well, not contact found, but damage trade-off.
Yes.
It's really bizarre to see that. Unfortunate set of events. Kayak now, maybe actually. Chopping block here.
A little bit dangerous for him.
Oh, actually, a cheeky smoke as well.
Chanity.
5 alive.
Yep.
2 rifles maintained here for Fnatic, but a long road back in, and that, I mean, the only saving grace being that they've held onto 2 of those rifles because the money, it's disgusting.
Yeah.
Alpha, I mean, again, in that situation, if you're there, you have to commit towards the kill. You back up, you're dead regardless. But with the reveal through the near side just can't find Zekken. Painting a silhouette around him.
All right, it's kind of crunch time, right? It feels like we've gone here with a bit of a whimper from Fnatic. It hasn't been the show we wanted yet. Sentinels just striding through the map. Zekken, the space, gonna work off the back of the paranoia, gonna be punished. Kayak, nice, set into motion there. Zekken goes down and maybe still a chance to get some control in this one. Oh, that's lovely. Kayak, just a shot through the smoke. He'll take that every day of the week.
Now backing away, conceding this space.
There.
He went out here, can just play towards trades on site if Sentinels commit, but see now Crashy's exploring. Zelsis has potentially some ideas at threading the needle here in this Fnatic setup. Crashy's still guarding it.
He hasn't had a great series yet, or at least map yet here. So again, Zelsis has been on the money. That's a shoulder, and that's a stun. Didn't quite connect, but the shot does. Zelsis carving a path, and now both are trying to play it forward, but Zelsis again! He's setting this round alight! Sentinels making Fnatic look silly!
And the early win out from Fnatic, but Sentinels able to course correct here. Now find themselves a body to the good in the post.
Zelsis just nutmegging them straight up middle. Not a chance. And now they've got to try and fight it back in, right? But you've got Chronicle and Alpha. Not really easy to bring this utility in. Double stacked up on the site. Gonna try and get themselves away, but you're gonna still play in Zelsis. Alpha making a go of it, but Zelsis does so well. Down to the 1v1, but time is running low. John QT calm under pressure. Kron, same sort of thing.
He's got the half.
Going. Yeah. Kron! No! Kron, you absolute madman!
Trying to bait out the steps here, but doesn't back down. Brazen with the defuse.
To do that at that scoreline.
Yeah.
That would have been 12. That's bold, but I've got to roll it back to this moment from Zelsis.
Yeah, I mean, the timing is you see as well, actually the reveal and the fault line coming back online to set this lurk in motion. And that's how they're able to flip this advantage back in their favor. But bold moves from Chronicle. Fnatic cling to life here on Sunset. Actually, at least probes sent out by Fnatic. No reward just yet.
Going again, we do have the Owl drone. Having a glance, should just make it past the wall. We'll note the player on the right side, and Kayak gonna catch the rate, so good damage here. Oh, just caught!
Just below the door.
Oh, that's a nightmare, isn't it? Trying to back away towards market.
Really got Chronicle's utility now to rely on. And this wall committed towards mid, so Sentinels plenty of options. Actually drawn Alpha away as well, so going to leave that utility in control of Asai. And actually, Neural Theft will be invested.
Look towards top middle. Zekken might just pop off this as well. Kron's going to be the one to try and deal with them if they come marked, but no, it is straight top middle. He's taking space. Alpha, reactive, trying to slip away. Spot the pixel, gets the body drop. Jump QT down, he knows there's more. Alpha, big double kill, but then there's still so much more to be done. 20 seconds, where's that spike going? Bang's got his ult if he wants it. God. Oh my goodness.
Oh my word.
There's no way they read this though, right? 13 seconds.
Sounds
Zelsis, yeah, a little lazy peek in here, but actually behind the wall.
Good God, this is just centimeters away from being deadly. 5 seconds has to commit on the plan here, and Kayak closing in. Chronicle's fallen. It's on Kayak and Crashies in the 2v2 here. Bang and Zelsis. Zelsis takes the head off of Crashies, leaving just Kayak, the young gun. Good for it on one. Looking for a second. He's got it! Kayak! You can doubt him all you want, but he has been exceptional for this team.
And another hero round from Zelsis as well. This Kayak with the Red Bull clutch. 6 on the board now for Fnatic.
Fight again.
In the finest of margins, and Crassy's a little disconnected. Obviously, the anchor towards A side with all of Alpha's utility, but the bounce on that stun, outrageous from Kayak.
Nice try, boys. Nice try, boys.
That was a lovely little Red Bull clutch from him. And again, the conversation around Kayak it's a learning lesson with him, really, as we go along. What is his capabilities? At this point, I think a lot of us saw on the socials he wasn't feeling his best. But coming in here, putting on a great show at 15 to 12. And it is that kind of old adage of, everyone can be great when they aren't tired, when they aren't feeling underway. But this guy's turned out here today and looked good for it. But we look at how these rounds have gone, Mike. We've had, Kron with a full defuse. You've just had a clutch coming out from Kayak.
They're not ones that kind of fill you with confidence.
Comeback
On the other side, it is a timeout for Sen. So don't let this slip away too far. They still have timeouts to work with, so why not burn one here? See how far they can take this. And Fnatic have a lot of ults to be working towards.
I was just saying as well, another hero round from Zelsis who's quietly actually crept to the top of the board ahead of Bang.
And
Narrate as well, who's had a couple, is that 2 or 3 Ks we've seen from him?
I'm really impressed with how Zelsis is reading the map. It's all kind of timing and nice, kind of like punishing on rotate.
Yeah, the lurk up top mid was fantastically executed.
And again, you don't normally kind of be having those conversations about Zelsis in that light, but I'm so happy to be seeing he's really found a way to get through that Fnatic defense. Now we go back in. Bang trying to draw the eyes and all the attention, see if they can cost that rotate, right? Bring that third body over.
Crash is just playing rotation game. Actually, it's early commitment back towards B with Kayak now picking up the slack in mid. He's got friends up there.
He's got 3 up here. Probably the play you want to avoid. But they think they've got something. And Crash's catches, encourages the counter swing. Nice little 1-2 punch at the top and middle. Well read by Fnatic in that one. Good timing as well to punish Zelsis on the lurk. Fnatic, sorry, did you suddenly just get given the Sentinels book? How did you just read everything they were about to do?
Almost crazy to see Fnatic respond with a round like this. Actually, Chronicle creeping all the way into Storm, but John QT sharp to it.
Great.
Where the hell did that round just come out? Like?
I mean, it's such a fantastic read. The setup was beautiful.
I'm honestly a little stunned at it, but as it stands, John QT just trying to play this out.
30 seconds left.
If you're looking at it, who needs ult? I guess Crashies could do with
As
this
I say,
one.
regardless, I mean, unless he's left to survive here, QT should get his ultimate if he dies or finds a kill. Money a little weird for Sentinels. I mean, John QT sat at 4,500 and Zelsis actually at 33, so be able to pass some weaponry across the board, but that'll be 7 for Fnatic, clawing their way back into Sunset.
It's slow and steady, but it's starting to get there. But again, this was lovely from Crashies, but it's the fact they already had 2 other players set up ready for it. They really weren't
enemy remaining.
It all just kind of fell into pieces, right? The dominoes started to fall. And talking of snowball, Fnatic almost have all 5 ults ready.
Oh yeah, they're in a fantastic position here. One away for Crashies as well.
There's no way this game gets close, right?
I mean, this half certainly suiting Fnatic way more. I said it's that aggression or willingness to kind of stand and fight that we didn't really see in the first half. So Sentinels just happy to receive time and time again, and Fnatic stumbling on the first hurdles on their attacking half. Here we've seen some fantastic reads, beautiful setups.
Ooh, looking at Kayak's line here. They do go around that. Really heads up work, actually. Nice. And burning a bit of the util too. This is ticking the boxes here, protocol list-wise. And again, Sen finding it hard to get a grip on where Fnatic are.
Sentinel's just desperate for a fight somewhere.
The discipline's not going to be giving that up from Fnatic. They've been playing this slow and steady pace.
Second happy to entertain the idea regardless. And now 45 seconds on, waiting for some of those cooldowns to come back online, and Alpha cam setup will potentially read this backside of the fake. Now still TP here for Bang.
Still got all the trips as well, and look
Yeah,
where
so
they are.
he can sit here, but with the utility, as you noted, you're going to know there's been no progress towards site.
This is great. Boast is in the right place for this too, 25 seconds. They're going to have to make a run for this one. Zekin's found Kayak. Oh my god, Boaster gets away with it. Still standing, got his paranoia, got the TP, gets out of there. Next player coming in, Narrate gets caught. Alpha controlling the back line. 10 seconds, Boaster buying time. Seconds, springs forward. Zels is trying to make this happen. 7 seconds though, they're running out of time. Celsius has to plant, and they are closing in. Fnatic starving out Sentinels.
I was talking about the clock for Fnatic, but worked to perfection here. And it's only due to having that third body over towards B site. I mean, Boast has done so well here. With the Rolling Thunder just passing it by. But this TP back as well, it forces Sentinels to hesitate. They have to hard clear. I mean, Zekin makes handy work of it, but like I said, it's the clock then that suits Fnatic. Nobody has to swing onto these angles. They can wait for Zelsis to make a move.
5 volts. This is actually the 6th. That was going to be Sentinels. Zekin going to go for it. Just the stinger in the back pocket. But now you can see already Boaster up for the challenge. Zelsis going to catch Kayak towards the middle. And they're going to go for a higher tempo piece towards B. But there's still 3 bodies here, Mike. Do they cancel on this? Now on the ult, surely.
Zelsis knows he's got a bit of a gap to play with here.
Oh, he's been great at these.
Still a trip behind him. It's Fnatic again now, actively trying to hunt him out. So they know he hasn't crossed.
Oh, Zelsis. He might. Oh my god. How is Crashies alive? I thought he was on a platter, but the pacing here isn't quite high tempo enough. They've got a complete free sight. Alpha's still here. Oh! The Wonder Kid is ever! Slaps Narrate away from it. And now down to 3. That plant doesn't feel comfortable yet. Got to wait out the ult from Crashies. They still got more to burn if they need it. 40 seconds, a second attempt at the plant.
Come through now. 3v4 now for Sentinels. Zelsis trying to get active, find something. TPN! Oh, is it another jump shot?
Again! Someone just back-to-back clipped that, I don't care! Zelsis! Oh, what the hell is this from Alpha? Zelsis has to be a hero, though. He has to put on the cape, put on the costume, and find 2. He's doing the dance. He's desperate for it, and they fly in. Fnatic still alive after that man on your screen. Just went
अब पोस्टर नाचेगा. Poster नाचेगा.
Ridiculous from Alpha. I mean, the first one crucial just to slow down the hit here.
Bang. What?
Show me the second. It's exactly the same. Just disgusting.
That's unreal.
And then finds the spam as well through the wall.
Yeah, he's here. He's here. He's here. You better watch out for him.
And Fnatic now.
5 rounds, Mike.
Knocking on the door.
5 rounds in a row. Sentinels don't like that one.
Fnatic have actually still got the timeout as well. I said that timeout came in the 3rd or 4th round. I can't remember the first half.
Super early.
Boaster certainly keeping things in control, I guess, in game. Now it comes down to a bit of a face-off here. Finance is starting to dwindle now for Sentinels. Still actually ultimates to play with as well for Fnatic. Do have Narrate's ultimate, but Neural Theft, Kayak, Chronicle actually does have the kit.
And I feel crazy having this conversation, but I didn't expect to see a world where Fnatic win this map. And then that changes how the veto looks, right? That's a conversation for afterwards, but...
Well, especially after the first half.
Correct.
I sold then in my prediction, but...
Yep. Wait, who did you predict for this game?
For the series?
Yeah.
Well, for the... Okay. We'll go there.
Well, no, I'll admit it.
Fnatic. You wanted Sen, I know you did.
Wait, you went for Fnatic?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my god. It's crazy.
I've still got Kayak down. It's like high-state CS and...
Fair play, fair play. Okay, Operator is in, and this is one of the swing factors. If you aren't familiar with Fnatic, when Kayak's previously had some bad games, that Operator used to get him out of that ditch.
And the catalyst for him.
But he's certainly not been in any ditch so far. He's been having a mad performance, so another layer added to this.
Maybe this is a read into the pace or the tempo shift after this timeout. Could be rewarded here, as actually does look like a contact play from Sentinels.
Oh god, if they're going contact on this, it is so brutal. Kayak's going to be a one and done. Yeah,
still gets it.
All good. Zekken,
हो गया comeback,
he's had
हो
a
गया.
hard game here, I'm going to be honest, and that's
Yeah,
rare
he
to
से
say,
हो
because I
गया.
feel like Zekken's one of the most consistent, high achievers. But he's struggling with that, and another
Jeet
deep
क्या
line
fanatic है
adopted.
map.
They've got to commit utility to force him away. You can't be going for these contact pieces now. Ooh, a little cuppy.
Well, I mean, smoke's going to make it difficult to get.
Do it. Go on, do the thing, do the thing. Walk the smoke, I dare you. Oh, he's being sensible, Mike.
You hate to see
Spike
it.
planted.
Fun enjoys around the world devastated.
Silver's ultimate, though.
Right here.
Can make something happen potentially here in the post plant. Very slow, cautious in approach here, but Kayak confident. His teammate's got his back here.
They got to start building now, though. The time is ticking, right? There's the trade out. The paranoia not going to be able to be worked upon there, sent through. Fnatic got to get moving. Send with an opportunity now. Layered utility well, but Chronicle catching two, sleeping. Bang goes down quick. Why? Look at Chronicle. Banana right back in the headlights. He's going to know where they are, but Crashy's sticking on the diffuse here. Swing! Oh, and he doesn't miss! Diffuse! Oh, it just misses out!
भाई गरम हो रखा है माहौल पूरा.
An ace from Narate.
क्या थ्रो कर
Crashes
दिया
has to make a move here. The Red Bull clutch going in Sentinel's favour to find 12.
I know exactly.
God, it was Kron does it on one side, Narate does it on the other. Just too late. Because even Narate unsure, hand shaking for a second, but then he's up. Knows what he's done. He's got Sen to 12, breaking that momentum. Sentinel's back, looking ready for this, but they've got to keep going now. God, the money's so fragile still.
Yeah, I mean, look, yeah. After that string of rounds,
Oh
look
my
at
God.
They got through Ramsey, Kayak shut down.
Oh,
It's the
Narate
right again.
It's beautiful. Poetic
map
for
gaya,
Narate
bhai.
to be the one doing this. Finding comfort out in America.
Face your
Alpha does
fear.
catch Celsius. Crashy's now got bodies in front of him, abounding. Zek gonna take away the sight. Plant now next. You're down to 2. Kron and Alpha, big names. Same to be said on the other side. 4 players waiting. Sentinels 2 kills away from map 1 under the belt. Kron waiting. Alpha, contact made, Narate down. Next player has to come in. They join together, playing in unison now. 1 right, 2 left. Kron has a little look, finds the one close, waits for the swing. Now we're going to need a magic moment from Alpha. 6 bullets and the time's not on his side, but second, 12 HP.
He's misread this.
Oh my God, Zekken is
Baap re.
absolutely ice. God damn cold! Beautifully done from Zekken. Didn't fall for it for a second.
Round throw कर दिया वो वाला.
Sen claim map 1.
Fnatic looking like they were able to pull off a miracle here, but the last moment, the 11th hour, Narate comes alive, Lauren.
Done hit him with some stupid fights. I'm gonna go with who should I go first? I think Zelsis. Zelsis gonna get a big one. I want him sat down the whole game. 0 reason to stand up. 1, a 2, a 1, 2. Stupefy. Right, next one. John Kitio, he's not in the middle. That's not an IGL spot, so I'll stupefy him back to the middle. Stupefy! Bang! About to bang him out with a stupefy. Stupefy!
Have you done
Narate
Zekken?
or Zelsis?
Have you done Zekken already?
No, Zekken I have done on Narate.
We need to
Give him a double one. Give him a double, Jake.
I'm gonna
The
hit
big
Narate
one.
We could
with a
wind up the
stupefy.
Zekken one.
Combo though.
Wait, yeah, we
Stupefy!
Alright, we do the big one on Zekken.
Everyone, ready?
Charge it up, charge it up.
3, 2, 1, stupefied! Yeah, that,
Oh.
he dead. He's stupefied.
He is very stupefied.
बिंदास होता है भाई ये.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey.
Let me show you how the folks does it.
Oh man, I was just getting warmed up.
Spike defused.
Did I just lose my keys? Or did I lose my mind? Or did I lose my mind? Or did I just lose my keys? Or did I lose my mind? Or did I lose my mind? Or did I just my mind? Just my mind. 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 Just
I'm now joined by their coach Kaplan. Now, after what happened on Sunset yesterday, Fnatic were coming back into the series as well. In the last 2 and 3 rounds, who would you credit the most to keep your team in it?
I think it's tied between Zelsis and John. Zelsis really called us out for needing to tighten up and clean up, and then John got pretty specific there about what has to be done to make sure we close out those last couple of rounds.
Thank you very much, Kaplan. Good luck.
Thank you.
We were expecting fireworks, and boy, oh boy, at the tail end of that game, did we get just that, as Sentinels pick up the victory on Sunset despite the best efforts of Fnatic to try and bring things back. It was all for naught as Narrate and the boys in Sentinels managed to clutch up. And as a matter of fact, that takes us to our HyperX Reflex moment of the day, because you got to give it to Narrate for that incredible play, Kakuka, that we saw him pull off there.
It's an incredible play from him, but also a huge misplay for the side of Fnatic. They think that in this 5v2 situation, everything is already won for them, but with that position and everybody just rushing onto side to get that defuse, Narrate finds the perfect spacing to isolate all of those fights to get very favorable fights for himself, and Crashes is not able to defuse the spike for less than a second.
And what a moment this is for Narrate. His first Tier 1 opportunity was in EMEA, playing with Karmine Core. He was familiar playing against this Fnatic team. Then now back in North America at the Tier 1 level, showing up to a global event after their disappointment that was Bangkok, and putting up a map like this, winning a 1v4 clutch to close it out, and now be a map up and close to staying alive.
And also, in my opinion, that was not the most impressive thing that Narrate did this map. In various occasions,
crazy.
we saw him getting multi-kills. His utility is always the opener through everything, especially when they're from their attack and Alpha is being so present on mid, just being an absolute pain in the ass. Narrate proved that he won. EMEA lost in this case.
Yeah, I mean, Narrate did so many things right there, but Mimi, I mean, the other thing that we were seeing too, and this is something that we've known Sentinels to be quite good at, those retakes, the way that they play around and utilize their utility to great effect.
And if you just look at the retake win percentage, it doesn't look incredible for Sen, but I think what they did very well on their defensive side was having a game plan into this double controller composition. They played really passive at the start of their rounds, being willing to play retake A almost all the time, and instead putting more forces into mid to fight, shut down the lurkers, and then play either 5v4 or even number retakes. And in all those situations, Sentinel's utility, their coordination just looked on point, and it was rounds like the one you're seeing that snowballed this first half for Sen.
We had actually heard from Coach Kaplan what the expectation was for the team, and they were saying that there was a lot of conversations in the squad, Sentinels, that, hey, we got to tighten things up, we got to make things work here. What do you think that conversation is like for Fnatic?
The conversation right now is, let's forget about the rounds that we almost win. Let's focus on what's literally ahead of us, is thinking about Ascent, thinking about everything else that they still have to show us for this map.
All right, well, let's actually get some words from Coach Milan and get ready for map number 2. We have Yinsu standing by.
I'm standing by with Coach Milan before we head to map 2. Now, throughout the history of Fnatic, it is a rare sight to see you guys pick Ascent. What made this map your most confident going into this matchup?
I mean, it looked good against RRQ. It's a map that Sentinels hasn't favored a lot, and I thought we would throw them a little bit of a curveball and see how it plans out, you know?
Well, I hope it goes in your favor. Thank you very much and good luck.
And I think everyone in Toronto feels the same way, because we want to see a map 3 here, Mimi. But for now, we have to focus on Ascent. What should we be expecting?
What we should be expecting is the same thing for Fnatic. That new chamber comp they debuted, Alpha, Bea, you were talking a lot about it. He was incredible towards the second half of Sunset, and it was the same to be said last time he played this map.
Yeah, absolutely. The question is, what is Sentinels going to change to, if ever, right? Is Narrate going to stay in that Teco? We saw G2 earlier just going back to something that was comfortable for them and putting the Teco back in. I don't know if the plan is going to be the same for Sentinels, but someone else that I'm looking at and someone that Coach Kaplan was speaking about was Celsius. Him on that Vice. I think that if someone has a page of Fnatic's book, or possibly have and understand the usage of the Vice in this map, is Sentinels.
This has never been an amazing map for Sen, at least for this core of the team. But when you look back at last year, when they were playing at Champions, they were running a double controller comp, the Cypher Deadlock, that became pretty popular in North America during that time. And I'm interested if they want to take any notes out of that one. I've loved the double Senti looks that a lot of different teams, including Fnatic, have shown on the map. So if they have something new, I would expect it to be some variant of the double Sentinel.
And you want to talk about the run that this team has had, Sentinels, on Ascent. It hasn't been pretty, right? 2-1, not all that bad. They haven't played it here, so we're going to see what we end up getting as the agent select is going to go. And look at Alfie already locking in that chamber there, Kukuka.
He's not even hovering. He's not even letting us, you know, Theorycraft. Maybe he goes for something else. But very important as well, you know that the chances of you picking this map and you starting on the attack are like, let's say 95%, okay? Some people, especially if it's a pick. If it's the last one, maybe it changes. But we saw what Fnatic were able to do in their attack. A lot of that aggression on mid, all of those straight denials that this composition offers.
Sentinels got kind of obliterated by Paper X in their post plants when they played against them in the uppers. They were getting caught off guard by players in off angles when they were retaking. That's going to be the same thing with Alpha, but turned up to a new degree. Every time Fnatic hit the spike down, watch for where he's putting his TP gate, how he's positioning forward. And now for Sentinels, we have to talk about them because they are locking the Teo, they are locking the Vise, and this is looking to be the same comp as long as they don't lock it away, and they've done it. Zekin goes for the Waylay, the first player to pull that out here in Masters Toronto.
What?
Well, if his first Waylay, that is for sure. I don't think that he has played the agent in an official match, has he?
Not that I could recall.
I don't think so.
But also Narrate's on the Tejo as well.
Is this Jogamo? Is this you?
G2 played this a ton in Americas with that waylay in the mix. The slow is great. You can dive into market, all these different things. GB, this is a hell of a curveball.
All right, folks. Well, it's now time to find out if Sentinels sink or swim. Are we going to get that map 3? Let's send it back over to your casters, Pansy and Hypoc.
Yeah, thank you. All eyes turning towards Zekken here. Mike, I thought that maybe Alpha up on that chamber, maybe even Kron on the Vice.
Not the headline tonight.
Nah, Zekken on the waylay. What are we seeing with this?
I mean, it actually almost suits to play into this, right? You can almost dive onto Alpha a little, I said a little more coordinated, but there's a lot of pressure now to try and, at the end there's not many counterplays, right, to a chamber getting up close and personal, able to dip his toes and get out, but could be a trump card, the Uno reverse from Sentinels, and that's where Milan even touched on bringing out a curveball, but hey, how do you react now?
Yeah, I think they've just one-upped you in that matter, but we dive into this dome where we get to truly see the test of these two creative sides. Fnatic on the attack, and of course Sen then on the defending side. And let's see how this looks. We got a lot to learn. Already a 3-play stack on this B site.
Bit of pressure here, a probe sent out in terms of the util from Crashies. Second motion is played towards short. It's Alpha to lead the charge. We'll find John QT, but actually no damage done there.
No, and that's a couple of those bullets spent. Already the rotation's coming in, Narrate's gonna be here. Kayak on the corner, nice shot from Kayak, quick to try and hunt that down. Does get denied the springboard forward, but Narrate's screwed. Yeah, Kron was hungry for that. And they're fighting for that space behind Tree, taking over towards Heaven, making the site really uncomfortable. There's two players trying to tuck in towards Hell. And if they get the spacing right here, Fnatic, it should be pretty light work. This was really well crafted, Mike.
Just to say, the miss on the first, but Alpha connecting with the headshot. Zekken now need an ace to find this pistol.
Have I told you about the story of Zekken's 1v5? I've not told you that one.
You have not.
It was on a waylay, which is crazy,
Was
right?
it?
Yeah.
Round 1 of the second map.
It must have been probably a different game because I don't see it happening now. Kron's playing the no fun allowed game.
The fun police.
Yeah, they've turned up. Sirens are on. Yeah, Zekken's having a go, but it's... Even in the losses, the man's still scary as hell. Good God, that man. Nasty with it, but a round nevertheless for Fnatic here to get the first in the second map.
Yeah,
confidence booster through everything they had at that comeback on map 1, but said Sentinels pull out a curveball here at map 2, and maybe some early learnings here to find on the side of Fnatic. Excited to see, really. I mean, it will be the face-off. Maybe not in the first half here between Alpha and Zekken. Not so much Kayak in that regard.
All right, one Sheriff for Zekken. And obviously on the other side, you're going to see them try and go farming here. But a big investment, Kron, Kayak, prized possessions they don't want to be losing, and a 5-play stack. So they better avoid one side of this map if they know what's good for them. But let's see if they can just test out the waters. This puts a lot of pressure on, I'd say, Crashies to kind of do this good scouting to make sure they don't fall into these sort of traps in place. And it looks like they're aiming towards middle to begin with.
The space to play into, for sure. Still cautious. Don't give away any early advantage here in round 2.
Ooh, okay. Narrate goes down, nice. Enough correction in the end from Alpha from that second. This is good for him. Again, you want to see confidence being built. The other 4 for Sen. Not really all that enthused by this round, are they?
No. Especially when you look back towards the minimap now. The big gap. Ground to cover.
Good call from Fnatic, though. They'll be happy enough with that.
Still so cautious of
the
snake in the water here. We'll find a clean plant, though. Able to get themselves out of sight as well. Yeah, really scratching their heads now.
I said not here. Zekken is getting closer. Door's shut, though. Nope. Door's open. And Fnatic would like to find the opponents. It does seem a little bit of hide and seek so far, but Kayak Going to take down Zekken, who did have that Sheriff. So the main sort of danger weapon gone. Speaking of weapons, there is one now dropped.
Launching thorns.
Have to see if they can recover this or keep it out of their hands, but Zelsis, this is a lot. That's 3 players here. They're going to make Fnatic work for this, though.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
Still trying to keep them in market here. Well, that's you both kills come through.
Okay, Vandal back in. Everything recovered. So yeah, Vandal, Phantom, and the Guardian still in rotation.
Yeah, difficult to really police the weapons in that situation. Almost want to force Fnatic a little deeper, maybe to fall to the spike, but the plant position. A little bit of safety here. Damage done though. Really going to cause problems for the purchase here. And obviously the the offset to that being Alpha.
Revealing area.
So the ability to buy up effectively a Guardian in the back pocket.
That works.
Right side of the map for Zekken this time. Does have Zelsis here too. Alpha propped up towards B main very early. Again, this tempo from Fnatic is slow. We've been kind of talking about this. Very, very slow and steady.
Yeah, and certainly some question marks here of what Zekken's going to be doing. Does enable a lot of defensive aggression. And Alpha
shot
beheaded. In similar setup though to what we saw earlier on. It's not Alpha to lead the charge here, but rather sell the fake elsewhere.
I quite like the deeper positioning from Narrate. We've seen that Fnatic do like to prioritize that deeper tree control as well. If he can police this, it'll be impressive, but it's difficult. Fnatic once again taking that territory.
Last 20 seconds में घुस गए.
Kayak tries to get a little technical with it, but Narrate comfortable on the pressure. So far, so good. Actually overextends and is rewarded.
2 with the Bulldogs, by the way. Massive value found. Will force now Chronicle and Boast to consider just holding on to this weaponry.
Not many opportunities for a play here with that spike going through tree, as said. If
mean,
it all goes wrong, you're kind of stuck there.
So they do have the benefit. It's only Alpha that's broken. He's got himself as close to a real weapon as you could hope for with that amount of credits left in the bank. The Sentinels here on the board on Ascent. As wide as only really Kayak and Alpha making progress here. Crashes as well, actually. Yeah, and the rate goes huge here with Bulldog. Awkward there from Kayak's position. Snappy onto Crashes as well, who had a rough first map. We'll see him certainly establish himself early on here on Ascent.
Yeah, and a little bit scary as well if Narrate starts going early. You saw how that last map ended. I mean, he was on a high note and a half.
Oh, he's buzzing up on his feet.
Oh, and a little bit of a deeper exploration coming out from Zekken there. So this feels like this fight's going to be happening a lot, right? Between Alpha and Zekken fighting for that sort of early space on maybe B main or over towards A. This time Zelsis there with him. And they are waiting. This time Alpha, a bit of damage done. Zelsis wants to clear this util, but couldn't quite crest the corner. That's 3 players.
Yeah.
They should have noted on this side of the map.
The rate's been fairly quick to rotate over towards A. He's making moves now. But this time around, the difference being Fnatic sit behind this. Spike still over towards the B side. And Zekken still commanding the space into B main.
Zekken's been outdone this time. Back and forth between these two so far in these rounds. Zelsis still has some stall on this site. He can buy a bit of time. We saw that earlier rotation coming out from Narrate. Now he wants to get back. Can Zelsis buy some precious seconds? Can he keep Fnatic away from the door? They're already chomping at the bit to get closer, looking for that cross through towards site. Slips in the smoke, takes away Alpha, looks for some more damage, but he can't do much more. Kind of pinned in at this point, had to give up Cat.
The flash is perfect. Zelsis couldn't catch him. He actually caught the backside of it as well.
Yeah, but overextension towards CT. I thought maybe he'd try and buy a bit of time, see if someone could swing off it. The Chronicle goes down and leaves it in this 3v3. Now how does Sen then break back through towards the site itself? Look at the utility they have. 1 flash for John QT. That's it pretty much, and 1 smoke for Bang. Difficult to breach this side of the map. And that's it. That's pretty much it. 2 towards Cat. High flash swing. Away from the crash. He's blind. What is that? Bang still firing on all cylinders though. He knows where Kayak is. But it ain't enough to kill him. Kayak survives and Fnatic make it out like bandits.
How? This Crash is alive there to find a kill. Maybe just a catch on the flash themselves, but Alpha crispy on the entry. Yeah, weird exchange here between Celsius and Chronicle. Bang almost lining up a 4K here.
God, Bang. So close on that. I was like, bro, why are you aiming that towards me? Damn, okay, timeout early for Sen though. They're touching base up on what, round 5? They've hit the brakes here. Maybe not liking it, maybe just trying to get a grip on this. Again, you're playing up against a comp that you probably aren't super familiar with. You're seeing a chamber again, seeing this sort of thing. And again, if you're looking at the coaching staff, Kaplan's there going to be trying to keep in touch with them quick.
And you could argue it's maybe some of the rounds that are most frustrating to lose because there's not necessarily any flair or, you know, nothing special about some of these rounds. If Alpha can just kind of find these dry engagements and win out, those are tilters. You're not really testing the sight hold or anything like that. It's somebody almost overstepping the mark on Sentinel's side. So maybe just trying to rein that in early on, but certainly for Zekken in the first half, you don't want him to just sit back and receive some of these sight XX.
And it does feel, I don't want to say like a coin flip between the two of them, but they have been going back and forth, right? Zekken's had his moments. Obviously, though, the value of Alpha getting that first pick does open the site. You saw how isolated then Celsius was, and it was really hard to stall out. He did great, though, slipping into that smoke, catching a player. Still stalled out almost enough for Bang there, but not to be. 3-1, Fnatic firmly now starting to build a lead. The operator is in, but
let's play.
so's Tour de Force on the other side. Zekken taking a look. Knife comes in, probably going to catch one there. Imagine that connected. Zekken decides to rattle off a shot, but back away. That opens up gap for Fnatic.
Almost leaning towards a pace change on both sides, so as soon as the Tour de Force is out.
Active fight on towards Street.
Yeah. Well, actually, the spam onto Kayak.
And it's done. Oh, Narrate! How are you diffing Kayak in that? He had to snap back to it already. You're going to see this coming in to try and clear out, and it does.
Nice.
Hunter's Fury does well to catch out Narrate, but they've made it hard work to play up Cat, a real different hold. They're just playing it forward a little in unison. No big opportunities for Alpha to bring in the ult either.
Trying to make something work here in range of the TP. But a pause for thought here from Fnatic. Even 4v4, but John QT tagged down to 47, so slight advantage. Once again, curious. Does have the spike himself as well, so going to hope that Crashes can come and reinforce this, but it's Zekken.
And look at the
top
time.
once more.
The word melons is coming to mind. 10 seconds. Fnatic, yeah, they're getting closer, but Bang's still here. If he can deny the plant, that's everything. Bang's currently getting curious. Dealt with by Kron. A messy shot from him. Celsius can't get there in time just yet. And look how disconnected Kron is. This is so difficult for Celsius to clear out. Crashy's dart. Shock dart's back in play as well. The second that Celsius gets closer to site, if he gets contact, that checkmate of Kron's position surely comes in. And it's there. Lovely positioning. I thought they were too late then, Mike, but they are letting that clock run low.
Not many options to recover that on the side of Celsius, but just a really bizarre exchange here. Towards short, it's only really the Hunter's Fury that opens things up for Fnatic.
One enemy.
Almost 1 second shows his hand with the operator. Able to deal with it. Couple of ultimates now online for Sentinels. Still got Kayak though. Then to go, but actually a set piece out towards mid here.
Yeah, and look at the pressure coming out of B main too. It's kind of look towards middle, but I promise you there's more of us here. Right. And there is. They're fighting together. Sen kick up the pace, and they rip apart Fnatic. Boaster and Alpha have a mountain to climb. Alpha rattles off the bullet. They now know where he is. Spike's in a dangerous position too. Alpha wants that back. Boast already trailblazing away. Alpha gets the spike, he gets away. Now where do they go? It feels like it has to be towards A, right?
All this pressure elsewhere.
A जाएंगे.
They're not going to walk short. Surely
Right?
not.
Oh my, no. Why is this choice feels mad?
There's not going to be any
Playing Sen's
confirmation for,
rotating?
for Sen, but this is certainly bold.
Build a ladder.
Oh my god, they might, I don't, oh!
Short
They catch
right.
more than the timing. They catch second.
But do they read that as Sentinels have already rotated and now go back towards B? Zeus is still in a position to do damage.
He's thinking about it, isn't he, Alpha? And with
30
Zeus
seconds
still alive,
left.
you've still got this wall in middle. He triggers it. Trying to bait it out to look back like a B. A double fake, potentially. And a late
Bosa's got
lurk
the spike
up
as well.
cat.
Oh my word.
That was
That
close.
timing, you're
That was
right.
so damn close to smoke on CT. And Sen have to react to it. They have to respond to it to some extent. But it is the play towards A
अरे
now.
last
One's
के
going to be coming
4
down.
सेकंड में
Can Boaster and Alpha navigate
कांड
this?
दे रहे हैं.
My ultimate is ready.
Paranoia still there.
That's huge, actually. 5 seconds on a smoke as well for Boaster.
Door shut as well. Where's he off to? They don't know, we do. Smoke gonna go in. Ult's popped. Alpha's out of it, but they're gonna flood the site now. Sen looking to try and clear, trying to maybe catch Boaster in the meantime. Paranoia's still in play. There it is, posted. Alpha, you gotta come into this one. And he checks it, it's clear for now. They are hunting them down, but Alpha denying. Boaster trying to live as long as he can. Alpha, the man who will not
Oh भाई.
move. Clutching
Round
on
पे.
Fnatic, doing the damage.
बैठो बे बैठो. उठो मत अभी. Tight
Almost
जाओ
felt a
थोड़ा.
little awkward there. The Paranoia could have connected potentially onto Alpha. Not sure of the range. But what a recovery.
Player standing.
It takes
One enemy
everything
remaining.
from Alpha. 4 kills for
I
him.
would apologize, Suzanne.
And this pace change really from Sentinels. Actually, the second timeout coming through.
Boaster's up, Boaster's up. You shouldn't be losing, what, 2v4s? Those are the ones that get you. Those are the ones that frustrate you.
They look beautiful initially for Sentinels. Like I
Yeah,
said, I think
great
that pace
idea.
change really operators left on the table. Alpha's going to have it. Let's take the fight to
Yep,
them.
love that.
And initially, a huge victory for them. But again, Zeus is half a second longer, and he catches Boaster with the spike.
But also have to give credit to Boaster, playing him like a fiddle.
लेकिन प्लान उनका बहुत
Setting
अच्छा
off
था
that wall
यार.
towards middle.
जो push
Smoke
किया था
towards
इन्होंने.
CT, all of these ideas that, oh, they're going back, surely.
Ult अच्छा
They're going
था,
to try and hit this
plan
fake.
अच्छा था.
Here's a double fake back in towards
But-
that A piece. Beautifully done. Manipulating the map just perfectly.
अल्फा ने
And
राउंड
5
निकाला
to
पूरा.
1. There's a reason there's this double timeout called into effect. Sentinels,
Would love to be a fly on the wall.
God, wouldn't you just? Hearing that.
Again, because that's when you watch the minimap back, and it's a round of seconds. Millimeters almost. But a huge win for Fnatic to find their 5th. Sentinels now really a stinger and a sheriff to Zekken. Tuck themselves back into a deeper hold for sure.
God, they've been abusing Cat over and over again.
Yeah, they have, yeah.
And I quite like the occasion, you know, Narrate's been trying to play a little close towards Tree, but then we had that Kron and Crashies round that just battered them. Sen finding it hard. They've been so close a couple of times, but it's just not quite been there. Steadying. You can see that Fnatic getting that protocol is right. Early clear of the wall, early clear of the thorns.
It's all
going
ahead of
through
60 seconds left, yeah.
Going through that checklist very well. Making those rotations now difficult, and Alpha gets let off the leash. Has a glance towards middle. Is
Got the
still
ult.
building towards A.
Say ult here for Kayak as well, so the drone will come through if it doesn't confirm. Maybe a UCIB actually. Spam almost catching on John QT.
Oh, safety found in the smoke there. Almost a second of thought for it. And Alpha's gone right up the guts here.
Fnatic playing the entire map
There's a
on this
3-play
attacking
stack.
side.
There's still 3 players on this B site. So they've actually got the read right here. But you look at the weaponry, that's the hard part here. Sen getting the tempo right, getting the read right. But with 25 seconds, it can go wrong. Fnatic could have left this too late, but let's find out. 24 seconds, they got to make a play here. Stall coming in and Crash is taking those brave first couple of steps. Good work from Zekken, good stall. It's 17 seconds now. They got to get towards the back of the side. Poster makes a meal of it, but lands it in the end. Zekken again, 10 seconds left. Zekken is still on fire here. Bang! Lands a shot and Kayak is sweating bullets. This one's over. Heroics from Zekken doing the damage to Fnatic.
And gets the ball.
इतना slow क्यों खेलते
I mean,
हैं?
Fnatic victims of their own success here. Like I said, playing the entire map, but then playing right into Sentinel's hands. Or the hands of that man right there.
It's a scary player to get going, to get confident, to get feeling out this game. Look at these
10 seconds
shots.
left. One enemy remaining.
Good
And then you look at
God.
all that, and Bang's still there, just waiting.
That rock solid player.
Play time, boys. Play time.
क्या round निकाला right second.
The Mastercard Thrifty coming through. Beautiful highlight there for Zekken. But can they keep these reads up, right? They got to keep a grip on Fnatic, who are looking slippery.
Poster down on the Stinger now. Broken by
Retrieving flash.
for Fnatic. Zekken one away from the ultimate again, but John QT and the rate have theirs to invest. Still sitting on kayaks. Now Chronicle.
There.
Rip away the
Missile
advantage here in terms of the purchase for kayak. That's 60. He runs through! What?
Sorry, it's Houdini in the
Yeah.
server because that was just simply magic. How has he gotten two
Ultimate
there?
right.
No right at all. Great knife timing on that one to connect though. Gets at least denied to be able to invest the ult. So now the plant's going to come in, but they're in a 5v3.
Sentinel's giving this up already. You can see them tucked into
Cancel,
the
yeah. What the hell was that from Kayak? Give me that on a replay,
I mean,
please.
the first
बड़ी
maybe
मुश्किल से पैसा आया भाई. Save कर लो.
outrageous.
Show me it back. Can't take it. You got to feel in a way for Sen. They can't get that momentum on their side, right? Yeah, a brilliant round from Zekken, heroics from him. Right back, cool, okay, Kayak's behind us and he's just gotten two.
Well,
All right.
especially now, if you're Kaplan, you got to just sit back and watch these rounds.
Yep.
It all rides on John QT in the server. Be a flawless round 8 here for Fnatic.
Wow.
Maybe that's the turning point for them in terms of momentum and establishing themselves now with a 4-round lead. Certainly got the funds to support that.
Oh, he
spots him in the smoke.
Launching missile.
That is absolute filth. That's Narrate as well, who's looked so sharp. I said coming alive in map 1.
Yeah, Kayak is an absolute gunner, apparently. Okay, we've got a couple of... So Kayak's been sat on his for a while now. We've been kind of keeping track of that. Kron's got his. He wanted it in that previous one, but actually the knife denied it, and then they had the round regardless. On the other side, though, Zekken one away. John QT's got his. Narrate's got his. Yeah, need to see something around this, though. Once again, respecting Fnatic to have all of this mid-control. Not much of a test towards this.
Yes, Sentinels have not been dipping their toes in
no
the early
operator,
rounds.
no challenge on
whatsoever.
it. Don't fancy it.
You could argue maybe with Zekken now sitting on 3K.
Deeper wall.
Yeah, 'cause, I mean, Fnatic were able to pull this out very early on in the previous rounds.
Oh god, Kayak again. He got another rabbit in the hat to pull out. No, pretty simple, but the timing's right for Bang. Takes away Alpha, trying to maybe scale into this, and stalled out on shore. Uh-oh, time to run. Okay, they're good.
Chronicle ahead of this now with the spike. Actually not going to be isolated.
Okay, this is nice, so this time around, do get to invest the ult here. So just those classics waiting, but I've heard something about those Sentinels classics. That makes me a little bit nervous here. And even Kayak investing util, they want to clear house! The Bang! Come down! Swinging! Outrageous stuff from Bang! He could be on for the ace. 8 HP in a dream. Celsius gets the job done. But beauty from Bang there.
The desperation to capitalize on Chronicle's ultimate is their downfall.
Seconds left.
Up against the ropes. in hell. I mean, the flash is perfect. And
Enemy remaining.
again, you can't block the first two swings here.
I'll have what I...
Just when you think it might be the moment Fnatic stabilize here with the lead. Sentinels fight back. 3 still separate these teams.
Oh, I like this.
Like I said, yeah, with the funds in the previous. Zekken now on the operator, sorry.
But also that maybe they're willing to, I don't want to say challenge middle, but let's see how they maybe want to approach it. Kayak wants to test early. Okay. Zekken.
Well, I was going to say,
what was the plan?
A really awkward
Maybe some discomfort on the
there.
agent. I don't know. That didn't seem like he went the way he wanted. So Narrate now. What is going on in these couple of moments here? Zekken, sorry, excuse me, Zellsis is still on this side. So they felt pressure in market and through main. This feels very indicative of this B hit, but we've seen how slippery Fnatic can be. Hesitation on rotation, but Bang closing the gap. He should be the checkmate here. Keep Zellsis steady in holding this side, but John QT's gone down. There's still a wall behind here. TP could be taken for Bang, but if even another 4K, this is ridiculous. Fnatic slow and steady has been working, smothering Sentinels. The plant up next. Bang, I mean, he was a hero before, but this, I don't think is in the wheelhouse today.
Looks like he wants to just look for an exit. Again, maybe even retrieve the operator, but both are tucked into pizza.
And again, I come back to the start because I quite like the idea, kind of playing a little bit deeper initially, waiting for that early wave of util, and then maybe taking a glance. But it felt like maybe just a bit of discomfort on the agent for Zek, and it didn't look like, obviously, that was what he wanted. Uh-oh. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, dearie me. Bang, if you survive, it ain't gonna happen. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, an early TP from Kayak and the clone. I think he knows he's got him back to rights.
Yeah. I see
Beautiful play up middle. And again, it's just the timing that it takes him to pull the operator. And actually, yeah, I mean, Kayak's on the angle so quickly.
It was just an ankle shown. That was enough for the shot from the right then.
Big round from Alpha, though. Paving the way towards B site for Fnatic. And a trade-off. Again, look at that timeline. Coming back and forth here.
Lovely matchup, actually, between these two. I'm liking it. And again, it's that whole idea being better to be remembered for ambition because for obedience, playing their own way, bringing out new agents, as said on this way, like, be it a hit or a miss, fair play, you know, you can call it how you see it. This is the first half on the defending side. But then you look at Fnatic, of course, rewarded so far with this chamber adjustment, Chronicle as well on that Vice.
Time to jump. Fnatic have been in control in terms of, like I said, playing the entire map, drawing out this util very early on, but Sentinels don't seem to respond to that, don't spring into action. I say when they do try to dig their heels, and that also hasn't suited them.
No.
Other than some heroics from Zekken here and there.
This is, they're playing back Bowhouse, at 30 seconds yet, and they've read it so well. Nice. Where are you meant to go? Zekken trying to buy him time with the ult coming in, but still Zellsis has to lean forward. Boaster takes him down. He was actually set into motion well. Narrate does a little bit of damage from CT. 20 seconds, starting to fumble on time, and already back to take the quick TP and the ult invested towards the back of sight. 15 seconds for Fnatic. Come on, you got to get towards the site here. Zellsis set up for success. Bang on the trade, can't do enough. 7 seconds and the plant is wanted. Does Kayak get given that freedom? No, he does not. Narrate there, denying the plant, and Fnatic leaving it way too late.
What's the setup here? 10, 15 seconds earlier. It's teed up for Fnatic, but once more, I dare say it, victims of their own success. They have so much space to play into, so much freedom where they're second-guessing themselves in some of these situations. Bang to spring the trap once more. 3 on the round from Narrate. Quiet half from him. We can hear Zellsis now trying to rally the troops towards a 5th here to close out the first half.
Trying to ignite something. It's been a hard game to get that kind of momentum building. And it's something actually to keep that away from Sentinels. They are a team that never feel truly down and out, no matter the scoreline, no matter the map, no matter the matchup. The way that Fnatic are playing this slow RVS ground has been hard to build momentum from. And again, Bang getting caught off there. Just that kind of 1v1 over on A main that was slowly building.
Yeah, it was a warbang as well, so that's just the edge of the... John be on the top of the boxes, but have to wait and see.
He's not been having a highlight game. Narrate, on the other hand, has been nice from John QT. Quick way to make up for what's not been a good affair yet. Can he do any more, though? No, goes down with a lot of util as well. Cleared out by Boaster, besting the other IGL. And Kron in support, not letting them fight alone. Security found for the plant. Zellsis, just a formality in the pathing back for Fnatic. Making it up to 8, keeping Sen on just these 4 rounds. Mike, this one looks one-sided. We're gonna have to wait until that second half to see if Sen have more for us. They've got to come out swinging.
One enemy. I'll have
Esports is a $2 billion industry now, but it all started in dingy basements and cramped living rooms.
From how the pros train to how the money flows, this G2 and MasterCard series breaks it all down. 12 episodes, packed with insight and lessons for anyone looking to understand the world of competitive gaming. Ready to learn the game behind the game?
Stay tuned for what's next.
You won't want to miss it.
जल्दी खत्म कर दो ये मैच.
All right, so the bar has been set. 8 rounds for Fnatic, and they looked in control, Mike.
Absolutely did. These are the few rounds where let things get away from themselves. Maybe cutting things a bit too fine. For sure, now asking a similar question of Sentinels. We do have the Coinbase Econ report here, obviously struggling on the side of Sentinels, but really stretching their legs. You expect Alpha obviously to be a little higher up, but yeah, not necessarily painting too clear a picture.
No. However, my eyes are on Zek in this half. In outfit today. Came to work, locked in.
Had the privilege of meeting earlier.
Yeah, the man behind the mask. But yeah, for me, it is now the story of what does Zekken look like on this, because it is that Waylay, it's on the attacking side now. It's time to see the value and what it can bring. We've seen how good Alpha looks with this chamber. We've seen this sort of stuff. Kayak, of course, that amazing ability to be able to pick up those 2 kills on the A site. Ridiculous at times. However, we go in. Sentinels. Are we going 3? Or do you have it in 2? Only 4 rounds to their name. It is a long path back.
We did see that face-off initially in the first half between Zekken and Alpha. Certainly more so here in the second. Is a set piece going to come through for the Sentinel? Zekken up close and personal. Doesn't find any contact. Actually, Chronicle finds him.
Yeah, Kron having that corner uncontested was wild. It felt like they checked off every other part of the map. It was a very well-crafted approach, but still, does a bit of damage. And look at Narrate. 34 HP and tucks in towards help. Looks like Short is the way forward here. Slow and steady for Fnatic once again, waiting, and Sentinels tired of it. Try and get involved again, punished. Zels is the only one to make out with a positive trade here, and he's fallen. Alpha doing what he needs. Even Crashes now on his feet. Boaster in prime I-Series form, giving it large.
There's a line there that I won't repeat. Maybe another day. So Chronicle just, yeah, no pressure whatsoever. Move the tip of the spear here and into a 4v4 ahead of the plant coming through, but Alpha.
That was tasty.
Connecting on the headshot here to seal the deal.
Nice shots, bro.
9th under their belt. See if Sentinels can get anything going here to maybe flip round 2, but only classics.
I mean, this is starting to look like that Icebox third map is becoming a reality between these two. First map didn't feel as explosive as expected, but this is certainly a test. Be careful here. They are close by. Those classics can do work, but again, shot in the dark and Alpha is rewarded. Zekin disrespecting it, takes a glance in, and then dips out.
Peel away now, John QT, the only casualty. Zelsis HP bar as well, down to 32.
John's been having a bit of a nightmare as well. Rough game for him.
Able to really have a say in a lot of these rounds. See a fairly thankless role on the KO, but certainly expect a little more from him.
Shadows traveling.
Timing on that smoke, actually. See the paranoia.
Yeah, I was going to say, inside the smoke, so.
There we go. Tron. Oh, he's so well controlled, but Zen digging in their heels this time. Hold on. Anything they can recover, any plant to be had would be perfect. So Narrate going to go for the plant, and Zekin put on guard duty. Now Drum going to find the first, and they look to flood. Zekin going to be trying to make this one happen here. Narrate by his side, going to spot the players do the dance. Oh, and it's so simple. Fnatic not really giving any room for Sen to get up to anything.
Keep 2 rifles from this. We'll find the 10th. Ult charge wise, going to prioritize Crashies on the Hunter's Fury. Maybe. Maybe just go through the housekeeping.
Yeah, and just polishing this one comfortably. 3 still alive. As I need a bit more fire with Sentinels, Mike. There's just a bit of a whimper here.
Now's the time to make a stand. Long road back into the second half with Fnatic kicking things off with 2. They're even actually riding this out now with a Bucky and a Sheriff.
Oof.
Boaster back on one of his trademarks of old.
Yep. A vintage look coming back in.
Yeah, Fnatic rounds to play with almost, so expect them to ride the economy out. Maybe looking to actually get an operator on the board nice and early.
This is scary though. Jump spot top middle. And now Paranoia comes in. And Alpha's really got such confidence. Smoke was still in play and he knows it now. Oh! The snap towards Zelsis was filthy. Still gonna get his man. I thought it was Zekin on the chopping block, but he gets to live.
Zekin recalled to avoid being pinged by the dart there. You see it was almost a surprise to see somebody swing out from position. A 1-for-1 trade now. Damage done to Alpha and Crashies. Argue a slight advantage.
It's an opportunity, isn't it? It feels like they've been lacking those.
Sentinels will group as for proceeding towards Boaster, who now has the Bulldog instead.
The time is going to be, I'm not going to say late, but it's going to be short.
I mean, it's tight if they don't make a move.
Look at this
Chronicles
down mid.
already.
Nothing behind them. Yeah, this is going to get deadly because this flank is going to be fast as well. They need to get through site. They still need to clear back Boathouse, and they're not investing utility. Want to keep this quiet. Boaster, can you buy the time? Zekin does well. Takes away players from CT. Now Boaster forced to fight, but the flank comes in. 2 players running straight down Cat. Nice damage, but not a nice job. 6 seconds! Alpha can't do it. Sentinels down to the wire, but clinging on.
A ton of damage done. Fnatic frugal in the purchase here, so it feels like the best of a bad situation. Second the one to make this a little harder.
1 enemy remaining.
It's Narrate with another 3-piece.
Beautiful.
I said, the purchase in the previous now to find an operator in the hands of Alpha. See if we can put this to work. He's been present time and time again here in B main and hasn't really had anybody to greet him. Big ping at Zeki, got to be careful. Oh, but he finds Kayak.
How's it gone that way? Do they speed up off this, or how do they want to play it? There's a little bit of a question mark around that. Maybe push out on B potentially because the wall got cleared, so they gather up towards Cat. It looks like they really want to continue towards A, but Quant's been solid too. Second, taking the space away towards Tree. Boaster coming on by. Does have that paranoia if Quant needs it, and I think he does now. Yeah, wait, they didn't even check for it. Narrate still doing damage. Bang on, good layering here. Nice scaling up towards the site, and the spike should be in now.
She's still got plenty of util. One of the Hunter's Fury, so.
Zelsis. Zelsis. You couldn't get better positioning in that. The timing. It's time to run for Alpha. That is too valuable of a possession. You want that operator for late game.
And a big round actually to keep 4 alive.
Huge.
The Sentinels to build back in. Second was actually trying to remove that advantage. Don't want to see another one given away here.
Well, they are close. They got to this quick. Do you get to keep this one? No one else through CT side. You can see where they are, but I think they're going to pause now. We'll be kind of leaving it where it is. But again, starting to see a little bit more life in Sentinels, Mike. There's a build here. The fact that Zekken got that kill on Kayak still feels ridiculous.
Spam back as well. This is obviously Kayak got the Phantom as well, so no traces to even aid that from Zekken.
Spike down.
Here, Sen
One enemy remaining.
have to commit towards this site as well. I want to say disrespecting the utility, but certainly knowing when they have to dial up the pressure.
All right, well, this is now looking like a big round as well in my mind. As much as the purchase is low for Fnatic,
sure,
I need Sen to look clean on this.
And it's actually the next that's going to be crucial in terms of stringing together this comeback. Have tour de force and potentially still an operator.
But Alpha is here. Alpha scares the life out of me in these scenarios when he does. How did that not land? Zekken
hitting the brakes.
Oh, the second time of asking, Alpha goes back in for it. And Alpha decides, screw it, I'm popping the ult, holds his ground, stands as long as he could, but he goes down. Sentinels now flooding towards the site. Still have mid-control, but still 2 to clear on the site itself. The rate's got up, they got options here. The buy now looking a little less lethal at this point. So they slow the tempo, Mike. They want to get a grip on this.
I got a Bucky and a Stinger to work with. Sheriffs to complement it, but
ahead.
Utility perfectly placed here. And a chance for Sentinel to sweep through sight, but the crossfire doesn't amounts to nothing.
Perfectly cleared, perfectly cleared. And Kayak just cut out of the round. John QT needs the help maybe in the end, but he gets it.
This is absolutely huge though, because it draws out the tour de force.
Yes.
2 massive tools to offset potentially a lesser purchase, which is on the brink here for Fnatic.
Oh!
I mean, again though, there's nobody swinging into bottom mid here.
Yeah.
From Sentinels. Zekken's up close, but
one enemy.
No clearance to these close angles.
Can you imagine if that went the other way? That one shot, look how close that was. Even Alpha's like, how? But still, just... if that had gone the other way, who knows? But it's given a build back here for Sentinels. 7 to 10 now. Fnatic wanting this timeout and needing it now.
For sure, and I think Milan just looking to rein the boys in a little bit. Probably getting a little nervous now. You'd argue the hard work's already done, considering the pistol and the second went to Fnatic here in the second half. Like I said, we're on a knife edge now in terms of the economy. Got the Hunter's Fury, Chronicle with his as well. Kayak 2 away. Certainly for Sentinels now in a pretty comfortable position with basically 4 players at 4K and above. Second with his ultimate as well. Certainly Be awkward here if Fnatic will concede and have to ride a lower purchase.
Tense round now. You're looking at Kron, you're looking at Crashies as well. Those ults are here. Zekken's got his. It's the early approach. Sentinel's eyeing up B. Big commitment. Zekken takes a walk first. Has a look. No one up close. Knife not going to find much. This time fighting Kayak quickly handles Zekken. That looked all too easy. And Sentinel sent back.
Back down to 15 HP, but Sentinel's not really to find a response or a trade there, with Zekken just trying to make use of some aggression through B main. Back to the drawing board now for Sentinels. Question marks across the map for them. Have a trip as well on Alpha with a very deep position, actually tucked into hell. Imagine the TP to get him up out of danger as well.
Cover going out.
Smoke will go up and try to bait out some of this utility. Well, he's deal with the trap, but there's layers to this from Fnatic.
30 seconds left.
Now actually the clock will apply further pressure now, and actually confirmation here of presence in B main.
Oh, okay, bang. And look at the time though, we're down to 10 seconds. Kron just turreting about and they've got to try and power forward. Kayak's still alive. Yeah, he's down to 15, but his presence alone is a problem. Sen looked lost without a plan in that.
Losing Zekken early on. I said this was a huge opportunity for Sentinels to really apply pressure. Let this pass them by. Beautiful opener from Kayak.
Absolutely.
I said able to dip away, deny that trade. I said Sentinels just kind of hoping that somebody from Fnatic would play into their hands.
Good job, boys. Nice round, boys.
There's desperation towards B. That's a grinning, really, on the back of that.
Don't miss me too much.
And this time around, the adjustments through middle, right? There was similar drone before, but now, look at Kai's position, though. Playing deeper in towards B main, but pace change coming out. Pressure towards Market. Crashes up to the test, though, takes away John. Kron on the follow-up, and Sen falling short when it looked to just matter most. Bang, right back into it, though. 2 big kills, and it's still game on. Flooding through B main. Trying to get this plant in motion. John's gone down here in the end. No one able to retrieve him in this situation. 3v3 post-plant now.
Very early flank coming through now. Crashies does have the Hunter Fury as well. TP actually all the way back out.
Oh my god.
I was going to say, was he going to try and backstab Spawn there?
Bush just got Zelsis on the back pedal though. Look at that position right up on top. They had no idea. The paranoia not going to affect him either. I can send this right back to him. Bang now blind. He was the hero who got them the 2 that made this look doable. Narrate still standing, the king of the 3Ks, 4Ks hell, but he's fallen. And Fnatic break down the door. Looking for the defuse, they've got this one. And Sentinels looking quiet here now.
Map point now for Fnatic. Purchase going to be a little shaky on the side of Sentinels. Crash is just timing this to perfection. It's Chronicle to complement that as well. So, yeah, both are over the top. Crucial kill.
Totally unaware of that possibility. 12-7.
Nice! Come on, man! Where you running, bro? Where you running?
Here we are. Icebox looking more and more likely. Sentinels hitting a brick wall that they can't seem to get above, around, or through. Zekken not given much play in middle this time. Kron and Crashies have been good at this. Till in, corner takes a glance, but fancy.
This is now looking to re-explore towards this utility that late round caused problems for Boaster. He's found one mind.
Oh, the timing is outrageous on this too. Ult goes in, they're still trying to power forward, but Crashy's going to take down John QT again. But that's Shorty waiting! Perfectly placed! And now Sentinel scrambling. Zelsis and Bang have to come together to save the day. Well, Fnatic are taking us the distance. The third map looking so likely. Bang's been great, but Fnatic
W
have been better. We're going to Icebox.
Roaster downs करते
The
please.
bounce back from Fnatic. You can never count them out. We go to the cornerstone of their playbook for the decider.
भाई क्या मैप जा रही है? मन तो मेरा बहुत है आइस बॉक्स के लिए जागने का, लेकिन मैं जागूंगा नहीं। स्ट्रीम करते हैं यहीं पे एंड। अगर तुम लोगों को देखना है नेक्स्ट मैप वैलोरेंट के पेज पे देखो या कोई स्ट्रीम कर रहा है उसमें देखो। आज के लिए इतना ही। मेरी आंखें फटने को होती है भाई। अरे कौन? तारिक।
Let's take a gander. To be honest, no one went that crazy. No one went that crazy. It was just a hard map for us, man.
Skill watching, देखो 85.3K. इसमें बात में ऐड भी आती है क्या? वैलो ऐड फ्री आता है शायद यार। भाई सोने चलें, बाय बाय, गुड नाइट। स्ट्रीम